Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what if story, but before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter allied with Devil Dragon? Part 1. Harry Potter knew he had a temper. That became clear after the war with Voldemort. He was angry when his friends got hurt, and he was angry when that snake dared to besmirch the memory of his parents, but now he is furious. The source of this anger began when he got a letter from Gringotts. It was already a few months after the war. Harry is now 18 years old, and he can sense something in his soul is missing. His magic is in agony, he can feel it. Else like half of his soul has been taken away. At first, he had thought it was survivor's guilt since so many had died in the war fighting Voldemort, but that doesn't really seem to be the issue, at least not the whole one. Harry drifted around aimlessly, with no real purpose, mostly living in 12 Grimmauld Place or in the Burrow, though he rarely went to the Burrow except when he felt up to accepting one of the Weasleys' many invitations. Harry generally spent his days in the Black Library. Even though he'd never been much of a reader, after the war it was one of the few things he could do that didn't instantly remind him of those he'd lost. The Black Family Library was legendary amongst the pureblood families of Wizarding Britain, and for good reason. There was nothing that one could not find hidden in its towering dusty shelves. During one of Harry's periods of introspection as he's curled up in one of the library's armchairs, he had come to the realization that he didn't love Ginny anymore. For the first month after the war, they'd tried, but it was like neither of them knew how to return to the people they'd been, the ones who had fit so perfectly with each other back in 5th year. It was as if, with the removal of Voldemort's Horcrux, the puzzle piece that was Harry had lost one of its connections, and he and Ginny had realized that they belonged to totally different puzzles now. This was about the time when Harry started avoiding social interaction, when he started to sink deeper and deeper into himself, and started to spend most of his waking hours in the library at 12 Grimmauld Place, sleep restless, disturbed by dreams of the Fallen, of Tonks, Lupin, Lavender Brown, and of Colin Creevey. He may not have liked Colin in life, but he was still just a child. Fighting in a war. Children should never be involved in war. Over the parade of death and madness in his nightmares, suspended in the dust-choked sky above the Battle of Hogwarts, a crimson eye always gleams. Looking all too familiar from that night in the woods. It enraged Harry that even as the others fade from his dreams, turning into wisps as their features get more and more blurred with memory, crimson eye of Lord Voldemort glows ever brighter over the hellish landscape. He is gone dead and gone like all of the others, and yet he remains tortured by his dreams and spending all of his waking hours in the Black Family Library. The world spins around, but Harry stays still, not allowing himself to move forwards in time. One day, Harry hears a faint tapping on the window from his armchair. In the library itself an unusual occurrence, since he hardly ever gets letters anymore, his friends moving on without him. He rises wearily from his seat, with the weight of one who has carried the world on his shoulders, and opens the window to allow the owl entry. Snatching the letter from the owl, he looks at the envelope. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, 614 Diagon Alley, London, UK. Urgent mail. Harry raises an eyebrow, all sleepiness gone. Well, this should prove interesting, he thought to himself as he sank onto the nearest couch, already opening the envelope. Harry scanned the letter from Gringotts again, just to make sure he hadn't missed anything. Judging from the contents, it was quite the emergency. Dear Lord H.J. Potter, we at Gringotts would like to sincerely apologize to you for our unacceptable handling of your accounts and our failure at guarding your account from thieves. More information will be forthcoming if you come to sort everything out with us in person. This would be our preferred method of communication, as it is both confidential and allows us to quickly eliminate any misunderstandings. We are adding this letter to your account statement from last year. We request your presence in our bank at the earliest convenience. May your gold always grow and your magic flow. Head Goblin of Gringotts Bank Diagon Alley Branch, Lord Ragnarok. Harry sighed. It wasn't like he had anything else he was doing. So he pulled his invisibility cloak on and apparated to Diagon Alley with a sharp crack. Without further ado, Harry strode to the large marble building that towered over the rest of the alley. As he rushed along, he started having second thoughts. It was hard to believe that the Gringotts goblins wouldn't be hostile towards him after he'd punched a large hole through their roof. Harry supposed technically it was the dragon who'd punched the hole through the roof, but he didn't think the goblins would appreciate such technicalities. He pulled the cloak tighter around him, acutely thankful for his invisibility. Despite having totally faded from the public eye, he still attracted gawkers whenever he wasn't invisible. This had not been helped by his Desi's Ion to break up with Ginny. They'd been hailed as each other's true love in the newspapers after the war, and news of their separation had been a field day for those same newspapers. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Harry goes up the steps into Gringotts, pausing only for a moment to appreciate the imposing facade that had so awed him 7 years earlier. As he stepped into the lobby, he pulled off his invisibility cloak theatrically, feeling slightly silly when he realized that the only person there besides the goblins. It appeared that today was not a particularly busy day for Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry walked over to the teller and showed him the letter. In a flash, the teller guides him over to a nearby office and told him to have a seat on the sofa. Besides the sofa, the office contained an elegant leather chair and a table with another goblin behind the desk, who immediately stood up when he saw Harry in the doorway. "Ah, good afternoon, Lord Potter. Please sit. We're very sorry for our unacceptable oversight in regard to your account. Where would you like for me to start?" Lord Ragnarok asked as Harry sat across from him. "Good afternoon, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Ragnarok. I would like to begin with the first sentence of this letter. I don't understand why it refers to multiple accounts and why I'm addressed as Lord Potter. I also don't understand why what you have to say is so confidential that you could only share it in an in-person meeting." Harry asked confusedly, brandishing the letter. "Also, what do you mean by thieves?" Lord Eric scowled and looked somewhat confused by this question. He took out a sheaf of paper and what looked like a ritual dagger. "It seems there is more to this than meets the eye, Lord Potter. We could get a more accurate reading if you place 7 drops of your blood on the paper I've placed before you. That would show us your abilities, inheritances, soulmate if there is one, and surviving relatives if you have any." Lord Ragnarok held the ritual dagger out to Harry, causing him to hesitate for a moment, not fully wanting to know what his inheritance or surviving relatives were like. He mentally shook his head, steeling himself, and took the dagger hilt from the Lord Goblin. He sliced his middle finger and allowed 7 drops of blood to hit the paper. Together, he and the goblin waited until the writing appeared. After a few seconds, a medieval script of twining purple and crimson started appearing on the paper. Not long after it started, the writing stopped and the paper sat waiting to be read. Taking it slowly, Harry started to read the paper. The more he read, the more shocked he was. Inheritance test. Name: Hadrian Lillian James Potter, Black, born the 31st of July 1980. Age: 18. Blood status: pure blood. Magical core: Gold Merlin level. Father: James Fleement Potter, deceased, pure blood. Mother: Lily Marie James Potter née Evan née Pendragon, deceased, pure blood. Blood adopted father: Sirius Orion. Black, deceased, pure blood, adoption: the 7th of May 1994. Godfathers: Sirius Orion Black, deceased, Remus Lupin, deceased, Peter Pettigrew, deceased. Godmothers: Alice Longbottom, unfit guardian. Titles: Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Potter, paternal. Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Black blood, adoption. Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Gryffindor, paternal. Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Hufflepuff by magic. Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Slytherin, blood, adoption. Conquer. Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Ravenclaw, blood, adoption. Conquer. Lord of the most ancient and royal house of Emrys, maternal. Lord of the most ancient and royal house of Pendragon, maternal. Master of Death. Crown Prince of Camelot, Britain, Wizarding World. Vault. Trust Vault Num. 11. 560 Potter Family Vault Num. 125 Potter Vault Num. 11,563 Black Family Vault Num. 115. Sirius Black Vault Num. 11,670 Gryffindor Vault Num. 4. Slytherin Vault Num. 5. Hufflepuff Vault Num. 3. Emrys Vault Num. 1. Pendragon Vault Num. 0. Properties. Potter Manor Unplottable. Unknown location Potter Cottage Godric's Hollow, England Potter Summer House Mykonos, Greece Black Manor Wiltshire, England. 12 Grimald Place Unplottable. Somewhere in London, England Black Cottage Villefranche-sur-Mer, France. Black Beach House Monarola, Italy Gryffindor Manor Unknown. Ravenclaw Castle Unknown Slythery, N Castle Unknown Hufflepuff Manor Unknown. Emrys House Unplottable. Most probably in Carfordon, Wales or Tweeddale Forest, Scotland. Pendragon Castle Unplottable. Somewhere within the area formerly known as Camelot. Island of Avalon Unknown. May be mythical or simply not exist anymore. Abilities, blocks, and current potion effects. Parseltongue at 90 capacity, 10 blocked. Parcel Magic at 10 capacity, 90 blocked. Natural Occlumency completely blocked. Eidetic Memory completely blocked. Core at 25 capacity, 75 blocked. Soulmate completely blocked. Glamored in the image of James Potter. Compulsion Charm leading to personality change. Laziness. Rashness. Loyalty Potion subjects. Molly Weasley, Ronald Weasley, Ginevra Weasley, Hermione Granger, Albus P.W.B. Dumbledore. Hate Potion subjects. Slytherin House, Malfoy Family. Severus Snape Love Potion keyed to Ginevra Molly Weasley. All blocks keyed to Albus P.W.B. Dumbledore. Marriage contract between Harry James Potter and Ginevra Molly Weasley signed by Albus P. W. B. Dumbledore and Molly Pruitt Weasley. Soulmate. Tom Marvolo Riddle. After reading and rereading the inheritance paper with growing astonishment, Harry paled over the final section, as a sinking feeling settled in his gut. Could this possibly be true? Even if it was, did it matter? Ron, Hermione, and the Weasley family had proven themselves to him 1,000 times over, and he didn't doubt that they genuinely cared about him. He pushed those thoughts to the back burner for a minute, and wordlessly handed the paper to Ragnarok, allowing him to peruse the contents. Ragnarok took the paper and started reading it, his eyes getting wider the more he read as shock reflected in their black depths. He started distractedly, mumbling in gobbledygook, the harsh, scraping sounds pulling Harry out of his half-meditative state. Among goblins, few wizards are ever considered worthy of mention, let alone respect. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was one of those few. Lord Ragnarok H. had never doubted that Albus Dumbledore had a good soul. Marred, perhaps, by his childhood, but still wholeheartedly good. However, looking at the writing on the paper, he starts to wonder whether the goblins had placed their trust in the wrong person. It just goes to show, it never pays to get involved with wizarding affairs. He leans back in his chair, steepling his long fingers and smooths his face back into a carefully neutral mask. Careful not to let his thoughts breach the surface. He studies the hardened man, still a teenager, really sitting across the desk from him. It was a miracle that Lord Potter managed to survive during the war with 75 of his core blocked. He knows that the only reason Albus Dumbledore would ever do such a thing is if he intended that person to die. In addition, the business about this boy being the crown Prince of Camelot is interesting, though not as unexpected as the first thing. It had been 18 years since any money had been withdrawn from either the Emrys or Pendragon vault. "What do you want to do, Lord Potter?" Lord Ragnarok said, his eyes locked on the boy sitting across from him. "Can we remove all of the blocks? Isn't Camelot mythical? What the hell is this marriage contract? Was I stolen from whoever my real guardian was supposed to be?" Harry asked in rapid succession. "Lord Potter, we see. Please call me Harry. You must call me Ragnarok, then." Merlin was known as perhaps the greatest wizard of all time. He is the son of the Dragon Lord, Balinor. He has a duty to lead Arthur, who at that time still a prince, Merlin, hide his magic, as at that time magic has seen as a curse and devil. The Camelot, who was the greatest place for the wizard and magical creature, was in fear. Because of the execute, therefore, they stay hidden. But when Arthur became a king, the rule to banish or execute the magical creature got lifted, and the rest, of course, is history. I cannot answer your last question right now, though there may be something in our records. Allow me to check." With that, he stood up and walked through a door on the other side of the room that Harry swore he had never seen before. He returned a couple of minutes later, bearing a new folder. This one much thinner than his original one. After paging through for a couple of seconds, he pulled out a sheaf of paper and handed it to Harry. "Here is every transaction made Fr. Own the joint Potter account since your parents died. You may find some clues there." Harry ran his eyes over the paper. Money going towards Albus Dumbledore to act as his guardian, a bribe going to the Malfoys to act nasty towards him. A small sum of money going towards Arthur and Molly Weasley, and much more. As he continued to read, he started shaking with suppressed rage, and had to put the pap down to stop entertaining thoughts of homicide. In a carefully neutral voice, he asked, "And what about the marriage contract?" "It was drawn up by Albus Dumbledore and signed by Molly Weasley in your second year. Presumably as a result of that money being sent to the Weasley family. It would have gone into action this summer, but since it was not signed by a member of your family, it is null and void." "Thank Merlin." Harry sighed in relief. Second year, that must have been around the time he first showed signs of being able to speak Parseltongue. Dumbledore must have cast around for the Rst which he could find close to Harry's age, and when Harry dragged Ginny out of the Chamber of Secrets, he also unwittingly set his future on yet another course determined by Albus Dumbledore. "And all of that money to go back to my account, except for the money given to the Weasleys," Harry said, remembering the shabby state of the Weasleys' clothing. "I don't want the innocent Weasley involved. How can I claim my inheritance? And how do I access my blocked skills and resist the compulsion?" Harry asked in a firm voice. A nasty and predatorial grin flitted across Lord Ragnarok's face. Quote, "Of course we will claim your inheritance first. Then we can proceed to the lower mines and have a Metagoblin give you a purging and block-breaking ritual." He walked through a different concealed door this time, returning with 6 black boxes, each engraved with a different golden crest. These he carefully placed on the desk in a semicircle around Harry. There were 8 boxes on the table, each containing a ring in it with each bearing their corresponding family crest. Harry took a deep breath and began to take the inheritance. Every ring that stayed on his finger made his core warm except Slither. In Ravenclaw these two filled him with a deep sadness from the ring's magic. This made him realize that his soulmate Tom Marvolo Riddle, Lord Voldemort heir of Slytherin and Ravenclaw, was truly gone, bringing sadness to the rings. He also suddenly understood why half of his soul felt lost. He killed his soulmate with his own 2 hands under the guidance of a manipulative old fool. The next task they underwent was the ritual to cleanse his block and compulsion. It was painful and suffocating, like he stayed underwater for too long. It made him pass out. When the goblin healer came to the room, he saw Harry waking up and rushed over to check his core. Harry felt amazed by the power that overflowed from his core. He felt lighter and free. Harry looks at the mirror and gasped in surprise. His face had changed. It was no longer square and masculine, but heart-shaped, soft and with snowy white skin. His raven black hair was now tame and shoulder-length with emerald eyes that glowed with power. Harry also notices his body had become more slender while his vision had cleared. He thought he looked like a replica of his mother, which made him tear up a bit. Harry took a deep breath and went to Ragnarok's office. "Hope you all love it." Harry entered Ragnarok's office and sat down across from him, sighing. Lord Ragnarok looked at the Crown Prince, observing the power rolling off of him, reflecting the blood of Merlin and the royal family. "Is there any will from my parents?" Harry asked. "Yes, Harry." Lord Ragnarok gave him 3 letters. "I will read them when I go back home," Harry says, and then remembers. Also, Ragnarok, take some money from my vault as a tip and as an apology for the incident with the dragon, please." Lord Ragnarok's eyes widened in surprise and nodded to him. "As you wish, Harry." Once again, "I'm truly sorry about the incident with the dragon and apologize to the Goblin Nation for trying to break into Gringotts," Harry said, apologizing once more and bowing to him. "You're forgiven. The Goblin Nation will stand alongside you, Harry. You are the Crown Prince of the Britain Wizarding Throne, and it is our duty to protect the royal family." Lord Ragnarok said. "Then we shall become friends," Harry said firmly as he stood up. "Thank you, my friend." May your vault overflow and your enemies cower at your feet. Lord Ragnarok give him a grin show. Wing his sharp teeth satisfied by his send-off. May your gold flow like a river and your enemy flee before you. Harry went back to the Grimmauld place only to be stopped by Hermione and Ron talking in front of the shop, which made him curious, so he decided to stop and listen in on their conversation. How did he manage to live? Dumbledore said he was gonna die in the war with those blocking charms. Ron whined, making Harry clench his hand to keep silent. I know. That's why we brew the obedience potion, so he remains obedient to us so we can get our wishes. Imagine how many books he has. Imagine how much money he can give to us. Hermione said in a gleeful tone. I know. With this potion, we can become rich and famous. Ron says joyfully. Harry apparated away from the shop and went to Grimmauld Place, where he unleashed the anger out until he was panting and slumped on the sofa. Harry sat on the couch. His throat kept constricting, allowing little air to enter his lungs. He was sobbing tearlessly. If this kept this up, he would certainly cry, so he calmed himself and focused on his parents' letters. While Harry didn't cry, the fury in his heart was immeasurable. He clenched the letters. It was clear his parents told him to not trust Dumbledore in his light. He has no doubt that Severus was also a victim, and it made him feel exhausted. Harry leaned back and drank warm tea to ease his throat. He wondered how to call death, since he was the master of death. Death. Harry called to no one, making him snicker. There's no way that just asking out loud he was yanked out of his thoughts when he heard a flap of wing feathers. You called, Master. A genderless voice with a void of emotion called out, making him yelp. Harry noticed a black shadow surrounding the person who was wearing a black cloak. He couldn't see anything except darkness and silver eyes glinting like spotlights in the night. You are Death, Harry said breathlessly as he sat in stunned silence until he blinked back into reality. Hello, I guess. Finally, we meet. I'm your master, apparently. Yes, you are my master. Death drawled, making Harry nod. What makes you call me out, master? I want to know about what happened, Harry says in a determined voice. Oh, Death asks in intrigued. If Harry can see its appearance, perhaps it looks like a cat, tilting its head with a Cheshire grin. What happened to Tom Riddle? Harry asked after he took a deep breath. His soul is scattered away, master. He cannot stay or rest in peace. Tom Riddle is a victim, the same as you. He was a scapegoat used by Albus Dumbledore. He is your king. Soulmates cannot live without each other. Death explained. Can you explain? Harry says in a questionable tone. Yes, master. Tom Riddle is a pure blood, the Slytherin and Ravenclaw heir. He was a charming man, and he wanted to change the wizarding world to its former glory. Embracing the old holidays once more, changing Christmas to Yule, and Halloween to Samhain. He wanted to change the world he embraced as his home. Albus Dumbledore, who saw it, felt threatened by his power and knowledge, so he plotted against him to become the next Dark Lord. The people began to shun him except his followers. Albus Dumbledore was the one who commanded Slughorn to tell Tom Riddle about Horcruxes. Slughorn couldn't do anything except obey him, since Albus Dumbledore had lots of power and the fact that everyone believed in him. Tom Riddle didn't know the consequence, but Albus Dumbledore did, and the little bit of sanity he had slipped away with that first Horcrux. And Voldemort was born, Harry said, finishing Death's sentence in his hand. Then he blinks when heard something wrong from his knowledge. Wait, pure blood. I thought he was half-blood. Death smirking inside the darkness, and for some reason, Harry can sense the mischievous in its silver eyes as he purred, what the fun for I to answer that, master. Harry's sigh took a deep breath, balled into a fist, then unclenched and took a deep breath. I dream about him. Voldemort and Tom Riddle, they are different people. Yes, master, they're different people, Death responded. Every night I dream about those crimson eyes, Harry admitted, looking down. Yes, master, the longing of the soulmate is painful indeed. Death informed him. Everything he said was a lie. I have no doubt that the prophecy that began this madness was also fake, Harry said, rubbing his face up and down with his hand. Yes, master, that prophecy was indeed fake. Death's words trailed off, making Harry's head snapped up. What? He asks in disbelief. There was no such prophecy. It was Albus Dumbledore's plan to let Sybil Trelawney have another interview in the pub. It was because of this a Death Eater heard of it. Also, he said, pausing dramatically, it was Albus Dumbledore's spell to control Sybil Trelawney that produced the fake prophecy. What was the prophecy? Harry asks with dread in his stomach. The one with the power to stand along the Dark Lord approaches. Born as the 7th month dies, the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. Heir of the Serpent and Eagle will stand beside heir of the Lion and Badger, who will become a king. He who stands and is marked by the Lost One will bring back the former glory of the wizarding world and the long-lost foe. Our Godden Britain royal magical family will return. The kings who are destined to bring back the wizarding world to its former glory will be blessed by the Lady Magic herself. Either must not die at the hand of others, for neither can live without the other by their side. He is stronger than any wizard since Merlin to defend his kingdom from any threat using his brilliant mind, and he who is like Mother Magic herself with the courage and wisdom to protect the innocent. At last, the peace of the wizarding world will come under their reign. That was, Harry groaned, then slumped on the couch in defeat. Everything was a lie. Everything was a fabricated lie to control and destroy him. Harry never felt this kind of betrayal in his life, and it burned as tears streamed down his cheeks like rivers. It felt like the world was opposing him. He killed his own soulmate, and the people who he thought as friends only backstabbed him. Death. Harry calls out. Yes, Master. Death replied swiftly. What should I do? Harry asked. He looked down at the floor through the gaps in his fingers. You have 3 choices, Master. Death says, making Harry look up at Death with hope blooming in his eyes. First, you can go back to the moment Voldemort killed your parents, or go back to when you were 8 years old, and finally you could go back to when you had received your Hogwarts letter. Go back. I can travel back in time, Harry asked in a hopeful tone. Indeed, you will merge with your past soul, Death informed him. But, what about the block? Harry asked. Unfortunately, Master, you need to go back to the goblins to remove them once more, Death informed him. What about Tom? Harry asks in worried and concern. You would need to find all of the Horcruxes. I can bring back his sanity, the faster the better. Death says. 8 years. Please transfer me back to my 8-year-old body, Harry demanded in a determined voice. Deal, Death said. I need to tell Ragnarok about this, Harry said, standing up and walking toward the door. Death disappeared swiftly into the darkness as Harry walked away and went to Gringotts to tell Ragnarok about this. When he did, Ragnarok agreed for him to travel back in time. It's a pity that you won't remember me when I traveled back, my friend, Harry said in a sad voice. Ragnarok gave a great toothy grin. Goblin magic is different, Harry. Harry let out a sigh of relief, knowing he would have an ally in his journey back. He went back to Grimmauld Place sad as he thought of Hermione and Ron and when they went on their epic adventures together. Harry stood in the study room and looked out the window, taking in the scenery. Are you ready, Master? Death asked, appearing beside Harry. Yes, Harry said in a firm voice with a sharp nod. Harry could feel a coldness surrounding his body, as if the ice was engulfing him, until a warm feeling started to overwhelm the cold and surround him when he felt as if someone ushed his cheek like a mother to her child. Before losing consciousness, he heard a woman's gentle voice speak into his ear. Please bring back the glory of the British wizarding world, my heir. 4x. Harry opened his eyes, and the first thing he noticed is the darkness that made him frown. He looked around and finally realized that he is back at number 4 Privet Drive, the Dursleys' home. Harry walked around, wanting to see how much things changed. He looked down at his body, and indeed he was 8 years old once more, which made him exhale in relief. It worked. It really worked, Harry thought in delight. Of course, it worked. Death, you can connect to my mind. Harry's eyes widened. Of course, I can, Master. You are Master of Death. After all, we're connected, Death informed him, to which Harry hummed in response. I need to get out from this hell hole. Can you look around? Are there any wizards who are looking after me? Harry asks in caution. He cannot let the spy from Dumbledore notice about him to use magic. There's no such thing, Death informed, making him freeze. There is no one who checks up on you, Master. There are no blood wards, there are only protection charms around the house. No way, Harry said excitedly. He gasped. Then I can do wandless magic without being found out, Harry says in an even more excited tone. Yes, Death says in amusement. Ari stiffened when Aunt Petunia's footsteps come down from the stairs, and not long after a loud banging noise from his door followed by her shouting to him that he needed to make breakfast. Harry CGHS and gets out from the cupboard and makes a simple breakfast of eggs, bacon and toast for everyone else but himself. After breakfast, Vernon went to work while Dudley went out to terrorize the Boarhood and Aunt Petunia left to shower. Harry had no belongings to take with him. He decided to write his aunt a note as a final goodbye. Aunt Petunia, I've decided to go away from this house. I will send you money as payment because I stayed under your roof. Harry Potter. Harry took some money for the bus from his aunt's wallet to take a bus to the Leaky Cauldron in a well-fitting outfit. He bought some simple jeans and a button-up t-shirt. He also purchased a jacket and a cap to hide his scar. He rode the bus for about an hour until he arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. Harry adjusted his cap as he went to the bartender who he remembered as Tom. Can you show me the way to Diagon Alley? Harry asks. Follow me. Tom gestured for him to follow him to the back door and opened it. Have fun. Thank you. And Harry entered Diagon Alley. He could see a lot of children and the wizards gathered around, making him feel a little nostalgic. Harry shook his head to get rid of those thoughts, and went straight to the Gringotts, heading for the first free teller he could find. Greeting. May your vault overflow and your enemies cower at your feet. I'm Harry Potter and I want to meet with Lord Ragnarok if the Master Goblin doesn't mind, Harry says, bowing to the goblin, making the goblin surprised. Greetings, young wizard. May your gold flow like a river and your enemy flee before you. Please follow me, the Master Goblin says, leading him to Lord Ragnarok. If you don't mind, can you tell me what your name is, Master Goblin? Harry asks politely. I'm called Whitefang, Mr. Potter, Whitefang replied, introducing himself. They arrived at Lord Ragnarok's office, who stood up immediately when he saw Harry and gestured for him to sit down. Greetings, my friend. Lord Ragnarok greeted Harry. Harry exhaled in relief, fearing that what he said before about goblin magic being fake. Greetings, my friend. What do you want to do first? Lord Ragnarok asked. The inheritance test, and to clean all the blocks from my body. Also, when can I take my titles? Harry asked. You can take the ring, but it will be an air ring except for Potter, Pendragon, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Emrys, Ragnarok explained to him. Good. I want to take the test and take the rings, Harry said after a few seconds of thinking. The test and the results were the same as before. Harry, no, Hadrian Bridge. Ought the rings to his finger, and the moment the rings touched his hand, they disappeared. The only thing that remained was a dragon ring. He looked up at his goblin friend and looked at him with a questioning look. The rings know you didn't want to show them, so they have hidden from people's eyes. He informed him. Hadrian hummed. And my name? It was Hadrian Lillian Potter Black, right? I won. Everything that had Harry Potter changed to Hadrian Lillian Potter Black. Please inform them about this. Everything that is written as Harry Potter is not me. Lord Ragnarok gives a predator grin. Of course. Thank you, my friend. Now let's clean these block off, Hadrian said, standing up and stretching his arms. He went to the ritual chamber, and indeed it was the same pain except for some reason it was not as painful as before. Hadrian could hear a melodic humming, a gentle woman's voice trying to make him calm. He could feel his blood boiling in his veins, making him wheeze out, but the gentle brushing of fingers in his hair, all the pain was gone. Hadrian woke up with a warm feeling, like magic itself engulfed him in a warm blanket. Ragnarok told him he had been passed out for 1 hour, which he grunted in response to. He looked in the mirror and it made his eyes widen. His reflection was different from before, so different. He had wavy shoulder-length raven black hair, but there was a bit of crimson when the light shines upon it. He had a soft heart-shaped face, and soft cherry-colored lips, and a small nose. His eyes shone like an emerald, but this time there was silver that danced around his iris that made him frown. Silver in the eyes is a sign that you are of British wizard royal blood and carry the blood of Merlin himself, Ragnarok informed him. Hadrian looked at his body structure. It was more feminine and slender. He had milky white skin as if the sun never touched it. He just hummed in response and followed Ragnarok back to his office. You know much about royal wizards. Can you tell me more about it? Harry asked. Yes, 500 years ago, the wizarding world was ruled by the royal family. It was ruled by a man named King Arthur Pendragon along with Merlin, Emrys and Morgana Le Fay. King Arthur ruled the Muggle world with Merlin, and Morgana ruled the British wizarding world. Merlin knew that the royal line was going to lose everything. He gave a blessing to 4 people. Godric Gryffindor for his bravery and courageousness, Salazar Slytherin for his brilliant mind of tactical abilities, Rowena Ravenclaw for her knowledge and helping Salazar Slytherin, Helga Hufflepuff for her wisdom and peaceful nature. The 4 of them ruled the Britain wizarding world, but the moment the royal line was lost, they made Hogwarts teach young wizards like yourself. How did the Goblin Nation have such a close relationship with the royal family? Hadrian asked. The royal family's ancestors and Goblin Nation's ancestors are sworn brothers. They protect each other, and even now the Goblin Nation still protects the royal line. As a symbol of our friendship, every crown prince at age of 18 is to be crowned. The Goblin Nation gives him a sword-made person. Ally by the Lord of Goblins, it is I who made the sword for you. Hadrian. Me. Hadrian points at himself. Yes, when you are 18 years old you will be crowned by the Lord of the Goblin Nation, and that is I. The Goblin Nation will give you a sword as a sign of the friendship, and of course, your mate will also get crowned along with you. Ragnarok informed him. Okay. Hadrian drawled, blinking slowly. Okay. I understand now. Ragnarok talked more about his duty as the crown prince and as lord of the house until the sun has set. He goes to the Black Manor, but before that he transferred some money to the Dursley bank account. Hope you all love it. Hadrian went to the Black Manor and knocked on the door only for it to open, showing a house elf. Mistress didn't have a guest, he said. Hadriana smiled. I'm Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black, heir of Black House. The elf perked up, looking up at him, and gave a bright smile. Welcome back, young heir. Hadrian smiled and entered the house and looked around. It was quite elegant. He welcomes the magic of the Black family into his core. He looked down at the elf. Well, it's the first time I've been in the wizarding world. I got sent to live with Muggle until now. Quote. Hadrian said, looking down at elf. What is your name? I'm Krecker, head elf of Black House. Young heir. He burst into tears and made Hadriana flustered. How could young heir being sent to filthy Muggles? It's okay. I'm already back home now. Hadrian hugged him, make him burst more into tear. Young master is too kind. Krecker is touched. Krecker say, sniffling. Now, let's not cry. How about you show me the house? Hadrian suggested, making Krecker give a beaming smile, nodding. Yes. Krecker will show young master the house. Drian already knew, but it's better to know more about the house. When Krecker finished introducing the house to Hadriana, they settled themselves in the living room to relax. Krecker, I have some rules. Hadrian waited for the old house elf to nod. 1. I don't want you or any other elf in this house to blame or punish themselves. 2. If there is a problem, let's talk and solve the problem together. 3. All of the elf in this house need to eat a proper meal, so make sure to inform the other elves to eat nutritious food. 4. All of the elves will need to be a proper Black House elf, which means I will order a uniform with the Black family insignia on it. I don't want to see Black House elves wearing rags as clothes. 5. Please treat me as a friend and family, and I will also treat all of the house elves as my family and friends. Understand? Krecker now had a tear come from his eyes and nodding his head in enthusiasm. Yes. Young master. Krecker will be telling the other elves about this. Hadrian nodded in satisfaction. I want to bring back the Black family to its former glory, and to do that I need your help, Krecker. Of course. Krecker will do anything the young master wants. He responded. Hadrian yawned, giving a sleepy nod. I will go to my bedroom to sleep. Has a good sleep, young master. Krecker popped out after giving the young master a bow. He exhaled and went to the bedroom. There was a blue-colored bed with an accent of elegant vines with a vintage wood bed frame. It was still early at night, but his body felt heavy from the busy day. Changing into PJs, Hadri and shuffled over to the large bed and snuggled under the warm blankets and let the darkness engulf him. Hadrian woke up after a peacefully deep slumber. He looked outside the window to see the sun still hasn't risen yet. Getting out of bed, he pulled on his robe and goes to the bathroom to wash. He walked around the house until he arrived in the one room where many of the portraits hung. Hadrian walked inside the room looking around until he halted in front of one particular portrait. Doria Black. Hadrian read looking at the portrait of a woman, my grandmother. Hello. Hadrian calls her. The other portraits woke up when they heard Hadrian's call, including his grandmother's. She looks down at him, face remaining neutral as she spoke. You are, she drawled. Hadrian bowed to her politely. Greetings. I'm Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black. A pleasure to meet you, grandmother. You're James' son, she asks. Yes, grandmother. Hadrian nodded. Uncle Sirius Blood adopted me a few months after I was born, making me heir Black, ma'am. So polite. A male voice beside the woman comment. Phineas Black. Hadrian read the name and looked at the man. You can call me Grandpa. Phineas Black says. What are you doing here this early in the morning? Doria asked with a curious note in her voice. I woke up early and decided to look around the house. Hadrian answered softly. Where did you live until now? She asked, a fond spark twinkling in her painted eyes as they focused on him. Hadrian ducked his head, looked away before settling his emerald gaze back on his grandmother. I got sent to the Muggle family. This makes the other portraits in listening in enraged, startling Hadrian, causing him to look around, finally noticing the other portrait are awake as well. Who placed you with Muggles? One of the older male portraits asked with distaste. An old man with a long white beard and a half-moon glasses. Hadrian answered. Dumbledore. Phineas growled. Dumbledore. Oh, he is my magical guardian. That's what Goblin told me when I got an inheritance test. Hadrian said as his emerald eyes darkened and became cold. He is the one who blocked my magical core. Eidetic memory. Natural occlumency. This made the other gasp in outrage and curse Dumbledore. Hadrian looked up at his grandmother. You have eidetic memory? Phineas asked, making the other portraits go silent to hear his response better. Yes, sir. I remember what happened at that time. I remember Voldemort killing my parents. Hadrian responded, causing them to gasp once more. I remember that Dumbledore left me alone at my mother's sister's house for a whole night in November. I can't believe in someone who could leave me in an abusive Muggle home. I refuse to believe he didn't know things were bad there. Abusive? Doria Black inquired. Shit. Well, it's better to continue my act. Hadrian though. Yes. But I'm really okay already. Hadrian waved them off. Besides, I'm never going back to that home ever again. Indeed, you are already home here where you belong. Phineas says in satisfaction. The rest of the morning, Hadrian talked with the elders in the portraits. He told them about his mother's inheritance and it made them shocked indeed, but they promised him to stay quiet about this. It could put Hadrian in dang. If anyone found out before he could defend himself. Mostly they worried what a certain twinkle-eyed headmaster would do. The other Black elders who saw his intelligent, cunning, ambitious, hunger of knowledge and wisdom could only be amazed by this 8-year-old magical prodigy. A few months have passed. Hadrian often stays in the Ancestor Hall with a bunch of books floating behind him and scattered around. The elder was satisfied Hadrian wanted to study the wizarding world and for how he loves Yule and Samhain and the traditional Wicks holidays. I wonder why we can no longer celebrate Samhain, and why Yule has been replaced with Christmas. Hadrian asked from where he was laying on the sofa he had brought into the room as he looked up at the elders. What do you mean, Hadrian? One of the Black elders asked. I mean, Samhain is a great thing, you know. It gives a motivation to the young children to see their beloved people who have already passed into the beyond. Hadrian scrunched his face adorably. It makes no sense it became forbidden. It was our tradition from Lady Magic herself. Because it was a blood ritual, little one, those entering our world feared them. Called it dark magic. Phineas responded. I know, Grandpa, but, you know it's weird to abandon the blessing from Lady Magic herself. Hadrian frowned, making the others laugh. Then, what do you think about different classifications of magic? One of the elder Blacks asks in intrigue. There's nothing. Magic is magic. Hadrian closed the book and looked at the ceiling. There's nothing different. We are humans. We all bleed the same crimson blood. The most important thing is the intention of the wizard casting the spell. Quote, oh, they inquired, motioning for him to continue. Light magic, Wingardium Leviosa. It is a levitating charm. It can be used to levitate a person and send them to fall from a height that could or would kill them. Black magic, Avada Kedavra, could be used for medical purposes. A wizard who had no hope to live, the healer could use it so the patient didn't need to feel any pain anymore. Light and dark both are magic. It was a blessing from the Lady Magic herself. And someone who says that dark magic is evil, that means they say that Lady Magic is evil. Hadrian said, looking around with a smile, am I wrong? They give a laugh at Hadrian's explanation, making H.I.M. giggle slightly as he opens the book and begins to read again. It's already 6 months and Hadrian finally makes a list of what he needs to repair in the Britain Wizarding world. Marvolo Riddle, Skeeter is his ally. Basilisk and Cerberus, unite the House Hogwarts. Destroy Dumbledore's world, all false charge. Make sure Voldemort dies as Tom Riddle returns. Make sure the Death Eaters are disbanded. Make Sue. There is no light or dark classification of magic. Magic is magic. Restore the traditions of the Wizarding world. Open an orphanage for magical orphans. Make sure there is no more bias among each other, Muggle or not. Restore the right of all creature in Britain Wizarding world. Restore the royal family of the British Wizarding world. Hadrian exhaled and finished writing the to-do list. It will be a hard time to achieve this list. He hoped that there would be no bloodshed. He wanted a politic war rather than a bloody war, and the only one who can do it is that person. He also needs to tell Severus about his block and compulsion. Hadrian also needs to clear his guilt and let him accept the Dark Lord's revival, since all of this is Dumbledore's plot. Let's not forget Sirius. He needs to free Sirius. When he goes to Hogwarts to steal the rat, also Remus, he needs to ask Severus to make the Wolfsbane potion for him. Hadrian also buys a whole Wizard NG wardrobe for him from Madame Malkin's. He hasn't bought his owl and wand, but thankfully the Black Manor has an owl and owlery to use, so he begins to write a letter for Remus. Dear Remus Lupin, greeting. I'm Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black, your godson. I didn't know where you were, but I hope for you to come back to me at Black Manor. I was 8 years old when I ran away from my abusive Muggle relatives that Dumbledore sent me to. I know about you from Father Will. He said that you were like a brother to him, so I want to know my uncle. Please come back to your godson. I miss you, Moony. Please. I will never forget about you giving me a wolf-stuffed plushie when I was still a baby. I have eidetic memory. I remember you, and there is a portkey to the Black Manor in the envelope. Yours, Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black. That was a few hours ago, and Hadrian was waiting for him in the Ancestor Hall. He woke up from laying on the couch when he felt someone enter the house. He immediately ran down the stairs and indeed saw Remus standing there, nervous. Moony. Hadrian greets him with a grin. Prongslet. Remus greets him with a slight smile and unshed tears. Hadrian without any hesitation tackled him, causing him to huff out an oof and take a sight to step back. Remus hugged him back, inhaling his godson's scent. Welcome back home, Moony. Hadrian whispered into the man's stomach. I'm back, Hadrian. Remus responds, tightening his hold slightly. Hadrian leaned away from him. Krekker. Young master call, he asked as he popped into the room. Remus raised an eyebrow when saw the house elf wearing an elegant uniform with the Black family insignia stitched into the chest. Yes, from now on, he's going to live with us. He's Remus Lupin and one of my godfathers. Hadrian introduced him to Remus. Please treat Krekkers like a friend and family. There are no masters or servants in this house. Quote. Remus's eyes widened slightly in surprise as he looked at Krekker before holding out his hand for Krekker to shake in greeting. Nice to meet you, Krekker. Remus shook his hand gently. Welcome to Black Manor, Master Lupin. Krekkers responded, returning the handshake. Krekker, please bring some snacks and warm tea to the living room. Hadrian asked. Of course, young master. Krekker popped away to do as asked. Hadrian led Remus to the living room where they sat and got comfortable enjoying the snacks and warm tea creature had put in there. Where have you been, Hadrian? Remus asked. I got sent by Dumbledore to my mother's sister who hates magic, so it's no surprise that it was an abusive household. Hadrian sighed. Remus growled, making him touch his hand, smiling. Sorry. No problem. Also, it's better if you go to Gringotts to get yourself checked, since I had many compulsions and blocks on my body. Hadrian comment. Who put them there? Remus asked. Who else? Hadrian raised his brow in question. Dumbledore. Remus growled slightly, the sound vibrating deep in his chest. I'm gonna ask the Oblin to make some potion for your wolf to calm down, Hadrian said as he put down the teacup. Remus stiffened. You know. I have an eidetic memory, of course I know. But, there is nothing wrong with werewolves as long as you stay in a locked silver-lined room when the full moon is out. It was not your choice to have this curse. It was unfair for people to judge you in fear like you're some kind of beast. Those kinds of people I hate, Hadrian said with a gentle smile. That's why while you are here you can be free. You don't need to fear, and perhaps you can call this Black Manor your home. Home, Remus muttered and sighs, giving a smile to his godson. Did you know that you were a replica of your mother? I didn't know, but from what I read from her will I can see that mother was a kind heart person. Hadrian said, his eyes reflecting his melancholy at not getting to know her personally. The rest of the evening, Hadrian and Remus caught up as Hadrian snuggled into his side listening to his stories of Remus's travels. The manor, which was once serene, silent, was now full of laughter. Even the elder were smitten by his sweet and kind-hearted personality. Rione, who stayed in the Black Manor, didn't need to watch long to know that Hadrian had a gentle mien. Just like Lady Magic herself, especially when he joined the house elves to cook or fix the garden. Anyone can see that there was no border in the manor. Hadrian also made a painting so the elders could move through the house, making them grateful since it made it easier for them to watch over their child. A year has passed since Hadrian started living in Black Manor. He was 9 years old, and Remus had taken his advice and gone to the goblins and got himself cleared of possible potions and compulsions. Remus had been bewildered when Hadrian spoke to the Lord of the Goblins in a friendly manner. What shocked him more was when Lord Ragnarok had graced Hadrian with a smile when he tried to speak the goblin language only for it to come out somewhat broken. Hadrian, is there something that you haven't told me? Remus asked one day. Why? He asked in confused look up from the homework that Grandpa Phineas had given to him earlier. It was about second-year potions, since Merlin know that Hadrian is a genius child, thanks that he is time traveler and his eidetic memory. In his previous life, he never pay attention to class because of the war. It's a feat to have a goblin behind you, especially Lord Ragnarok. He is one of the lords of the goblin nation. With him supporting you, the goblin nation is also supporting you, Remus pointed out. Remus, what do you know about Mother's inheritance? Hadrian asked. She's Muggleborn, Remus asked in confusion. Hadrian laughed softly. That is wrong. Mother was a descendant of the Pendragon family, meaning she was a direct descendant of the Pendragon Emrys family. Her parents were killed apparently, and she got adopted by Evan family. She had found this out after taking an inheritance test with Ragnarok before going into hiding with me in her womb and father. Wait, Pendragon Emrys? Remus asked, blinking several times in shock, then his eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Lily was born to the British wizard royal family. I thought they were killed off. Yes, she knew of her heritage when she graduated from Hogwarts, but she refused since it was too heavy a burden for her to bear. Hadrian informed him. Look down at the homework. She stayed quiet about her royal blood since she knew she would be targeted. The long-lost British wizarding royal family is found. Every child who was born from the Pendragon Emrys line have emerald eyes with a silver rim in them, but it depends on their power. What do you mean it depends on their power? Remus asked in confusion. Every Pendragon child has emerald eyes, and from what I've read from the Dragon Palace, that emerald eyes come from the Emrys bloodline, who got blessing from the Lady Magic herself and Merlin himself. Emerald is a sign of the Emrys family. It was said that nature will obey their blood and magic. It also said that Lady Magic comes from nature, so as a blessing she avenue the eyes to their family to represent a lush emerald green forest is a sign of blessing of Lady Magic. The silver ring is from the Pendragon blood. The silver came from Arthur's ability to wield Excalibur. It's said the magic from the sword bled into his eyes, creating the silver ring. Green for the magic of Mother Nature and silver for the protection and ability to protect from the sword. Hadrian informed him. And every Pendragon Emrys children has eidetic memory and natural occlumency. It's one of the Great Mother's gifts to help us lead. So we can never forget our mistakes, so we can learn from them. Depending on their power, Remus asked barely above a whisper, completely stunned by what he is learning about his friend's family. Hadrian smiled, giggling. Silly Remus. Of course every child has a lot of magic in their body, and when the children are strong enough their eyes will show a silver swirl like mine. It means that child is strong enough to become the blade needed to guide and protect their people. Remus frowned, staring at Hadrian, who oozing with warm magic, and indeed his forest green emerald eye forming a swirling silver power in it make him stunned once more. How? Remus croaked out past suddenly dry lips. Silver color is Arthur's color, it's what gives me the rights to be the next heir to the throne. Hadrian claimed, grinning at the slumped werewolf. Remus gives a quiet hum to stun to respond to the influx of information. After that he sometimes joined Hadrian in the lessons with the Black Elder in the ancestral hall. It's quite ironic to call it ancest Rawl hall, what with the soft sofa and tables and desks placed throughout the place it looked more like a study hall. He knows half of the lesson which his godson takes, but for some reason Hadrian Maste read wandless magic up until 3rd year curriculum, and it proves that he has a talent in charms and potions just like Lily. Before meeting Hadrian, Remus wondered what happened to his godson. Is he gonna resemble his father, his mother, or something else entirely? But the moment he saw the munchkin, those thoughts were thrown away. The boy was too kind for this world. Hadrian is a replica of Lily, and it makes him relieved that his godson didn't follow the footstep of his father, seriously studying about his heritage as he aims to reclaim the throne of the royal family. Hadrian, did you say you don't like to play Quidditch? Remus once asked. I don't know how to play, but I followed the Quidditch match. I love flying, Hadrian says with grin. That grin and love of flying were the only traits he got from James. Other than that, he is purely Lily's son and a black. It is also the influence of the Black Elder who teach him the politic of the wizarding world, both domestic and international. No, at all surprisingly he absorbs everything like a sponge, taking everything the elders say to him and storing it away for later use. Sometimes Hadrian has a debate with the elder about politic display. In his more Slytherin side, as he and the elder blacks try to outwit one another. This make the elders of the Black family proud of him until the day that he shows his Slytherin blood in full, when he found a snake in the garden and brought it inside, making Remus choke on air. Where did you get that snake? Remus asked, warily eyeing the snake in his godson's arms. I summoned her. Hadrian showed the snake, who yawned, displaying sharp fangs glistening in the light. Summoned it her? Remus asked, alert. Yes, I was practicing Serpensortia, and then a snake comes out of nowhere, and then she spoke English to me. It's amazing, Hadrian said, looking at the snake. He's my godfather, Remus Lupin. Hadrian says, not noticing how pale Remus had become. He reek of the wolf, she say to Hadrian, making him giggle. He's a werewolf, Hadrian tells her as he gently pets her scales. Hadrian, Remus calls him in a wary way to make him look at him. You're not speaking English. Hadrian remains silent, looking at Remus, blinking. I speak the serpent language. Parseltongue. He cheered up and making him flustered. Do you hate me for speaking Parseltongue? No, there is nothing wrong with it, I was just surprised. Remus sent the snake away and hugged him. Parseltongue is a trait of Slytherin descendant. How are you a Slytherin descendant? I think because of this mark, Hadrian said, looking up at his godfather. You don't hate me for having a dark trait. Remus snorted. You were already dark, cub. No matter what, it is a blessing. What do you know about Parseltongue? Hadrian Ned into his godfather's warmth and hummed. In India it is seen as sacred. See, there is nothing wrong just because the last Parseltongues is a dark lord. You must be proud to have one trait of Salazar Slytherin in you. Remus says. MN. Okay. Hadrian responds and stays silent until a wicked glimmer twinkles in his eyes. Wouldn't this make Dumbledore lose his face? His golden boy has a dark trait. Remus looked at Hadrian's wicked glimmer and it reminded him of James, so it make him bark a laugh. Year has passed and Hadrian has mastered wandless magic up until the 5th year curriculum. He also mastered potion up to 6th year and battled against Remus with wandless magic. Hadrian was 11 years old and he was excited to receive his letter, to finally go to Hogwarts. Hadrian woke up in the morning and went to the dining room and saw Remus already awake with Cracker putting the food on the table. He greeted Cracker and Remus good morning. Over the past 2 years Hadrian fixed the house elf's room with the permission of the elders. At just 11 years old Hadrian was already far more advanced than other children in his age group. He got taught like a proper pure blood and Summit. He went to the Dragon Palace Ancestry Hall where he got taught about the wizarding world, politic and history of the wizard from Merlin and King Arthur. Are you excited to receive the letter, cub? Remus asked, sipping his morning tea. Yup, Hadrian chirped as he spread butter on his toast. I'm gonna free Sirius from Azkaban. Remus pursed his lips in a thin line. Hope you will. Remus was quite angry when he heard that Sirius didn't betray them but got framed by that rat. He was angry at himself when he didn't realize that Peter is Death Eater and the one who led the Dark Lord to James and Lily. Hadrian ate breakfast in silence while reading the Daily Prophet until an owl came to him, making him look up in delight. Hogwarts owl, Hadrian practically yells, jumping up from his chair. He takes the letter and gives some bacon to the owl. Hadrian sees the letter and gives him a smirk. Oh, how fun it will be to see the old man almost get a heart attack when he hears his true name at the sorting. Mr. H.L. Potter Black, the Black Manor, England. Well, there is only one place where we can get all of this. Remus says as he reads the paper and looked at Hadrian. Diagon Alley. Perhaps we can visit Ragnarok. Hadrian suggests, making Remus nod. A few hours later, after Hadrian sends a letter that he has a godfather, Remus who can and will escorted him to Diagon Alley. So he didn't need a person from the school come fetch him. Hadrian wore a black family robe with his raven hair that had grown to his shoulder blades got tied with a silver ribbon. He put a glamour on his scar so no one noticed it, even. Remus wore quite elegant robes to better blend in with the pureblood high society. They apparated to the apparition point in Diagon Alley. Hadrian grunted, making Remus laugh. They make their way to Gringotts. They greet the goblin teller in a polite manner, who called a runner goblin to guide them to the Lord Ragnarok's office. My friend, it's been a while. How are you doing? Hadrian greeted his goblin friend in gobbledygook, making him grin. I'm doing fine. What brought you here, Hadrian? Ragnarok asked. I just got my Hogwarts letter and I want to take some money to buy my things. Hadrian says, showing the Hogwarts letter to the fierce-looking goblin. Do you want cash or card? Ragnarok asked. I prefer cash though, but I think I want both of them. Hadrian says after some thought. As you wish. Ragnarok gave him a golden card and a galleon pouch connected to his vaults. Thank you, my friend. Oh, write about my heritage as Crown Prince. I heard from King Arthur in the Dragon Palace that I need to take a hairpin from the vault the moment I was 11 years old as protection or something like that. Hadrian informed him. Then please follow me. Ragnarok gestured for him to follow. They go to the carts and settle in for a long ride. Finally they arrive at the very bottom of the caverns containing the vaults of the oldest families in the wizarding world. Ragnarok tells Hadrian to prick his finger and place a drop of blood on the door, since no one can open the door except the person who has royal blood. The vault opens, showing a bunch of gold, swords, books, long-forgotten tomes and intricate jewelry in all different styles. He entered the vault, before looking back to see Ragnarok cannot enter because of the barrier that ONLY lets those of royal blood enter the vault. Hadrian looked around trying to find the item in question until he notices something at the top of the messy pile of gold coins. He used wandless magic to bring the box to him. Hadrian opened the box to reveal what was placed within. It was a silver dragon hairpin with an emerald wand clutched in its talons. He touched the hairpin, and the moment he touched it, a silver dragon came out from the hairpin, showing a logo of the British Wizarding Royal Family crest, stunning him until it disappeared back into the hairpin. Slowly he pulled it from its box and the pin into his hair, feeling the magic embedded into it wash over him, similar to what he felt when he donned his rings for the first time. They left the vault, letting it creak closed behind them. They returned to the surface and bid a proper farewell to Lord Ragnarok. May your gold overflow like a river and your enemy flee. Hadrian bid him as he nodded to the proud goblin. Ragnarok grinned and responded. May your magic bless you and your enemy fall to their knee. Oh, they will. Hadrian though with wicked smirk. Okay. Which do you want to go to first? Remus asked with his arm around his godson's shoulders. I want to get books and an owl last. Perhaps, clothes first. Hadrian says, making him nod. They go to the Madame Malkin's clothes for all occasions. Hadrian enter the shop, bringing the attention of Madame Malvinus to the front, who smiled at him. Hogwarts, dear? She asked. Yes, please. The whole wardrobe if you don't mind. Hadrian says. Madame Malkin's checked his posture, body, his length and everything until she finished telling him to wait for a few seconds. Hadrian sit beside Draco Malfoy, who looks at him. Hello. Hadrian greet him with gentle smile. Hello. Going Hogwarts? Draco asked, caught off guard. Yes. My godfather is out getting Mr. Books while I'm getting the school robes. Hadrian said to him. Which house do you think you will join? Draco smirked. Slytherin, of course. It is the best house. Indeed. A cunning and ambitious house. Hadrian say in agreement. How about you? Draco asked incuriously. Hadrian hummed, tilting his head. Honestly, my family already experienced all of the 4 houses, so they didn't bother me much about which house to join. They say to leave it up to the hat to decide, but I think I'd go to Hufflepuff or Slytherin. I'm not joining Ravenclaws since I'm not knowledge hungry or a bookworm, or even worse, Gryffindor. Why Hufflepuff? Draco asked, curious once more. Why not? Hufflepuff is a neutral house. No one thought something was wrong in that house. Hufflepuff is often looked down upon, and isn't it great when they thought nothing was wrong in there even though there was a mole in there? Hadrian asked with a smirk, then huffed. But I think the hat's gonna tell me that those poor badger cannot keep up with me. So rude. You're gonna join Slytherin for sure. Draco blurted out. Hadrian scrunched his nose, pouting slightly. Why does everyone think I'll join Slytherin? Well, no problem though, my grandmother was a Slytherin and grandfather a Gryffindor. Although personally I think there Avenue been to many lions in recent years in my family. Your grandmother? Draco inquired. Yes. My paternal grandmother was in Slytherin, my maternal great-grandparents were Ravenclaws, my paternal grandfather was a Gryffindor. My maternal grandpa was a Hufflepuff. Hadrian counted with his finger and with a smile at Draco. So, I have all 4 house in my family. That. Draco looked speechless. Hadrian chuckled. My family doesn't care about light, dark or gray. They don't care about the blood status. They said that magic is magic as long as the children have magic, then it is a blessing from Lady Magic no matter where the child's parents come from. In the end we are only one creature, human. We bleed the same crimson blood, even those dark creatures bleed red. There is nothing wrong with blood status as long as Lady Magic blessing is with us. Hadrian stands up when Madame Malkins has his clothes finished. He pays for the clothes, then looks back at Draco Malfoy, who is stunned speechless, making him smile. That is what my family has taught us from a young age. Hadrian said to him, and with a sad smile, even though my family wishes to have the traditions of the wizarding world back, doesn't mean we hate Muggleborns. We hate the Muggleborns that come to our world to change our tradition, and it is an insult to Lady Magic. He smiled at Draco, bowing to him like a proper pureblood. Let's meet at Hogwarts. Before Draco asks his name, Hadrian disappears among the crowd. He meets up with Remus in the ice cream parlor. How was it, Cub? Remus asked. Interesting. I meet Heir Malfoy, Hadrian said. Draco Malfoy. Remus hummed. If I remember, Sirius is Narcissa Malfoy's cousin. Oh, that means I and he are cousins, Hadrian said, making Remus laugh. Now, where to next? Remus asked. Wand. I need a wand, Hadrian muttered. Ollivander's it is, Remus commented. They go to Ollivander's wand maker. Hadrian entered the shop, looking around until he saw Mr. Ollivander appear. Hello. I wondered when I would be seeing you, Crown Prince. Ollivander greeted him. Greetings and pleasure to meet you, Mr. Ollivander. Hadrian greeted him with a wink. But I hope that title is a secret. Of course, Mr. Potter Black. Mr. Ollivander says with amusement, picking wands from the pile of boxes. It seems like just yesterday when your mother and father came to pick their wand. Hadrian tries multiple wands and nothing match until Mr. Ollivander gives him a wand with hesitance until he takes it. Hadrian gasped when the magic oozes from his body, and he can imagine his emerald eyes glowing brightly with a silver color like a whirlpool. Yes, very curious, Mr. Ollivander commented, looking around. What's curious? Hadrian asks, eyes narrowed at the old wand maker. Even though he traveled through time, he had forget what he speak to him about the wand. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter Black. It so happens that the phoenix whose tie L feather resides in your wand gave another feather just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. Mr. Ollivander informed him as he points to where his scar is hidden by his glamour. We do not speak his name, the wand chooses the wizard Mr. Potter Black. It's not always clear why, but I think it is clear that we can expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible but great. Hadriana gives a soft smile to Mr. Ollivander care, holding the wand like some kind of precious artifact. I did a mistake in the past, but I got a second chance and I will never let this chance go. He expects great things, but he cannot do it alone. I leave the future to the Lady Magic and Fate. After all, we cannot live when the other dies after all, Hadriana declared. Mr. Ollivander's face is filled with satisfaction. Then we cannot wait to see what kind of world you two change. Restore the bridge, Irish wizarding world to its former glory, Crown Prince. Hadrian takes out money and with a determined smile, we will. Have a good day, Mr. Ollivander. Hadrian met with Remus in the owl shop. He looked around until he saw his snowy white owl patting her head, making her coo as she leans into his touch. Welcome back, Hedwig, Hadrian murmured in nostalgia as tears rimmed his eyes that he refused to let fall. That is rare, she's quite picky, the shop owner says. I want her, please. Hadrian choked out. 50 galleon, he says. Hadrian gave the money to him. He showed the owl to Remus, who hummed by how beautiful she is. You're not gonna buy a snake? Remus asked curiously. Nope. Besides, in Hogwarts there is a big snake with a fluffy dog. Hadrian grins to him, earning a confused look that he ignored. They decided to go home since the sun is setting and they had finished their shopping. The only thing left is to wait for the time go to the Hogwarts. I changed the background a little bit. I didn't follow the background just like original, like Lily who was Muggle-born. I changed her into a squib. Chapter 5. Hogwarts. It was already a few months and it's time for him to go into Hogwarts. Remus checking everything and apparating him away from Black Manor. Remus hugged him tightly. Study hard, Remus says and whispers, I miss you. I miss you too, Hadrian whispered back, leaned away from him. Well, I better search for the compartment since it is still empty. Yeah. Good idea. Have fun in Hogwarts. Remus kissed his head. Hadrian bid him farewell, wandless alleviate his trunk into the compartment. He ignored the look, saw Neville Longbottom struggling with his trunk. Hey. Wanna some help? Hadrian asked. Yeah, if you don't mind. Neville say sheepishly. No problem. Hadrian waved it and he alleviated it easily to the compartment, making Neville wide eyes stunned. Done, let's go search an empty seat, shall we? Yeah, Neville follow him. They go walk to the behind and saw an empty compartment, make them enter it. Hadrian take off the glamour that hide his scars, sit across Neville. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black. He introduce himself. You're Harry Potter? Neville asked in surprise. Hadrian smiled sweetly. No. I'm Hadrian Potter Black. And you are? Neville, who realized that this boy is not Harry Potter, the clueless boy who lived just like Dumbledore, said. He introduced himself properly. Neville Longbottom. Nice to meet you. He introduced himself. Oh, I am sorry for your parents. Our family was quite close after all. Hadrian say. Yes. Neville nod, stare at Hadrian. What? Is there something wrong? He asked. No. Just you're different. I mean, from the people I heard in the story you're different. Neville say. Yeah. All of them are a hoax and I sued them all already. What is your favorite subject? Hadrian asked in intrigue. Herbology. I love plant. Neville brightened. Oh, you will become a great herbology though if I suggest. Which house do you want to join? Hadrian asked. What about you, Potter Black? Neville asked. Please call me Hadrian. I shall call you Neville, since we are already friends after all. Hadrian declared, make him lit up. I love potion and charm and perhaps I join Slytherin or Ravenclaw. I don't think I gonna join Hufflepuff since I have a trust issue, or Gryffindor since I'm not like them. Slytherin. Neville squeaked. What's wrong with Slytherin? Oh come on. Just because the Dark Lord in there didn't mean the house is evil. It's a great house. Cunning and ambitious. Hadrian say in exasperated, just because they're dark didn't mean evil. That makes sense. Neville understand. So, what house do you join? Hadrian asked. Before he opened his mouth the door got open showing Malfoy make them stare at each other in stunned. I heard Harry Potter in here. Draco say. Hello. We meet again. Hadrian comment Draco looked at him. You're Hufflepuff. Greeting. You are. Hadrian asked in polite. Draco cleared his throat. Greeting. Draco Malfoy, heir of Malfoy. Hadrian nudge at Neville's foot made him snap back from his stare. Greeting, heir Malfoy. Neville Longbottom, heir of Longbottom. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black, heir of Black. He introduced himself. You're Harry Potter. Draco asked. No, I'm Hadrian Potter Black, please call me as such. He said and gestured to him to sit beside him. Come seat. I heard that your mother is my aunt, therefore we are cousin. Draco hummed sit beside him in a silent look at him. You're quite different from people's imagination. I know, right? Neville chirped up in agree. Hadrian laughed softly. Isn't it interesting? I can know. Gee, wait to see the old man expression seeing me as an exact replica of my mother, not my father. What do you mean? Neville asked in confused. Dumbledore sent me to my mother's sister's family who hate magic, and I would say it was an abusive household. I was 8 years old when I ran away from home, and thankfully I remember blurry the way to the wizarding world, so I went to Gringotts immediately. You, too, cannot imagine what that old man put in me. Hadrian say clenching his hand. What? Draco asked. He put a blocking to my magic core 75, eidetic memory, natural occlumency, but for Worsley he put a block to my soul bond to my soulmate. Hadrian say. That barbaric. Draco claimed in surprise. And this is the leader of the light. Neville shake his head. Hadrian smiled. Well, I was clean now thanks to the goblin healer. I go to the Black Manor and live there with my godfather, Remus Lupin, since others of my godfather are still in Azkaban that I am trying to release. You mean Sirius Black? He killed 12 Muggle. Neville say. Oh no, he is innocent. Got framed and he didn't have any trial, but before that I need a proof to make him released from Azkaban, and unfortunately it was in Hogwarts. Hadrian saw an intrigue make him smirk mischievously. It was my secret. They talked to each other with Hadrian take out a potion book from his bag while Neville and Draco talked to each other. Oh, you have my godfather book. Draco say. What did you just say? Godfather. Severus Snape is your godfather. Hadrian leaned to him, make him leaned away. Yes, you're too close. Draco huffed when Hadrian leaned away. His work is amazing. He is the youngest potion master. I admired him, you know. Hadrian praised him with a bright emerald eye. Make Draco and Neville look at each other. You meet him soon. Draco comment. I know, it's one of my excited subjects that I'm looking forward to. Hadrian say in delight. Suddenly the door opened showing Ron Weasley. He looked around. I heard Harry Potter is on the train. So what? It's better if you get out. Draco sneered, looked at him up and down. Red hair, passed down robe. You're Weasley. You slimy snake. Harry Potter will beco me my friend, and we will go on an adventure together and we will become heroes. Ron boasted. Look at him, there's no way he will befriend a filthy Death Eater. Hadrian touching Draco's arm made him calm down. It's better if you get out from here. No one desires your presence here, Weasley. You. Ron angry until his face red. Get out. Hadrian says with a cold voice, make them shiver by the sudden suppressed air in the compartments. I didn't hesitate to use my magic to protect my friend. Hadrian use a wandless magic to throw him out and slam the door with slam, make Draco and Neville who look at him who already calmed down. That wandless magic. Draco comment. Oh, I forgot use my wand. Hadrian blink. Remind me not to anger you. Neville comment. Agree. Draco comment in stunned. The sun is soon setting and it shows that they're gonna arrive in Hogwarts soon. Draco and Neville change the clothes to school robe, and thankfully, Hadrian already has his robe where the train is stopped at the Hogwarts station. Hadrian. Neville and Draco stand up and get out from the train. Fist yay, come out, don't be shy, and giant man shout with lantern. The prefect holding the door for the first year to come out. They also come out from the train. They ride a boat to the Hogwarts. Wow, Hadrian comment. Isn't it majestic? Draco comment. Majestic, yes. Neville awed and stunned. Hadrian closed his eyes and let the Hogwarts magic come reach him. He can sense a joy and yet their sadness until a girl voice echoed in his mind. Crown Prince. Is it you? She asked in hopeful. You are Lady Hogwarts. Greeting. I'm Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black, House of Pendragon Emrys Crown Prince. Oh, finally the royal family is coming. It should be celebrated. Ah, please don't. I don't want to make a ruckus. I want to stay low, and I know about the leader of light who is fooling everyone and bringing the Britain wizarding world to its downfall. Yes, I cannot stop the previous one. Please, Crown Prince, please restore the Britain wizarding world and I shall told the ghost to protect you from him. Hadrian opens his eyes, gets out from the boat, enters the castle, touches the castle. Makes him magic and Hogwarts magic to familiarize each other. I promise. Hadrian whispers silently. They walk to the stairs. Some of them screamed when the ghost appeared in front of them, but when they saw Hadrian they bow to him, make him bow to them back until they arrived at the top of stairs. Saw Professor McGonagall is there. Hadrian stands beside Draco with Neville inside of the stair with his back straight. I'm sleepy. Hadrian whispers out of nowhere, make Neville and Draco look at him. I was excited and cannot sleep. Ah, I know that feeling. I also cannot sleep. Neville pat his shoulder. Hadrian sighing, waiting for Professor McGonagall come back to them, and in that time they heard Ron Weasley boast that he gonna befriend with Harry Potter and doing an adventure together. I don't want to stay in the same house as him. Hadrian comment in disgust. Don't worry, I bet you join Slytherin. Neville comment. What about you? Hadrian asked. My grandma was me to join Gryffindor. Nope, not your grandma or your father but you, Neville. What house do you want to join? Hadrian asked, cut his sentence. I don't know, if it not Gryffindor then Hufflepuff. Neville comment. No matter which house we go to, we're friends. Okay. Hadrian say in serious. Of course. Neville say, make him grin. Don't forget me. Draco huffed, look away. Ah, I have a best friend. Hadrian say shamelessly, make them flustered. Not long Professor McGonagall came to them to make them follow her to the Great Hall. Hadrian didn't look up at ceiling but he looked at the professor in the table. He saw Dumbledore in there, make him clench his hand in tight to suppress his anger. Hadrian look at Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape. He needs to give him the letter from his mother to him. It's better as soon as possible. Before we begin, Professor Dumbledore would like to say a few word. Professor McGonagall say. Professor Dumbledore stood up. I have a few start-off term notices I wish to announce. The first year, please note that the Dark Forest is strictly forbidden to all students. Our caretaker Mr. Filch has asked me to remind you that the third floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bound to everyone who does not wish to die a most painful death. Thank you. The next is a short time. There nothing changes like before. Hadrian clapped when Draco sorted into Slytherin. He clapped when Neville sorted into Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall halted and looked back at Professor Dumbledore, who only stay quiet to make her clear her throat. Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black. Potter. Harry Potter. Black. Hadrian walked gracefully like a pureblood and sit in the stool with hat in his head. He hummed. What is this? Oh, I sure you didn't want go to Gryffindor after all of that, Crown Prince. Yes. I don't care which house. I promised Lady Hogwarts to bring back to glory of Britain wizarding world, and because of that I need to take down the root of the trouble, and you know very well who that is. Hadrian answer. Indeed. Lady Hogwarts told us about this. The last one failed because of his interfered, but this time make sure you stand together, not fight with each other. Crown Prince. I know. This time I shall stand beside him and take back my kingdom. Hadrian firmly made the magic of Hogwarts engulfed him in a warm feelings. Better hurry, sorted me out since it already took 5 minutes. Single quote. Yes, you cannot go to the Hufflepuff because they cannot keep up with you. Ravenclaw's out and it better going to Slytherin. The hall is silent with Adrian take off the hat, put it in the stool. He bow to the hat who break the silence. Come visit me sometime. He say gleefully. Hadrian smiled softly. I will. Draco and Neville clap and follow by other student. Hadrian sit beside Draco, who give him a smug smirk. I told you, you're gonna join Slytherin. Draco smugly say, yes and erased that smugness. Hadrian say make him chuckle, attention please. Professor. McGonagall clang her glass. Professor. Dumbledore stood up. Let's the feast begin. As the cue a bunch of food appeared in the table make the student has a grin in their face begin to eat. So, Potter, how does it feel to become a Slytherin? It is the first time Potter has a Slytherin. A female sneered at him. Who said there no Slytherin in Potter? My grandmother Doria Potter. Nay Black, and beside I don't remember much about my parent and I live in Black House since I was 8 years old, so I don't much about Potter since I raised along with elder of Black family. Hadrian say like he told a child. And isn't it rude to not introduce yourself? She flustered slightly. Daphne Greengrass. Greeting. Hadrian Potter Black. He introduced himself back. The Slytherin stewed. NT look at each other decided to stop asking him questions since it clearly he say that he live in Black family not in Potter family. ... Severus Snape looks at the first years who lined up. He can see his godson among the students, but when he looks at the boy beside his godson he needs to take a double look because the boy was a replica of Lily except his crimson hair. The boy was indeed the Potter brat but black. The boy also walks like a pureblood and the hall was silent for 5 minutes. Even Professor McGonagall looks at Dumbledore who has worry in his face. The boy had his eyes closed. He converses with the hat. Slytherin. The hat shout. It was all of his might to not wide eye and jaw drop by the result, but unfortunately Dumbledore has an disbelief in his eyes, even the people has a disbelief. Vey, but more shocking more the hat talking to him. Come visit me sometime. It say to him. The boy bowed to him politely with soft smile that remind him of Lily and not James Potter and all of the resin. Fullness disappeared from his mind seeing that smile. I will, he say softly, walk proudly to the Slytherin table. Severus raised one of his eyebrow looking at his godson and Potter brat interact. OBV. Easily their close friend with Draco has a smug expression and the Potter brat has a fond and amused expression. 4x. After the feast, the prefects bring the first year to the Slytherin's house. Hadrian stands beside Draco and the password is Basilisk. The door opens showing a green and silver color with an underwater view from the window. Everything is in order, sir. One of the prefects spoke. Welcome to Slytherin, Professor Snape says, and it is like before his low, silky voice is echoed in the room making the students stay silent. It made Hadrian know that he indeed is needed to come back to save the wizarding world. I am Professor Severus Snape, your head of house and the potion master of this school. As a new member of this house there are few rules that you must know and learn to abide by. Outside these walls you will experience prejudice and discrimination because of your house selection. The Slytherin house is not seen in a positive light. Because of this, all snakes, within our main territory, will appear as a united front. Even if you truly despise a fellow housemate, outside these walls you will allow none of this to show. If you see a fellow housemate in need of aid, you will help them. This rule is non-negotiable. He look each of them to make sure they understand. We are Slytherin, and this is the house of cunning champions. Should you, perchance, deviate from the written rule, do not get caught. If you think you might be caught, have an alibi at your disposal. And if you are caught, make sure that it's by me. Professor Snape gave them a look that might get the MA's slow painful death, and it almost made him grin. A true Slytherin. The prejudice you will face, unfortunately, also extends to members of this faculty. They will believe the word of another house over you in a heartbeat. So, if you have any problems, any issues or any concerns, you are free to come and speak to me at any time. My office can be accessed through the painting of the stirring cauldron, and if you are unsure, a prefect or an older student will show you the way. All the first and second years are to travel in groups, unless absolutely necessary, and your curfew is at 8 p.m. during the week and 9 p.m. on weekends and holidays. I expect the prefects to organize and structure study sessions where necessary and see to it that our youngest members are settling and adjusting accordingly. Any concerns you may have can, of course, be brought to me. Marcus Flint is the current captain of Quidditch captain. Any questions of the sport are to be directed to him, Professor Snape halted regarding them all to understand the meaning of the sword. Any questions? He asked. When there was no negative response, he dismissed the student. Hadrian sighed and walked toward the bedroom. It was a curtai. N bed at each of the walls with tables at each other besides. Hadriana took out his trunk and used a wandless magic to put all of his clothes into wardrobe. Say, we haven't met, introduce yourselves. Hadrian calls to the other 3 roommates, I'm Hadrian Potter Black. Pleasure and please call me Hadrian since we're gonna be stuck together. Theodore Not, pleasure to meet you Hadrian. He greet him, I'm Blaise Zabini. Nice to meet you, he greet them. Draco Malfoy, nice to meet you all. He greet them. We can call each other using our names since we are going to be together for 7 years. Hadrian's comment made them agree, I'm gonna change my clothes and go to bed. They went to bed with Hadrian, who lay in the comfy bed with Hogwarts magic calming him down, making him hear a humming sound that lulled him to sleep. Hadrian woke up in the morning, the sun still has yet to rise, he gave a pulse of magic to Hogwarts and indeed a warm magic blanketing him making him smile. Good morning Crown Prince. It's still early for the Crown Prince to wake up. She say, it's okay, I got used to waking up early, and I wanted to read a book in the common room. A refreshed brain is easy to remember, my dear. Hadrian goes to the bathroom to wash his body and face. He sleeps deeply since normally he sleeps late night and wakes early, but now he sleeps 21:00 at night and wakes up at 05:00. It makes his eyes open wide with how long he rested. He wears his uniform clothes except his robe, then he begins to meditate for at least 30 minutes, then he's gonna go read a book. Hadrian finished meditating on the bedroom floor. Hadrian meditated to organize his mind from the bunch of information that he stored in his mind and to circulate his magic to make it spread out around Hogwarts. Hadrian needed to sharpen his senses, so he meditated until 30 minutes later he opened his eyes and turned off the silent alarm from his side. He began to open the book he needed to read until Draco's curtain got pulled open, making him look at him, who yawned. Good morning. Hadrian greeted him with amusement. Draco blinked numerous times and frowned. How long have you been awake? Since 5 in the morning. Hadrian answered in amusement. Merlin, it's too early. Draco sighed. Go to the bathroom before it is packed by the students. Hadrian said, made him nod and got out of the bed. Hadrian huffed in amusement. He saw Draco come back to the bedroom with proper clothes on and much more awake thanks to the water he assumed. They fixed their bed silently. I'm gonna go to the common room. Hadrian say make him nod. He exhales and goes down to the common room. He sits in the chair. Hadrian saw Draco go down from the stairs. What subject do they teach first? Hadrian asked incurious. I don't know. Perhaps charm or transfiguration. Draco comment make him hummed. The sun is rising and the students are gathered around the common room. He and Draco stay behind, especially Hadriana, who stays behind like a ghost. He rarely speaks to other snakes except for Draco. The students begin to walk together to the Great Hall for breakfast. Hadrian sits beside Draco and eats toast in silence while reading a book in silence. He ignored everyone until Professor Snape gave him the schedule. Thank you, Professor. Hadrian say in soft voice. What are you reading? Blaise asked incurious. Barely. Legal dark ritual book from Black Mansion Library. Hadrian say bluntly didn't look up from the word that they cannot read. Barely legal. Theodore asked in wary. Yes. Unfortunately this book is illegal in 40 countries but barely legal in Britain, and thankfully Black Ancestor has a permission from the International Council to have this book be kept by Black Library. Hadrian say without hesitance make them blanched. Everyone knows about the Black Mansion Library. It has a darkest and most illegal book that somehow the Black family managed to attain in. How? No one knows. For sure, no one can open those books without blood and magic of the Black family, and it makes the book stay safer from other wizards. The first lesson is Transfiguration class with Gryffindor. He saw Neville. It made him grin while walking towards him. Hey, how was your night? Hadrian asked, agonizing. Really? They talked about you sorted into Slytherin, and when I thought they finished the discussion, in the morning they discussed it again. Neville ranted sighing. Ouch. I pity you. Hadrian say. Thank Merlin I am in Slytherin. Draco comment in relief. You don't know what happened. Ron is complaining that you joined Slytherin. Neville comment. Harry. Ron walked to him and shoved Neville away. Hey. I'm Ron Weasley. Hello, Weasley. Hadrian says, and with glare. My name is Hadrian Potter Black, please call me as such. Hey, I'm sure that the hat put you wrong. There's no way boy who live is in Slytherin. Ron say make the other Slytherin glare at him. Are you saying that the hat, which is made by the founder, is wrong to judge the students? Weasley. Hadrian drawled in a cold voice, void of emotion, made the people stay quiet and perhaps made Professor Snape proud. Did you know that you just insulted the creation of the founder? Ron face become red flustered. Also, I didn't wish to befriend you. Please stop pretending to become my friend. Hadrian say politely. You traitor. You're just a slimy snake. Ron shout point at him. What's happened here? Professor Snape come to them. Professor Snape, Weasley has just insulted the founder hat. He says that hat put me in the wrong house, sir. Hadrian said with a tone void of emotion. He narrowed his eyes, and it is an insult to the founder, sir. Professor Snape looked at Hadrian then at Weasley, 10 points from Gryffindor. They enter the class with Hadrian sitting beside Draco and Neville, who decided to sit beside him. It was a comical scene since Slytherin and Gryffindor sat together. They ignored T. He looks from other students, especially Hadrian, who sat in the middle without prejudice of the house. There will be no foolish wand waving or silly incantations in this class. As such, some of you will not appreciate the subtle science and art, which is potion making. He spoke softly, and it make Hadrian to lean forward absent-mindedly, flick his finger to copy what he say. I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. Hadrian leaned forward hearing Professor Snape speaking. It was so calming and comforting. He wished that he would become his uncle, since his mother was his sister in all but in blood. Mr. Potter Black, Professor Snape called him to make him stand up in polite. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion? Wormwood. Adding powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood would give you a sleeping draught so potent it is known as the draught of the living dead. Hadrian answer softly. Would you look if I were asked to Bezoar? Professor Snape asked again. To find a Bezoar, you would look in the stomach of a goat, and the stone would save you from the most poison if administered in time. Quote. Hadrian. Answer again. Professor Snape stare at him hummed. Correct, 5 points to Slytherin. Hadrian bows to him slightly and sits back in his seat, ignoring glaring from Hermione Granger. Mr. Longbottom. Professor Snape calls him, which makes him yelp and stand up shakily. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? There are no differences between monkshood and wolfsbane. They are the same plant that also know by the name aconite and is a key ingredient within highly regarded wolfsbane potion, which allow werewolf to retain his or her mind during the full moon and was created and developed by you, Neville answer nervously. Professor Snape stared at Neville in silence until he nodded. Correct, 5 points to Gryffindor. The other students' jaws dropped in surprise that Professor Snape gave a point to the Gryffindor house, with Hadrian, who was amused by Professor Snape stared at Neville, and it was a proof that, to not judge a book by its cover. The class was delightful to Hadrian. He and Neville worked together to make the potion, with Draco and Blaise teamed up. Thankfully there were no accidents except Weasley and Granger, who fought until Weasley threw his hands up in the air in anger. Well, go on then. He say threw the ingredients into the cauldron, make it explode. They looked up at the smoky Granger and Weasley. Professor Snape scolded them, more angry at them, making Hadrian and Neville shake their heads. That was dangerous. Hadrian comment. I know, right. Neville say. There were done. Hadrian say in delight, make him nod saw. Chisfeed that there no accidents in his first class. Professor. We're done, sir. Neville raised his hand. Professor Snape goes to their table to inspect the potion and looks at the boys. 5 points to Slytherin and 5 points to Gryffindor for a perfect potion. Thank you, sir. They high-five silently. Professor. After the class, could you spare some time? Hadrian asked. Professor Snape narrowed his eyes and nodded, then returned to the front of the class. Hadrian summoned the will letter box, and when the class finished, he told Draco to go into the next class. That made him nod. What do you need, Mr. Potter Black? Professor Snape asked. Hadrian put the small box on the table. It's a will letter from mother and father, sir. He gave 2 letters to him. I should give you these as soon as possible since they belong to you, sir. I know when I was 8 years old, I ran away from my abusive Muggle family and Lord Ragnarok soon showed me this will in my inheritance. Also it is preferred if you check into Gringotts since we don't know how many blocks or compulsions you have, sir. Wait, block, compulsion, abusive household, Professor Snape looked up in surprise at him. Hadrian tilted his head snickered. I can imagine that the headmaster told you that I lived a luxurious life, didn't he? Yes, Professor Snape drawled. Hadrian smiles sadly close to the box. I'm fine already. The goblins gave me a nutrient potion from when I was 8 years old until now and they healed my scar, even though it cannot disappear since it was infected. Well, I'm glad that I ran away from that house. I've a cold smile that makes Severus shiver. I never believed in that old man who leaves me in the winter, outside, for the whole night with a bunch of blocks and compulsions. Also, can you give me notice since I am late for the next class? Hadrian turned on his heel and left the classroom leaving him alone. Severus read the letters and took a deep breath to save the letter from both James and Lily. He has a nephew from a magic bond. He sends a message to Minerva that he needs somewhere to go. Hadrian knocked on the door and saw the students glance at the noise. He bowed to Prof. Sir McGonagall and showed her the note from Professor Snape. She nodded to show that she understood. Please, Mr. Potter Black. She gestured with one of her hands for him to take a seat. Hadrian walked over to Draco and sat beside him. Draco turned towards Hadrian and raised one brow to ask him what had happened wordlessly. I delivered some letters addressed to Professor Snape by my parents. Anyway, what are we learning? It's about transfiguring a matchstick into a needle. He hummed with a nod at the answer. You took quite a long time, Neville whispered beside him. I think I made Professor Snape speechless. Hadrian chuckled sheepishly. Why? Neville asked in curiosity. I'll tell you later, Hadrian said pointing discreetly at Professor McGonagall. Understanding they both dropped the subject, Hadrian took out his wand from the wand holster. He closed his eyes and pointed the tip of his wand at the matchstick. Suddenly, the matchstick turned into a shiny metal needle which made Draco and Neville gasp when they looked at Hadrian, then at the needle and then again at Hadrian. How? Draco gaped. You need to imagine in your head that the matchstick is turning into a needle. On CE Dome then channels your magic into the wand and send it at the matchstick. Try it this way, Hadrian answered. Both Draco and Neville closed their eyes, pointed their wand at the matchstick, imagining it turning into a metal needle. Hadrian grinned when the matchstick turned into a needle, making Draco grin wide-eyed while Neville gasped. Excellent performance, Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Potter Black and Mr. Longbottom. 10 points to Slytherin and 5 points to Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall said when she reached their table. Hermione Granger glared at them and it made him smirk inwardly. There was still time left. Hadrian began to plan. He needed to send a letter to Madame Bones about Sirius being innocent and to Lord Ragnarok to help him heal Sirius after he is freed, since Merlin knows that Goblin has the best healers, but first he needed to take the rat from Weasley or perhaps send orders towards Weasley. Hadrian, Draco called, startling him out of his train of thought. Yes, Dragon, Hadrian asked. Draco flushed at the nickname Hadrian gave him. You dozed off. The class ends soon, Draco informed him. Hadrian hummed and blinked, tilted his head. MN. I was making a plan on how to release my godfather Sirius Black since he's still an escaped convict. I have to send a letter about it to Madame Bones and orders on Peter Pettigrew, who's still hiding in a certain family. I want it to happen as soon as possible, but I am busy. He trailed off. What about Yule? Draco asked. Hadrian hummed. Yeah, it is a holiday and a perfect time for the reveal as they won't accept it, and, oh, what a wonderfully perfect Yule present it would make for my godfather. You're scary. Neville shivered, gazing at Hadrian. You hurt me, my friend. Hadrian gasped dramatically and swiped his hair flamboyantly. I'm not scary, I'm charming. He sniffed snootily. Right. Neville and Draco drawled and shared a look at their friend's antiques. You hurt me, my friend. Hadrian gasps dramatically and swipes his hair flamboyantly. I'm charming. Right. Neville and Draco look at each other, drawled by his friend Antique. 4x. They went to the Great Hall and it was time for them to work on an assignment or homework. Hadrian. Neville and Draco sat together doing their homework, chatting and asking questions until Professor Snape had come towards Hadrian. Mr. Potter Black, Headmaster requests your presence. Professor Snape informed him. Hadrian knew that he would have been called for one reason or another. With a sigh, he got up from his seat. I'll be back soon. If I don't, could you carry my bag with you? He asked both of them. Receiving a nod, he turned and followed Snape. He walked, or rather stalked, towards the headmaster's office. I assume that you had already taken a test for your inheritance in Gringotts? Hadrian inquired. Yes. Severus gritted his teeth, finding about all the manipulations. You may call me Uncle Severus when we're in private. He told him, somewhat of a nephew. Hadrian beamed at him. Of course. Uncle Sev. He still insisted on calling Sev instead of Severus. Hearing this, Severus sighed. He wasn't going to get his way on this topic. They reached the gargoyle guarding headmaster's office. Hadrian looks back at his uncle. Do you mind if you stayed to join? I don't want to be alone with him. I shall, Professor. Snape sighed. They entered the room after stating the password, lemon drops, to the gargoyle. It took a lot of willpower to not curse the headmaster, who was sitting on his desk facing the entrance when they entered. Hadrian nodded in acknowledgement. He won't ever bow to the likes of this man. Headmaster requested for me. Hadrian asked, his face blank. Ah, yes, my boy. Dumbledore looked towards Snape. Severus, you can leave now. He dismissed the potions master. That is out of the question, Professor. He is my head house, so he can stay here. Hadrian stated coldly. And please call me Mr. Potter Black or Lord Potter Air Black as of now. She given you permission to address me so familiarly when it's the first time we've met personally. Hadrian gave a sarcastic smile. Ah yes, of course, Mr. Potter Black. Dumbledore tried to rein in his anger but was failing as it leaked into his voice. Hadrian nodded when suddenly he felt a poke at his occlumency shields, so Dumbledore was going to read his mind. How are settling in Slytherin House, Mr. Potter Black? Any trouble? Dumbledore asked with a strained smile when he realized he couldn't read the young boy's mind. Very well, sir. I have a friend, Draco Malfoy, with whom I share a dorm with. And Professor Snape offers help if we need him for something. It's also beautiful in Black Lake. Hadrian said. Dumbledore nodded. He has to try to make Harry have a resort. Before he could plan how to go about it, he was interrupted. I read my parents' will and they stated that you have a particular heirloom of the Potters in your possession. I wish to require it back, Headmaster. Hadrian low-key ordered. Enjoying his anger flickered across Dumbledore's face for a moment. Ah yes, I do have it. Please wait for a second. Dumbledore bent down and took out a box from the locker in his desk and handed it to Hadrian. Eagerly Hadrian opened the box, and indeed there was the Cloak of Invisibility, one of the Hallows. I gently took out the cloak and clutched it to his chest. Thank you, Headmaster, for keeping it safe. It is after all one of my father's remaining things. If that is all, then I should return to my friends in the Great Hall, since I have a few letters to send to my homework and the assignments given by the professors today. He stood up, dismissing himself from the old goat's presence. He nodded in Dumbledore's direction, but this time had a predatory cold smirk on his face. Once again I thank you for keeping this sacred artifact safe, since it is connected to death, after all, given by him to my ancestors. He ignored a sharp breath inhaled as the old man straightened his back, went deathly pale at the assumption. Have a good afternoon, Headmaster. Hadrian and Snape got out of the office. Once far away from the office, he laughed out loud until he clew his sides and leaned against the stone wall for support from laughing so much. You had fun messing with the old coot. Severus raised his brow, amusement present in his face. Of course. Hadrian looked back at the corridor from where they came from. I thought I'd be scared of him. Oh, how much fun it was to see his sacrificial scapegoat, is a snake waiting for its prey to kill. He clutched the invisibility cloak tighter. He smiles fond. Thank Merlin, it's still in one piece. Relief is now presented on his face. Sacred artifact? Snape inquired as he began making their way to the Eat Hall with Hadrian walking alongside him. Yes, it is an invisibility cloak, one of the Deathly Hallows. It's the last remainder of the Ignotus Peverell line after all. Hadrian answered, it was gifted to him by death. That's how it's connected to death. Death. Professor. Snape muttered. Yes, sir. There is no need to fear death, it will always come to you. Peverell line has a connection with death. That's why those who have Peverell bloodline them have no fear of death, since death will aid Peverell its favored. Hadrian explained and looked outside one of the many windows. The descendant of Ignotus Peverell married into the Potter family, and that of Cadmus Peverell married into the Gaunt family. So the Gaunts and the Potters are known as cousin lines. The Gaunt family ring has a stone known as the Resurrection Stone. Those of Peverell blood always maintain a balance of life and death. He whispered solemnly. When they reached the Great Hall, Hadrian looked up at the stunned man. I'll be going now, Professor. Without getting a reply, Hadrian made his way towards his friends where his things were and explained to them when they asked what the headmaster had wanted from him. 4x. He entered the Great Hall, sit beside Draco and Neville, who read the Daily Prophet with frown make him curious. It's not them who has a frown but most of the student, also whispering and pointing at the Daily Prophet. There's something happen. ... What's wrong? Hadrian questioned. Oh, you're coming back. Has anything happened with the headmaster? Draco asked after got startled from a sudden appearance of his cousin. No, just asking if I like staying in Slytherin or not. Anyway, is there something that happened? Hadrian asked in curious and intrigued. Oh yes, Gringotts got robbed. Neville show the paper. What? Hadrian blinked at the scandal. Oh, he remembers that incident, but he didn't remember much about the incident. Ah. He wonders what the goblin though about it, and he need to ask Lord Ragnarok about it. He forgot about this incident. How did bloody hell happen? No one know. Neville shrugged make him hummed. Anyway, did I have mail? Hadrian raised his eyebrow. Yes. From Remus Lupin. Draco point at the letter make him open the letter. Dear Hadrian, I'm proud that you joined Slytherin. No matter what people see at Slytherin, make sure that you are proud to stay in there, and about the rat I found. The traitor stays in Weasley, and I'm gonna tell Madam Bones to send some orders about it. Perhaps you also can give a letter to Madam Bones about it, since you are BL. Ood adopted to him, you have more power than I. The rat stayed in Hogwarts with Weasley, right? I'm sorry, Cub, I cannot do anything about this. I leave everything to you, Hadrian. Beloved Godfather. Remus Lupin. Change of plan. I'm gonna capture the traitor right away from the certain family. Hadrian announced out of nowhere, make them choked. Pardon me, Draco asked in scandalized. You wanted to catch a serial killer? Neville asked in squeak. It's okay. He is a rat only. There is a flying lesson with Gryffindor after this, and after that I'm gonna go to catch the rat. Hadrian says take the paper and begin to write. I need to give a letter to Madam Bones. I want Sirius to be released as soon as possible, heal him and take back the seat of Black, bring back the glory of Black name. I help you, Draco chirped up. My father has a high seat, he can help to release Sirius Black, and besides my mother is Black. I too, Longbottom, will help Sirius Black to release. Neville say in determined. MN. Thank you really. Hadrian say. Draco and Neville stand up. Come on. It's time for flying lesson. Neville say. We're together. Hadrian ask. Yes. Slytherin A. ND Gryffindor. Neville say making him hum. They go to the field with brooms at their side. Draco and Hadrian stand beside each other with Neville in front of them. Madam Hooch told them to say, up, to the broom. Up. Hadrian command caught the broom. Well done, Mr. Potter Black. She praised him. Thank you, ma'am. He says. He look around, saw Draco has his broom after two-time command. They laugh. When Weasley broom smack his face up, make him snickered, and not long everyone has their broom in their hand. Now, once you've got hold of your broom, I want you to mount it and grip it tight. You don't want to slide at the end. When I blow my whistle, I want each of you to kick off from the ground hard. Keep your broom steady, hover for a moment, then lean forward slightly and touch back down. On my whistle. 3, 2, she whistled. Neville broom suddenly levitated from the ground. He panicked. Even Madam Hooch tried to calm him down, but he flew away in dangerous make Hadrian worry and concern. He student run away from incoming broom to the castle pillar and his clothes got caught by the needle in the statue. Oh dear. Hadrian mount his broom. He flew in high speed startling the student. Neville. Grab my hand. Neville shakily tried to grab his hand but his robe ripped and made him fall. Hadrian flew down a narrow path and grabbed Neville who was caught by the sharp torch metal but bef. Or he fell into the ground. Hadrian grabbed his clothes and flew straight into line an inch from the pillar. He grabbed Neville tightly somersault in the air and slowly flew back down to the ground with a shaky Neville. Hadrian helped him to sit on the ground. Are you okay? Hadrian asked. Hadrian. Neville. Draco ran to them. Oh my god. What are you thinking, Hadrian? Well, if he fell from there he might get seriously injured. Hadrian defended himself by touching Neville's shoulder. Are you okay, Neville? I'm fine, he says shakily. Hadrian remember in his previous life that Neville is not good with flying broom. It didn't change at all. Hadrian and Draco look at each other with Madam Hooch running to them. Mr. Longbottom, is there any injured? I think not, the professor only shaken up. I think he better gets a calming draught to calm him down. Draco sigh. Yes, everyone keeps their feet in the ground. I will take Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing. Madam Hooch with Neville go inside the castle. Hadrian and Draco look at the student who has an amazing look at Hadrian flying. Hadrian saw Weasley has Neville remembrel. Weasley, that is not yours. Give it back. Hadrian say to him. Oh yeah, you're just a traitor Potter. Weasley say ride his broom and flew to the air. Hadrian growl kicked hard and halted in front of Weasley. Give it. Have your way then. He Rue remembral high to the castle window. Hadrian glare at Weasley and flew fast to the window. He cursed silently when Professor McGonagall was there but he caught the ball and somersault halted in front of the window. He sighs in relief caught remembral. Mr. Potter Black. Two voice call him making him look down. Damn it. Hadrian flew back down calmly stand in front of the professors. Professor Snape. Professor McGonagall. Pray tell what are the students flying with brooms without Professor nearby? Professor Snape asked in his usual voice. Hadrian showed Neville remembral. Madam Hooch sent Neville to the hospital wing for him to have a calming draught. His broom has something wrong but thankfully there is nothing injured by him. Weasley took Neville remembral and threw it to the air. It was important from Neville so I can't let it break into pieces, sir, ma'am. Yes, Professor. Hadrian saved Neville from up there. Draco point the statue needle make the other student nod in agreement since everyone saw it. 5 point to Slytherin to help friend from life-threatening injury, and 5 point from Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall says look at Weasley who ducked his head. I leave him to you, Professor Snape. They look at Professor McGonagall back. Mr. Potter Black please follow me. Professor Snape say. Hadrian follow Professor Snape to the Professor Sprout class. He calls Marcus Flint making him get out of the class in confused as he rarely got called out especially by his head of house. I found a seeker for a Slytherin house. He says the point at Hadrian. But he's first year. Flint say splutter. I will talk to the headmaster. You can test him. Professor Snape say make him nod turn his heel. Go back to your class, Mr. Potter Black. Yes, sir. He responds bow to Flint go to his class. Hadrian go back to the class and the news of him save Neville and his skill already spread like a fire make the people gossiping about him make Draco and Neville amused to no end. My father was a seeker. Hadrian say to them and they understand. After the boring history class, Hadrian and Flint go to the field. Flint explained the Quidditch rule and ball until he takes out a golden snitch. Oh, how adorable. Hadrian comment. Adorable, huh? Your job is to catch it before the other team seeker catches it. You catch this, the game is over. Flint informed him. What point do we get from this? Hadrian questioned even though he vaguely remember it in his past life. 150 point. You catch this, Potter Black and we win. Flint say make him hummed. The rest of the day, Hadrian introduced the other players and he trained with other players until the next class. He was glad that he managed to avoid Weasley. He honestly didn't really talk to other students except Draco and Neville and Bacco. Say of this the tension between Slytherin and Gryffindor is ease away. Neville, Have you got your own wand? Hadrian asked in study together. Oh yes. Grand buy me the wand and because of that I feel much more free. Neville say in happy. Of course, that great, Neville. Hadrian comment. So, is there any news from Madame Bones? Draco asked. Yes, she says that Sirius is going to have a trial and I only need to have a rat sent to her. Hadrian informed him. When? Neville asked. I don't know. Hadrian comment shrug. It was an evening time where the students go back to their own dorm. Neville already goes back to their dorm and the same as Hadrian and Draco, but he wants to catch up with his friends, so it leaves Hadrian walk around the castle until he arrives on the 3rd floor. Lady Hogwarts, are you in there? Hadrian asked, channeling his magic. Yes, Crown Prince. She answers. What did you need from me? I want you to show me the way to the Cerberus. Hadrian say. Of course, Your Grace. Please follow my magic, she says happily. Hadrian follows Hogwarts' warm magic until he stops in front of a wooden door. He wandlessly casts an Alohomora to unlock the lock. He enters the room and indeed saw Cerberus in there growling, but Hadrian can see he was malnourished. Hello. Hadrian sent a wave of warm magic to Cerberus to make the dog purred. Can I come closer? Cerberus rolled at him slightly, but Hadrian has an unhostility in his presence that makes Cerberus stop his growling. Hadriana walks slowly to the Cerberus. He takes out his palm, let him sniff his presence. He hummed to calm Cerberus down until one of the heads lick his head with the other sniff his hand and the other purred. That's it. Hadrian pats his head calmly to make Cerberus lay on the ground. You must be hungry. I'm gonna bring you food immediately. Cerberus perked up when heard food makes Hadrian giggle. He got out from the door and led Lady Hogwarts magic to the kitchen. The elves Piply saw him and he asked one of the elves for meat. Hadrian take a chunk of meat and hug the elf, make them cry. Thank you. He leaned away from the hug. Anything Crown Prince wants, Crown Prince got. Head elf say to him, enjoy. Thank you. Hadrian say. He goes back to the Cerberus. Hadrian put the meat down and used charm to make it big, make them drooling. Go ahead. You must be hungry. Hadrian say. He opens his book, leaned at the wall and begins to read while the Cerberus eat vigorously. Hadrian brings 3 chuck meats so each head can eat. It was gruesome sight, but Hadrian was already used to it by his previous life. There still has a few hours before the curfew, so he better stay in the room to make Cerberus to know he is an ally. Hadrian, mesmerized in the book, didn't notice Cerberus as learned at him and with him stroke their head until Lady Hogwarts call him because of the curfew. I need to go back. I will give you meat 3 times a day. Morning, afternoon and evening, also you need a bath. Hadrian says, standing up makes them whine sadly. See you tomorrow. Hadrian went back to the dungeon like nothing happened. He bid his housemate good night. He closed the curtain, but he didn't sleep. Hadrian thinking about what he gonna do about Quirrellmort and the Horcrux. It's better if he search the Horcrux. He wandless write the list of Horcrux he need to find in Hogwarts. Dyad M of Rowena Ravenclaws in the requirement room and Professor Quirrell. Hadrian hummed. Well, it's better to have the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw and Professor Quirrell first, but how to have an ally with Professor Quirrell? Hadrian hummed, tossed right and left in his bed until he lit up. Sit up. Philosopher's Stone. Hadrian muttered. The next morning, Hadrian woke up early. He use invisibility cloak and notice me not charm since he can't let Professor Snape notices he got out from the dorm. He takes the meat from the elf and didn't forget to hug them. Hadrian walked toward the 3rd floor. Hi. Hadrian greet the Cerberus who panting in joy saw him. He gives them the meat after charm it to make it bigger. Hadrian goes back when Cerberus happily goes back to sleep. He goes back to the common room, shed his invisibility cloak and goes back to the bedroom to save his cloak. Then he goes to the bathroom to clean himself. Today has a charm class and Dada class, meaning he meet Professor Quirrell. He hopes that he see and talk to him insane, not in Psychopath 1. He also needs to take the Philosopher's Stone and change it to a fake one. He also needs to meet with Basilisk in Chamber of Secrets. Hadrian sighs and PS his face out from the bathroom to the bedroom. For now, let's talk with Voldemort first, then take the Philosopher's Stone. Good morning. Hadrian greet Draco who wakes up MN. He grunted, get out from the bed. Hadrian laughs and waits in the common room for the student to come out from their bedroom while reading until one by one the student goes to the common room. They go to the first class, that is charm class. They got taught how to do Wingardium Leviosa. Hadrian exhale and mindlessly chant, it makes the wing levitated, make Professor. Flitwick squealed. Well done, Mr. Potter Black. He praised him. 5 points to Slytherin. Thank you, Professor. Hadrian play with feather mindlessly. He can feel Granger glare at him. He gives an instruction to Draco and Neville makes them able to alleviate their wing. Honestly, Hadrian thought that the point for Gryffindor was earned by Neville alone. The days was spent within class until the last class is Dada. Hadrian only stay quiet, stare at Professor Quirrell heads until they make eye contact. Hadrian doesn't back down even if his eyes flash red for a moment. He only gives a smirking wink, make Professor Quirrell look away from him. Mr. Potter Black, please stay behind, he says as Hadrian waved to Neville and Draco, who wave him back. Hadrian wait for other students to get out of the class. Professor Quirrell walk to him in silence, even Hadrian stay silent, look up at him. Finally we meet Voldemort or Tom Marvolo Riddle. Hadrian stayed with amusement. Professor Quirrell. No, Voldemort looked at him as red eyes flashing in those eyes, you know. Yes, I know, I am Tom Marvolo Riddle, Lord Voldemort. Hadrian comment, as expected of you, I guess. What do you mean? Voldemort asks, narrowed his eyes. Let's make a bet, shall we? Hadrian comment, oh, he asks in intrigue. I'm gonna help you to bring your body insane back. I will help you to reunite with your beloved Horcrux, but you need to help me. Hadrian say, why would I help you? Voldemort asked. Hadrian sighs, looks away, clenches his hand in front of his abdomen, because we're the same victim. Say again, he asks with narrowed eyes and cold voice. Hadrian locked eye with Crimson eye. Crimson and Forest Green clash at each other, make a magic surround them and tangle to each other. Because we're the same, we're a victim of that old man game. I want to bring back the glory of Britain Wizarding World, but I can't do it alone. I need you. I need Tom Marvolo Riddle, not Voldemort. That's why I bring your sanity back and body back. Hadrian say firmly and clearly with Parseltongue. You can speak Parseltongue. Voldemort say in surprised. Yes. Unfortunately on that night, you send your magic to me. Hadrian say firmly with his green eye glowing with a silver streak in power. That impossible. Don't tell me. Voldemort brush Hadrian fringe away, showing a bolt scar in there. He gasped, my soul. Yup. You accidentally put your soul in me, even though it only 3, but there still has your soul in mine. I'm your Horcrux, Hadrian hissed. The class was brimming with the power of Crimson and Silver. The two magic was entangled in, happy to finally reunite, and they're noticed but ignored it. What do you mean by victim? Voldemort asked. It's better if I show you. Hadrian close his eyes, send an image of Dumbledore blocking and compulsion. He opened his eyes, saw a unreadable look of Crimson eyes. He ignored my parents' will. He left me alone in the Muggle family that hated magic until I was 8 years old and ran away. I will never believe him. Voldemort only stay silent, look at the child in front of him. Even though he is 11 years old, but he has enough height, it was a chest length of Quirrell. But he is sure that he will grow up quickly. He didn't know why he felt something in this boy. His magic is vibrating in joy, clashing with this boy magic. Voldemort can sometimes feel like he just reunited with someone who was dear to him, and why is that? What did you want to do? Voldemort asked. The boy has a predator grin that promised a slow and painful death, locked eye with him, his emerald eye glowing with a silver streaks like a flower, and the first time in his life he thought something is beautiful. I want to see his world crumbling with his eyes open. I want to see his plan fall right under his foot. I want to see his light, to see the truth of the world. Hadrian say firmly. Every word he speak, he walk closer and close to him, make Hadriana look up at him without back down, even if their magic clash each other, but it does not make hostility but more play at each other. Hadrian looked at the Dark Lord who stood right in front of him. He didn't look other than those Crimson eyes. He can feel his magic is entangled to Voldemort magic, and it feel like the air is G1 around them, with Voldemort close to him, only an inch from his face. Tell Mick, H. Vatger or Vila, Min flower. Tell me, what do you want? My flower. Voldemort whispers to him with his glowing crimson eye and Hadrian glowing lust forest emerald eye with a flower silver in his eyes screaming of power surrounding them. They didn't know they're talking in magic language. Ek viltil ar restore Britannin. En wizarding jor ok takaptar min kingdom I want to restore the Britain wizarding world and take back my kingdom. Hadrian says in breathless locked eyes with that crimson eye, what they didn't know. The true prophecy is beginning to activate. Voldemort want to touch those porcelain skin but halted take Quirrell hand away and the moment break apart like glass. Hadrian look away with Voldemort walk away from him. I will bring you the Philosopher's Stone but don't kill the unicorn it only curses you. Hadrian turned his heel, let's talk again sometime. Tom Marvolo riddle. Hadrian gets out of the room and the sun is already setting, he stays in there quite long indeed. He sighs to regain his composure, he need go to the Chamber of Secret. Chapter 8. Chamber of Secrets. Hadrian walk to the Chamber of Secret and use Parseltongue to open the door. He walked toward the corridor surrounded by the snake statue with Salazar Slytherin head. Come to me, the great familiar of Salazar Slytherin, Hadrian say with his eyes closed. Who called me? You're not Tom, a female voice asked. I'm Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black, heir of Slytherin. Tom Marvolo Riddle got defeated and I was trying to bring him back, Hadrian informed him. You have the same magic as him, only brighter. She say and sniffed him. You are his soulmate. You can open your eye. How did I know that you didn't purified me? Hadrian asked in caution. Your magic didn't let I to perfeed you, little one. Hadrian opened his eyes, saw the basilisk head in front of him, make him blink, touch her head, asked what is your name? I'm called as Sasha. She introduced herself, leaned at his touch. Pleasure to meet you, Sasha. Hadrian leaned at her, hummed. Do you want to go out? I can bring you out from here. Tom always brings me a rabbit. Sasha say. Hadrian wondrously summoned a rabbit, make Sasha happy. He sigh, leans away from her. I need to go back. I will visit you as often as possible, Hadrian say to her. Visit me, Crown Prince, Sasha say, make him smile. Hadrian went outside the Chamber of Secret, the sun still in the sky. He better go to the Gryffindor room to take the rat away. He take out an invisibility cloak and with help of Lady Hogwarts he entered the Gryffindor common room. He went to the Ron Weasley room and indeed saw the damn rat in there. Hadrian uses wandless magic to bring out the rat and trap him in there, make him squeal and try to run away but it is no use. Hadrian walked back to the Slytherin dungeon to his room, cast a barrier charm to make no one notice of him and see nothing. Hello, Peter Pettigrew, Hadrian said to the rat. I'm Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black, the son of the parent you betray upon. But, it's okay, your peaceful day is ending now. You will go to the Azkaban now. Peter Pettigrew looked so terrified and it made him smirk in satisfaction. He transfigured him into a letter and put it into the envelope to Madame Bones. Hadrian immediately go to the Ollery. It's easy look for his beloved owl. Hey, girl, send this to Madame Bones will you? Hadrian say. Hedwig flew with the letter to the Madame Bones. He cannot wait to see what her thought is and the paper is. Anyway, befriend with Basilisk and Cerberus. Meet with Voldemort and make a deal. Send the traitor to Madame Bones is done. Now the one who left is to take the Philosopher's Stone and bring out Sirius from Azkaban and give a letter to Lord Ragnarok to heal Sirius from Dementor's exposure. Hadrian walked to the third floor. He opened the door and saw Cerberus, who happy see him, make him giggle, hug them and scratch each of head. I need to take something under there. Do you mind letting me take the thing you protected? Hadrian asked. Head of Cerberus look at Hadrian in silent analyzing until he step away, showing a hidden door, make him smile, kiss each of their head. Thank you, my dear. Hadrian get down from the door. He jumped down immediately and got tangled by Devil's Snare, but he only stayed relaxed until he came out from the Devil's Snare. Hadrian fall into his foot, straighten his clothes and go toward the room full of flying key. Accio, true key. Hadria chanted wondrously. One of the key appear in his hand, make him open the door, and the next thing is a chess. Hadrian just like the before life he play the chess, but he stand at the side when the game begin until for a few minute finally. Checkmate. Hadrian saw. Why make the knight's sword fall from it hand? Hadrian exhaled and walked past the broken chest to the stair, saw the mirror. He stand in front of the mirror. Desire mirror. Hadrian muttered. He saw his reflection as a philosopher's stone moved to his pocket, make Hadrian smile, take out the stone from his pocket, and indeed saw the stone in there. Hadrian put the fake stone in the mirror that like a lake when he put his hand inside the mirror. Thank you, Hadrian muttered. He turned his heel and halted when the mirror glowed, making him look back wide-eyed when he saw his grown-up self with a wizardy-ing world celebrating a Samhain without nervousness to get caught. Hadrian saw him with his raven black hair flowing behind him. He looked down at the children who laughing freely and the wizard who laugh and talk freely, but the one who caught his eyes is a crown at the top of his head. He wears a white and black robe that fits his slender body with a silver dragon crown in his head. Hadrian too a sharp breath when someone wore royalty clothes. A brown wavy hair and a crimson eye has a fondness and love in that pair of crimson eyes walk to him and embrace him in lovely manner, they have happiness in them. Hadrian took a step back from the image who had gone now. He bent clutched his chest who hammering. Is this my desire? Hadrian asked in disbelief. Crown Prince, it's time for the feast soon. Lady Hogwarts break his though. Hadrian run back to the Slytherin dungeon and put the Philosopher's Stone in hidden compartment in his trunk, then he go to the Great Hall in silence, sit beside Draco. Miss me, Hadrian whisper make him yelped. Where are you going? Draco asked. Hadrian exhaled. Just to the library. Don't mind me. Draco hummed, and with Hadrian saw the feast of the sweet and the table he took some bread since he had no way of eating food. Hadrian looks at Dumbledore who still hasn't noticed that the stone is gone. Good. Hadrian also tried to look at Professor Quirrell, but he's nowhere in sight, make him narrowed his eyes until the door of Great Hall showing a panic Professor Quirrell. Troll in the dungeon. Troll in the dungeon. Professor Quirrell shouted, making the hall silence, though you ought to know. And he fainted in the ground. The student panic screamed, stand up, make a ruckus. Even Draco screamed until Dumbledore shout. Silence, he shouted, making the student halt silent look at him. Everyone please not panic. Now, the prefect will lead the house back to dormitories. Teacher please follow me to the dungeon. Hadrian whistled loudly and made them look at him. Slytherin and Ravenclaw's dormitory is in dungeon, sir. The troll is in the dungeon, we better stay in here. The professor agreed. Ravenclaws and Slytherin sit back in the seat with Ravenclaws in the hall. Ravenclaws and Slytherin prefect please make sure no one get out from the hall. Hadrian flick his hand and with bang the door is closed, making them awed at his wandless magic. I walk NT2 houses to drop their pride since it was a life or death situation. Please come around so the prefect and 7th year can protect you all, and make sure to be away from the door since Merlin knows that troll is strong. Hadrian walked to the front of the Great Hall. He sat on the floor gesturing to the other snake and raven to follow him. Some of them sit in the bench, some of them sit in the floor. The prefect and 7th year surround the door so there no student near the door with their wand out. That was an amazing instruction, Potter Black, a female student comment. Thank you. You are? Hadrian asked. I'm Cho Chong. Greeting to you, Potter Black. She introduced herself. Pleasure meet you. Chong. Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black. He introduced himself. What did you read? Cho Chong asked. A Muggle novel. Want me to read it? Hadrian asked, and the student stay silent, and he began to speak with soft voice with Draco leaned at his side. Through the shredded black clouds a fire moved. Like a dying star falling back on Earth, the Earth that is, of the Discworld, but unlike any star had ever done before, it sometime managed to steer its fall, sometime rising, sometimes twisting, but inevitably heading down. What they didn't know that Hadrian let his magic to enchanted his voice so it make people who heard it feel safe and secured, like a mother calming their child from nightmare. Snow glowed briefly on the mountain slope when it crackled overhead. Under it, the land itself started to fall away. The fire was reflected off walls of blue ice as the light dropped into the beginning of a canyon and thundered now through its twisted and turns. Some of the younger one began to doze off by his silky soft voice that echoed in the hall, the light from the candle in the hall his skin looked glowing and his emerald eyes glowing in green forest with his raven hair like a night sky. The light snapped off. Something still glided down the moonlit ribbon between the rocks. It shot out of the canyon at the top of a cliff, where meltwater from a glacier plunged down into a distant pool. Against all reason there was a valley here, or a network of valleys, clinging to the edge of the mountain before the long fall to the plain. A small lake gleamed in the warmer air. There was a forest. There were tiny fields, like a patchwork quilt thrown across the rock. The wind had died. The air was warmer. The shadow begins to circle. Hadrian looked up, saw the professor except Dumbledore come back to the great hall with fond expression, saw some of the students sleep, some of them already dozed off, and the senior was still protecting the younger one. He put his finger in front of his mouth with gentle smile. Far below, unheeded and unheeding, something else was entering this little handful of valleys. It was hard to see exactly what it was. Firs rippled, heather rustled, as if a very large army made of a very small creature was moving with one purpose. Hadrian Clow. Say the book saw the student already deep sleep make him exhale, stand up, bow to the professor. The student is already in a deep sleep, professor. They're nervous and scared, so I calm them down, especially the younger one. Hadrian say to them, "Thank you, Mr. Potter Black." Dumbledore says to him, making him nod, "Prefect, please bring the student to their dormitory." Hadrian help Draco to whack up, and the senior help the younger to their dorm, professor. Snape look at Hadriana in proud, make him give him a gentle smile, and they go back to their own dorm. After the Halloweens and troll things, Hadrian did like usual, go to the class, received in mail and thankfully that Sirius already released and he was in everyday treatment with Goblin. He also trains for the Quidditch since they have a match soon. Remus and Sirius buy him a Nimbus 2000 that he let Flint to take care of since first year cannot have a broom. Hadrian has already gathered the Horcrux Ravenclaw's diadem and Hufflepuff cup. For now, he needs to get the Gaunt ring. It makes him sigh when his Yule holiday is packed by the hunting of Horcrux. He also needs to have a diary from Malfoy. He also needs to destroy Dumbledore's lie-in to the public, and for that he will reveal it when the Yule time with ritual of reviving Tom Riddle Marvolo. Hadrian also talks with Death that it cannot help him with ritual, it only can help him to regain his sanity back. Hadrian needed to search for the ritual, so because of this, Hadrian asked Crackers to bring the blood ritual from the Black Manor every day after he finished one book. It was time for the Quidditch match. Hadrian stood alongside the other Slytherins player. He let the cheer echo in his mind and he rode his broom the same with another player. They flew outside and flew around the field with Hadrian looking at the blue sky and the wind ignoring the commentator. Hadrian takes his position as a seeker and his job is to catch the golden snitch. He looked down and saw Madame Who step into the field with the box in the middle. The bludger is up and the golden snitch too. The snitch is worth 150 points, the seeker who caught the snitch ends the game. He looked at the golden snitch who flew around him and Gryffindor seeker. Hadrian took a deep breath. "Please protect us, Lady Magic," Hadrian muttered, prepared to chase the snitch. Madame Hooch threw the quaffle and the game began. Hadrian flew back and looked around to see the golden snitch. He cannot use magic, so he waits when one by one the student falls from the air until the point is tied. Hadrian blinked when he saw the golden snitch make him fly toward it. He chased it until the Gryffindor seeker bumped into him, make him look around. He flew toward the pillar and the Gryffindor seeker foolishly keep umping him, make him flew toward the air and somersault, make the Gryffindor seeker bump into the pillar, painfully drop into the ground. Potter Black has amazingly somersaulted with his broom and taken down the Gryffindor seeker. Can he take the golden snitch? Commentator Jonathan Lee comment. Hadrian saw golden snitch in the air that is high, make him flew toward it. He slowly and steadily stand in the broom, and when the golden snitch is near him, Hadrian jump without hesitance and grab the golden snitch in his palm, make the people gasp. Yeah. It was 5 feet height. Hadrian fell with his back in the ground and his palm into the air. The broom flew toward him, making him catch it and ride the broom before he fell into the ground and flew to stabilize his broom, and slowly he halted, panting in the middle of the court with golden snitch in his arm. Hadrian Potter Black has a snitch. Slytherin team has a golden snitch. Hadrian Potter Black received 150 points. Commentator shout. Madame Hooch whistles and shouts, "Slytherin win." Quote, Slytherin house was cheering and golden snitch flew around Hadrian. The Slytherin player flew toward him, clapping him to catch the golden snitch. A few months after the Quidditch match, Hadrian was walking toward Professor Quirrell classroom. It was near Christmas after all. He opened the door and walked to him, and in flash a crimson eye appear. I have a philosopher's stone in me. Hadrian say in Parseltongue. Oh, Voldemort stand up from his chair. I have your Horcrux with me. Hadrian says, Ravenclaw diadem. Hufflepuff cup and I have 3 of your soul, those 3 soul is enough to make retain your sanity, and philosopher's stone can restore you body. When do you want to perform ritual? As soon as possible, he respond. Hadrian hummed, then I give you the Horcrux. First then you can retain your body next, how is that? Why is that my little flower? He asked incurious. I don't want your psychopath side to come out. Hadrian bluntly say, make him blink, then narrowed his eyes at him. I mean come on. I prefer to have a political war than a bloodshed war. Hadrian look away, huffed, make Voldemort chuckle and walk toward him. He look up at those crimson eye. You amused me to no end, my little flower. He comment. I take that as compliment. Hadrian chirped up. Yule holiday is quite busy and I want to reveal the Dumbledore plant. Voldemort leaned away and intrigued. Oh. How? Why should I tell you? Just look on the Yule date. It was present for everyone. Hadrian say with amusement. I kill your parents and try to kill you. Voldemort stare at Hadrian. Because of the prophecy. Hadrian snickered under his breath and give a smile to him. Silly you. There is no such prophecy. It was all made up by Dumbledore, and at Yule I plan to look at the real prophecy. Speak. Voldemort command. Dumbledore wants fame and status. He is greedy. I know your intent. You have the same intent to bring the wizarding world back to former glory, returning all of he tradition, but he interferes, turning all of them to you, and you have no chance against him. Hadrian say to him softly, you have a friend. Why do they follow a psychopath leader? No one wants to follow an insane leader, especially a pure blood wizard. They follow you because they also want to stand beside you when you try to bring their home to its former glory. Voldemort looks at the boy who has an old eyes that no 11-years-old child is supposed to have. He stands and talks like his equal. He stand in front of the boy. Did you know that you intrigued me, my little flower? Did you know my magic is drawn to you? Voldemort clenched Quirrell hand. I don't want this body to touch you, my little flower. Hadriana looked at him in stunned silence. He cannot ignore his magic also drawn into him. He only can stay silent, look at him in mesmerized. Wie fate sva cruel till us? Why is fate cruel to us? Hadrian asked in solemn touch under his crimson eye in gentle, in crimson. Oniver leave min mind. Vek love till sia at crimson augor in. Why does your crimson eye never leave my mind? Why do I love to see that crimson eye of your? Hadrian leaned away from him. He took a step back. Blin King look at Voldemort, who still stare at him within dark crimson eyes. Good afternoon, Professor. Hadrian bowed to him and turned his heel, leaving the Dark Lord alone. What are you doing to me, my little flower? He though look at his back, exhaling. Chapter 9. Begin of War. Hadrian woke up by the coldness. He looked outside the lake and saw it was frozen, making him blink and look at the date. Indeed, it was near Yule, only a week before Yule. Hadrian scrub his face and go to the bathroom to wake himself up and wear his uniform. Then he go to his bedroom, take out the 2 Horcrux and Philosopher's Stone. Death. He call. You call, master. Death respond in his mind. Can you bring Riddle back? Hadrian ask. That is your decision to decide, master. I cannot help you to find what kind of the ritual, but I can help you to regain his sanity back. Death informed him. There still has time, master. Besides, don't you want to have an present for everyone? Death asked in amused. Hadrian has a predator smirk. Of course I am. Single quote. Those 3 souls are enough for him to regain his sanity back, master. But you need to search for what kind ritual you gonna perform, and it is yours to search and found, master, Death informed him. Thank you. Hadrian say to him. Death disappear from his conscious, leaving Hadrian alone. He sit in the bed, look outside the frozen water, begin to think the plan. Ally with Rita Skeeter. Told her about Dumbledore leave me alone in the abusive household. Told her why Sirius has no trial while he has a high seat. Told her about Dumbledore kill his sister. Told her about Dumbledore thief from his vault Lord Ragnarok testament. Told her about Dumbledore block his core magic. For now he needs to have a trial for his guardian since Hadrian didn't have an official guardian, and he needs to make sure that Sirius is clean from the block and compulsion from Dumbledore. Hadrian nodded and got out of his meditate state, but before that he needed to have a lawyer. If he remembers, Potter lawyer is Edgar Dodge Jr. He also remembers every weekend Sirius always writes him a letter to him saying that he indeed has a blocked and compulsion charm to hate dark magic and ever why thing that connects to dark makes him leave his family behind. Sirius also told him that the goblin healer already healed his mind clearly and he cannot wait to go into public in the Yule trial of guardianship of him. This make Rita Skeeter has a field trip of course, and because of this he cannot wait for the Yule ball. Hadrian snap back when Draco curtain open make him look at him who's shivering cold. It's snowing outside. Hadrian point at frozen window. Draco squinted his eyes and got out front. He went to the bathroom to clean himself while he continued to look for the ritual book, and really for almost a year he found nothing. Hadrian closed his book and it disappeared to his trunk when Draco already wake up. It's almost Yule. Draco comment make him nod. I decided to go back to Black Manor. Sirius has a dog in the manor. Hadrian comment. Dog? Draco ask. Yes. Black dog. Hadrian point. Black. In clear. Draco lit up. Oh. Yeah. Well, congratulations. Not yet. Hadrian looked away from him. It's just the beginning of the war. War? Draco asked in confused. Hadriana looked at him with his glowing green eye in the dim Slytherin house like and certain curse mark make Draco shiver. Yes. Game of Thrones. It was revolution, my dear Draconis. Hadrian says with a voice void of emotion. Look straight into Draco's gray eye. It was a war where the enemy took over the kingdom and the owner of the kingdom wanted to take back their throne, their kingdom, their people, their inheritance, and bring back their kingdom who fall into disgrace to its former glory. Draco KNOWS. Sometimes Hadrian is so far away and there is something in him that makes the student or professor cannot enter his territory. He is friendly with other students no matter which house they are, make him as social butterfly. He is caring like mother hen. He is kind and soft. His emerald eye always has a gentleness in there, but under those gentleness has a snake that waits for it prey. When that happens Hadrian will become cold, calculative, and know something that they didn't know. Even if they ask he only gives them a smile and waved it off. When the troll happened, he wasn't surprised and read his book calming the shaken student until they fell asleep. They pretend to be ignored when Hadrian wakes up in the middle of the night when one of the snake wakes up from nightmare and he makes a hot chocolate and calms the student down. No one who didn't see under the cold and stoic mask has a lot of students who are being hurt by their position as heir and the burden of parent. It makes the student have a mental breakdown, and when it happens, Hadrian wakes up suddenly and slowly gets out from the bedroom to the common room where the student is crying or shaken. Hadrian also didn't hesitate to go into Professor Snape's room at midnight when the student hasn't calmed down yet. He asks a calming draught to calm the student. Even when the student is troubled at homework, Hadrian happily helps them even if they're not a Slytherin house. Draco snaps to reality when the student begins to go down from their bedroom. He shakes his head and greets the student the same as Hadrian, who greets them softly. They go to the Great Hall, saw Neville, Susan, Hannah, Cho Chang and Cedric Diggory in there, make Draco and Hadrian sit with him in Hufflepuff table. Hey, Hadrian sit next to him. Morning. Neville greet them. Morning. Hadrian. Draco. The girls greet them. Morning. Cedric greet them. They befriend Susan and Hannah when they overheard them struggle with homework and Hadrian buying Hadrian he helped them without thought, and after that they became friends. And for Cho and Cedric, Hadrian asked Cho about the material since she is Slytherin, so she know about the material, and they they a trait of nerd loving book with her boyfriend Cedric also join up since Cho is introduce him to her friend. Cedric and Draco have a trait of loving Quidditch, so they're become quite close. It was and legendary to see four house stay together without any tenseness. Even the teacher has a bewildered look in their face. Six of them talk while eat breakfast about exam and holiday. Hadrian asked about Yule holiday since it was 1 week later and this week is full of exams, so it no surprised if the student is study hard every day. What are your plans for the Christmas holiday? Susan asked. My family has a La ball and I invite you 5 to my ball party. Draco say. My family has a family dinner in Yule. Neville say. What about Hadrian? Draco asked. I have a trial with your Madam Bones about my guardianship, and other than that none. Hadrian said in a shrug, then lit up, and gave a present to everyone in Yuletide. Present to everyone? Susan asked. Yes, a present that makes everyone will never forget. Hadrian says in Predator smirk, just wait on the trail and before the holiday, my fellow best friend. You're weird, Cedric comment. Hadrian sniffed, I'm not weird, just no one didn't notice my greatness. 5 of them give a snicker, then bark a laugh. Even Draco laughed by his mocked offense expression, and this make Hadrian smile. The 4 houses united. Gryffindor Neville, Hufflepuff Hannah and Susan. Slytherin Draco A. Cedric N.D. Hadrian Ravenclaw Cho. They Gryffindor sometime call Neville as traitor, especially Weasley who call him a traitor since he supposed in light, and it make Hadrian snap. Today when Weasley call him traitor, his magic come out with raw power from his petite body. Even the portrait is silent. Tell me, Weasley, why do you see dark as evil? Hadrian asked in a old voice to make the student who heard it halted look at him. Not every dark is evil. Dark, light, gray, it's all the same. Magic. It was a blessing from Lady Magic herself. Evil is not born, evil is created. Tell me, Weasley, did I use Wingardium Leviosa to lift a stone and throw it to the other person to make them get killed is not evil? Tell me, Weasley, if I use Avada Kedavra for the patient who is in pain and has no hope is not mercy. The spell who is seen as dark curse kills the patient who was in pain without pain, making them free from the pain of living world. Tell me, Weasley, is there any differences between the dark, light and gray? Hadrian looks at the Slytherin who has a bias about blood status. Tell me, is there any difference between a pureblood and Muggle blood? I didn't agree with the Muggleborn arriving in our beloved world and changing our tradition from Lady Magic. It was clearly an insulting to Lady Magic herself. It was Muggleborn who learned our tradition, not the other way around. He looked at Weasley who had gone pale. Tell me, Weasley. You said I was a traitor because I was in Slytherin, House of Dark, but tell me who gives me the right to call them a traitor? Who gives the right to call them a dark? Hadrian take out his hairpin and stab into his arm, make the student gasp and let the blood dripping from his arm. Tell me the answer. Is there a NY differences when the blood in our veins is the same crimson color? Is there any difference when the children are half-blood or Muggle-born when they have a magic? It was a miracle when a Muggleborn came to the wizard world with magic. Clearly saying that the Muggleborn is blessed by the Lady Magic herself. Magic is magic as long as the children have magic, then it is blessing from Lady Magic. No matter where the child parent comes from, in the end we are only one creature, human. We bleed the same crimson blood, even those dark creatures bleed a crimson blood. There's nothing wrong with blue D status as long as Lady Magic blesses upon us, that is sign we are a wizard or witch. Hadrian ignoring the blood who pooling in the ground and the blood who overflow from his arm by how deep he stabbed his arm and narrowed his eyes. Are you saying that you all refused Lady Magic's blessing upon you all? Hadrian asked in a cold voice. I'm not agree with tradition who changes. Samhain becomes Halloween, Yule becomes Christmas. It was an insult to Merlin and Lady Magic tradition. The student no. The whole hallway in silent make them even hear a dripping blood from Hadrian's arm until Professor come to them. What happened here? Professor McGonagall follow by other Professor Mr. Potter Black, what happened to you? Professor Flitwick asked, saw the pool of blood from his arm. The other students stay lent and their attitude has changed, didn't dare to look each other, make the professor suspicious. There's nothing wrong, Professor. Just Weasley saw Neville a traitor because he stuck with us, Slytherin, and I gave him a peace of mind. It's not my intention to make a scene, but the person has a limit, Professor. Hadrian say. And the blood? Professor Snape asked. Hadrian looked at his stab wound and showed his hairpin who has a blood in there. I stabbed myself. But I am fine. It's not the worst I got. If I didn't do it, he didn't understand. The student awkwardly shuffle in their feet with an unreadable expression with Hadrian ignored the blood who's still flowing from his arm. Mr. Potter Black, please follow me to the hospital wing. Professor Snape say, make him go, follow him. Okay. Go back to your own class. Professor McGonagall say. The student happily ran away from the scene, and after that, the student began to walk scattered away. Professor Snape looks at his nephew who has cold eyes. What happened? There's nothing wrong, Uncle Sev. Hadrian muttered and sighed. Why are they biased of black, light and gray magic? Magic is magic. It is a blessing from Lady Magic. We're bleed with crims. On blood even the dark creature bleeds with crimson color. Britain is so biased that it is so ridiculous. Madame Pomfrey who says his blood pouting Hadrian blinks in confusion. What happened? I stabbed myself. Hadrian say curtly. Madame Pomfrey look at Professor Snape who look away make her sigh heal the wound and give him a bandage with Lady Hogwarts who cheerfully talk to his mind. Crown Prince. You already plant a seed in them. She says happily. I can sense they're changing slowly. After that it was mystery to the professor that Slytherin and Gryffindor talk to each other more K greet each other in nod and there is no insult among the house. It is one of the mysteries that Professor curious since the four-house has seen unity there no tenseness between the four-house and it Remy. NDS them of that incident of Hadrian Lilian James Potter Black stab himself in his arm. Hadrian also a frequent visitor to Professor Quirrell office talking with Voldemort with him trying to look for the ritual. Why did you stab yourself? If not they didn't understand. The one who is important is magic, not blood. My little flower, I didn't want to see you hurt yourself. Voldemort say to him. Hadrian snickered, do not worry. I treasure my body. It was already a few weeks after that and Hadrian admitted the school is changed more better and for a torture week finally weekend come the stud. NT already seen excited to go back home to their home and it lead him to sit in front of headmaster who he want to kill. My boy, it was Potter Black, sir. Please call as such. Hadrian cut his sentences. Ah, right, of course. In Christmas, you are going home to the Dursleys, yes? Dumbledore asked. No, sir. I'm going back home to the Black Manor. My godfather is waiting for me there, sir. Hadrian answered to him. But, Dursley is your family. You are safe there. There is a blood warding. Dumbledore say. That is wrong, sir. My family was in Black Manor within my godfather and my father who blood adopted me. Sirius Black and about the blood war it is only activated when there is love but in that household there is no love for me, but in the Black Manor has a love for me. Remus loves me, Black Elder loves me, House Elves love me and there is no more safer place than Black Manor, sir. Hadrian declared. He can see Dumbledore's eyes have anger in there, making him gleeful inside of him. Oh, how fun to see his plan is falling apart. If that is then I excuse myself. Happy Yuletide headmaster. Hadrian stand up and bow to them get out front he castle leaving a gobsmack headmaster. Hadrian sigh and go to the Slytherin dorm to take his trunk. He packed his things away to him and told Draco that he has somewhere to go. He go to the Chamber of Secret using Parseltongue. Sasha, he called Basilisk. Crown Prince, did you bring a rabbit? Sasha get out from the statue make him giggle. No, I has a suggestion for you. Sasha Hadrian say sit in the ground let the basilisk curled around him, you see. I was going back home for Yule and I cannot visit you or Fluffy anymore so it's just a suggestion do you want to go with me out from this chamber, Sasha? Can I? Sasha asked interested. Of course but I need to cover your eyes so they didn't got petrified, is that okay? Hadrian asked. Of course. But how? I'm too big Sasha comment sadly. Don't worry, I can make you small with charm ha. Drian say make her yipped in happy make him stand up. Now, let's go fetch Fluffy then we're going home. Hadrian charms Sasha into a small garden snake with him ties her eyes in silver ribbon. She shlee. Thered to his body until her head lay in his collarbone. He walk outside the chamber go to the third floor, Hadrian laugh by the hyper greeting from Fluffy. Now, I have a suggestion for you, Fluffy, Adrian told him about his holiday and made them sad until he perked up and agreed, okay. Okay, I'm gonna use illusion charm so people didn't notice you or Cerberus and make your body small to a simple waist-length dog. Hadrian bring the dog away and summoned his trunk. He go to the station saw Draco make him walk to him ignoring the look from other student. Draco. Hadrian call him. Where did you get that dog? Draco ask look at Fluffy. I found him and decided to bring him home since there no caretaker for him. Hadrian say wandlessly alleviate his trunk to the compartment, come on. Draco only blink in stunned follow Hadrian to the train and the train back home was quite interesting with Fluffy who sleep under his feet and Sasha who sleep inside of his clothes. We're gonna arrive soon. Hadrian comment look outside the window, you're gonna come to Malfoy Yule Ball. Draco say make him nod. The student get out from the train with Hadrian and Fluffy get out from the train. He waved to Draco and go to Remus with a black dog beside him. Remus. Hadrian tackled him. Cub. Welcome back, how is school? And how did you get a dog? Remus asked leaned away. I told you later. He looked at Sirius who stared at Fluffy in wariness, and you bring Padfoot with you. Let's go back home. Remus say help him with trunk. They apparate away to the Black Manor with Sirius who return as human. They hug to each other in nostalgic. I miss you, Padfoot. Hadrian whisper. Yeah, I miss you too, pup. Come on, let's go inside and you need to tell us how you have a basilisk and Cerberus with you. Sirius say make Remus yelped. Cerberus and basilisk. He look at his godson. Hadrian chuckles and removes the illusion showing three-head dog and basilisk who wake up from her slumbering. They go to the living room after change his clothes and hug Crackers and other elves who happy see. Hadrian with Sasha and Fluffy curl around in front of the firewood in comfy. Right, you have an explanation, young man. Sirius say, did Remus haven't told you yet about my inheritance? Hadrian ask, oh yes. He has and I passed out when I learned about your inheritance. And your secret ability. Sirius nod, but you haven't told me how you got a two deadly animals obediently following you. Hadrian sit in the ground make the two animal reflexly snuggle into him in protective manner. Well, for a few months after I joined Hogwarts I accidentally opened the forbidden third floor room and met Fluffy in there. I noticed that he is malnourished so every day I bring him food and it's like a habit for me. Then a few months later I went to the Chamber of Secret with the guide of Lady Hogwarts and found Sasha, Queen of Snake in there. A familiar of Salazar Slytherin then every day I make time to talk and relax there. Wait, Cerberus and Basilisk in a school full of children? Sirius and Remus ask in scandalize. Yes, they're quite fun to play with. Hogwarts keeper and Dumbledore ignored Fluffy well-being so I took care of him. Hadrian say rubbing. Fluffy each head make them purr. And what about Lady Hogwarts? Remus asked. MN. I have blood of Britain wizard royalty who is a descendant of Merlin himself so Lady Hogwarts provides me with everything and we're become friends since I talk to her sometimes. Hadrian informed him mindlessly. For the rest of the day Hadrian stayed with his godfather until late night and he yawned to go to his bedroom to sleep with Fluffy and Sasha followed him. 2 days later, Hadrian got an email from Edgar Dodge Jr. about a trial for his guardian in 3 days. In 2 days, Hadrian is busy taking care of the will of his mother that consisted of his mother's will and goes to Gringotts asking Ragnarok of the testimony that Sirius indeed blow. OD adopted him and asked the goblin healer about his injured from Dursley. The day is coming. Sirius wears his expensive black robe the same as Remus and Hadrian. He ties his hair in half-brain with a Ilver dragon hairpin behind his head as a sign of the Pendragon family and Sasha who insisted to join him so she stay hidden behind the clothes. The war has begun. Hadrian though with madness in his glint. Chapter 10. Past and Truth. Hadrian and Sirius walk to the court. They saw the other Dark House Patriarch make Sirius nod to them in greeting until they meet Lord Malfoy. Lord Malfoy. Sirius greet him. Lord Black. Lucius call him look at Hadrian who bow to him polite. Lord Malfoy. Hadrian greet him in proper pureblood polite gesture bow. Mr. Potter Black. Lucius greet him back. Please call me Hadrian since we are cousins. Hadrian say softly. Indeed. Lucius look at him in intrigued until Sasha peeked out from his clothes make him stiffen. You bring Sasha with you? Remus asked. Yes, she says that she worries. Hadrian pat her small head with ribbon covering her eyes. A snake. Lucius comment in interested. Yes, her name is Sasha. She is Basilisk S. Oh I cover her eyes since I don't want them petrified by her gaze. Hadrian comment. You can understand what she says? He asked in intrigued. Hadrian hummed, looked up at him and tilted his head with an innocent expression. I may or may not understand serpent language. Lucius' mouth twitched a bit with amusement. Indeed. They go to the court. Hadrian leaves the court to Sirius and the Evie. Dence he sends to the lawyer Dodge with Dumbledore that every will and every proof is screaming for Sirius can claim him with Dumbledore become more angry and angrier. Lawyer Dodge showing the result of his abuse makes the Lord of Houses gasp at the result. Yes, it was cruel and brutal. Hadrian still has a scar in his back from the belt and he didn't ashamed of it because it showed that he survived Oop, for some reason he didn't want to show it to that person. It clearly that grim dog can claim you and yet that old man is so foolish try to bring you to the muggle world since it no way you got send back Sasha comment in yawn. Hadrian hummed in agree until Lawyer Dodge become impatient saying about his greater good, or blood ward, or his family, until he explode. Where were you when he got abused? Where were you when he starved? Where were you when he got bullied by his own cousin? Where were you when you left a baby wizard to a muggle house in a cold winter? Did you even ever think of his family taking care of him? Did you ever think that he might die in the winter when he is still a baby? Lawyer Dodge asked Rant. The court was in silence. Lawyer Dodge has a grandson and he never send a children when he has a family alive. Even if there no family there must have been a magical guardian that become part of his life and yet this person didn't even show himself up. You ha. S.A. highest seat and yet you know that Lord Black is Mr. Potter Black blood adopted father and yet you give no trial to him, why? Lawyer Dodges asked. Dumbledore's face like a ripe tomato with suppressed anger. He fumed but cannot speak one bit of the debate with the Lord of House whisper to each other and Hadrian can see a confused and curious look about serious trial. Told the public why serious. Has no trial while he has a high seat is done. Hadrian though, oh. How fun to see the person who didn't realize got manipulated by him and with Dumbledore throne slowly cracking. Hadrian can feel his magic is pulsing in fast past and he know it was madness of the Black family madness is slowly infected his core. A bunch of madness plans are forming in his mind that make him have a glimpse of madness in his emerald eyes even though he has a gentle and cold expression. Little one, your magic has become wild. Sasha break his thought of madness. Hadrian blink looked down at his beloved friend Nd nuzzle at her head who nudge at his side didn't notice a certain blondie lord as watched him in unreadable expression. It's decided then. Madame Bones' voice echoed in the silent hall. Is there anyone who refused to let Mr. Potter Black lives with his blood-adopted father? No one refuses and Madame Bones taps the hammer to show a sign that the court is finished. Hadrian exhales with Sirius who embraces him in relief. They give gratitude to Lawyer Dodges about bid everyone goodbye even Dumbledore apparate away in angry. They apparate away to the Black Manor. Hadrian exhale enter. The house stretch his body and take off his robe. Home sweet home. Hadrian shouts in delight when Fluffy tackled him. Hey. The next few days, Hadrian stayed in the restricted section of Black Manor Library. For 3 days he stayed in there to make Sirius and Remus worry but he waived it. Hadrian can feel his magic is singing with his answer. The ritual to bring his soulmate is in this library. Hadrian halted when he saw one book from the shelf make him take it out. He opened the book and read it in silent wide-eye closed it book, Death. Hadrian called. You call, Master. Death asked. Yes. About the ritual, what about this? Hadrian asked him to show him the page of the ritual to Death. Can you help me do it? Master. The one who does it is you. I just help to patch his soul together. Death informed him. If you can do it then we shall do it. With 3 Horcruxes enough to bring his sanity back. No, not 3 Horcrux but 4 Horcrux. Ravenclaw diadem, Hufflepuff cup, I in his diary. Hadrian looked at him with a bright eye. 4 Horcrux. When does the master want to begin? Death asked. As soon as possible. I want to look for Nagini also. Hadrian say to him sit in the fluffy sofa seat. What kind of race she is? Does she have the blood of basilisk in her? Sasha asked. I think so. Why? Hadrian asked. Every basilisk comes from my blood. I can look for her using our blood. I can call her. Sasha say. Really? Please do. Hadrian say in delight of relief. Sasha nod and sliding to the stair to the non-restriction library since restriction library is on the basement locked with NLY opened by the people who has a blood family. 5 Horcrux excellent feat, Master. This is clearly him becoming sane like him before. Death informed him. Really? He's not gonna kill people? Hadrian asked in worried. No, Master. He begins to kill people when he becomes Voldemort. Death informed him. Hadrian hummed in relief and bid Death goodbye. He better tell his godfather about his past. He saw Sirius and Remus lay in the couch. Siri, Remus, can we talk? Hadrian asked in Sirius, what's wrong? Sirius asked look at Remus. Hadrian put the forbidden book in the table and began to tell them his previous life as time travel. His previous life as Gryffindor, his previous life friend, his previous life as a boy who lived, his previous life who killed Voldemort. His previous life who got betrayed by his friend and Dumbledore. His previous life knew his inheritance. His previous life as a perfect little soldier. His previous life as Tom Marvolo Riddle's soulmate. The Hollow acknowledges me as Master of Death. Hadrian says with a blank expression, right Lord Voldemort as Tom Marvolo Riddle makes them wide eyes, yes. I killed my own soulmate because of a fake prophecy. Fake prophecy? Sirius asked make him nod. All of it is Dumbledore's plan. Who in their right mind has an interview in the pub? Hadrian asked, rolling his eyes. Death explained to me that riddle, also a Vic. Tim with Dumbledore turned everyone to backstab him except his friend who was Death Eater. Riddle makes a 7 Horcrux make him go insane, he then begins to kill people because of the betrayal of T. He people who thought of him as a threat. He is insane when he kills mother and father. Voldemort and Tom Marvolo Riddle are different people. Voldemort is a psychopath, insane person but Tom Marvolo Riddle is an orphan and victim as I. He desire of love the same as I. I made a mistake in the past. I blind to everyone. I got swayed easily but this time I'm fixing everyone and taking back our kingdom from its downfall. Quote, Hadrian say in firm voice and determined eyes with his magic swirling make Sirius and Remus understand that he will do anything to take back his kingdom away. And the prophecy? Sirius asked. The one with power to stand along the Dark Lord approach. Born as the 7th month. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. Heir of the serpent and eagle will. Stand beside heir of the lion and badger who will become a king. He who stands and is marked as his queen will bring back the former glory of the wizarding world and the long-lost forgotten Britain royal magic will appear. The king and queen who bring back the wizarding world of the former glory will be blessed by the Lady Magic herself. Either must not die at the hand of others or either cannot live without the other to survive. The king who is stronger than any wizard in Britain since Merlin to defend his kingdom from any threat using his brilliant mind and the queen who is gentle. Like a mother of Lady Magic herself with the courage and wisdom to protect the innocent. At last the peace of the wizarding world will come under the king and queen reign. Hadrian said in a peaceful face with a clear and firm voice. Remus and Sirius look at each other clearly that Tom Marvolo Riddle is the king and he is the queen. Sirius clear his throat. Harry James Potter is dead on that T. Me and reborn as Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black. This time I'm not gonna make a fault again. No, we're gonna take our kingdom back. Hadrian say in firm, clear and strong voice make his godparent. T stunned realized this boy is Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black but not Harry James Potter. He is crown prince of the Britain wizarding royal family, heir of the sacred royalty Pendragon family. Pendragon family is a dragon. We are dragon. We have madness of dragon fire in our magic. Our motto is no blood, no bone, no ash. Anyone who tries to poke a sleeping dragon then make sure to know the wrath of dragon. We are descendants of King Arthur Pendragon and Merlin himself. We show them why Pendragon family is feared among the wizard in the wizarding world even Japan and China wizard royalty blow. OD didn't dare to make a war with Pendragon royal family. Hadrian says with glint of madness of fire in those emerald green eyes, there is no forest green anymore but a green fire is burning in there. Sirius can heard a proudness and pride in those words, it make him worried that Hadrian has a madness of black family madness. Well, when you're gonna do ritual? Sirius asked cough in his fist to break his madness. As soon as possible. Sasha is calling Nagini now. Hadrian informed him. As the cue, Sasha come to the house with Nagini behind her make Hadrian grin walk toward them bow to Nagini. Welcome to Black Manor, Nagini. Hadrian say to her, I heard everything from my queen. Did you really try to revive Tom? Nagini asked. Yes, I want to revive him with his sanity back so I need you. I have 4 Horcrux now with you, Ravenclaw diadem, Hufflepuff cup, I and you. In a few days there is a Yule Ball in Malfoy Manor if I remember correctly. Riddle diary is in Lord Malfoy hand. I want to take it back as the 5th Horcrux. Nagini stay quiet for a second, sniffing him until she hummed slide back, nodding in agreement. I will help you. But when you got the 5 Horcrux immediately do the ritual, Nagini say, make him grin. That my intention, Hadrian say in grin. You can stay here and perhaps you can join me to the Yule Ball in Malfoy Manor. I can charm you to make you fit in my body. The rest of the days, Sasha and Nagini play together in the garden with Fluffy, who also plays in the garden until he is satisfied. There's still 3 days before Malfoy Yule Ball and he already sent the letter to Draco this morning that he, Remus and Sirius will join the ball and Rita about interview. Good afternoon, Ms. Rita Skeeter. Hadrian greet her. Good afternoon, Lord Potter, Air Black. It is surprising to receive an mail from you. Rita greet her back. Hadrian smirk. I have a proposition and information and please call me Hadrian please. What kind of information? Please call me Rita then, she asked incurious. First, I want this information to get published in the morning of Yule days. Just say that it was a present for everyone. Hadrian says with a sly smirk, besides you can bug the other. Who connected to the information I gave you, but I don't want you to bug me. That is my proposition. Rita pale. I don't know what you mean. Hadrian purred. You know what that means very well. Besides bug didn't want to reveal itself, isn't it? Fine. What information do you have? Rita asked. I have another proposition for you. Let's become an ally, shall we? Hadrian say. Say what again? Rita asked in blink. Hadrian gave her a sly smirk. Why not? In my mind you are the best journalist in Britain Wizarding world. I have a lot of information that you love to hear, but more info. RT Antley, I have someone to destroy in public and media war. I want his fabric lie exposed. I want his world as crumbling beneath him with his eyes open. Rita only stay quiet, staring at the boy in front of her, but for some reason the boy in front of her is not a boy but a young man who know the power of media, and for a long time she feel thrill in her spine. You know, Rita, I was a greedy and selfish person. I'm sure everyone knows the famous madness of Black family, and I have black blood in my vein. The person who wants to bring a war to my house, then they shall receive the madness of the Black House. A skull logo in Black House is not in decoration after all. Hadrian say calmly and yet deadly. Rita suddenly understands why her mind is screaming. Danger. In front of this boy. No, why? Man and an alliance with this young man. Rita give a glee satisfaction in her eyes and a smirk. As you wish, let's have an alliance between us. Rita say firmly. You need to understand, if you join an alliance with me, then you're joining a war along with me. Hadrian said without breaking contact with her. If you make an alliance with me, then you shall stand next to me, because I know very well the power of media, since I have a famed. That is fine by me. Rita say make Hadrian stare at her for a second, then give a sly smirk nod. Excellent. Hadria say unsatisfied. Now what in formation do I need to release on the 24th of December? Rita asked. Did you know about the secret trial of Sirius Black and secret court for my guardian? Hadrian asked with sly dark smile. Hadrian begin to told everything about Sirius as an innocent got framed and Peter Pettigrew hide in the certain wizard family. He told her that Sirius got healed completely with help in Saint Mungo and Goblin. He told her about his abusive household and he run away when he was 8 years old. For about an hour, Hadrian finally finished informing her and everything. He drink cup of water, look at Rita who stay silent, digesting the information, but there a glint in her eyes. Now you know very well who the one that I want to destroy. Did you want to continue to become my ally? You know very well it is a war. Revolution against him, Hadrian say to her in firm. Rita gives him a glint of predator and madness in her eyes. Do you think I leave this change? No way. I keep the alliance, and I have feeling that you have a lot of shocking information. As you said, I will not use magic quill. Hadrian snorted. I believe in your talent, Rita. Even if you didn't use magic quill, your talent is still outstanding. Can't wait for December 24th and make sure my godfather appearance is so perfect. Of course, Rita say in delight. After all of that, Hadrian had a day off after meeting with Rita, and so Hadrian used his magi to grow a plant in the Lust Garden since it was so empty and bare. He makes a river at each side of the garden with a flower and lust tree with a garden seat thanks to the house elf who helps him to re-decor the garden. He even added a simple glass house with a comfy blanket and pillow in each of the side garden under the lust big tree. He even makes a garden arch at the road with a spreading flower surrounding the arch so it makes the road to the house as breeze with wind. In front of the manor, still empty for them to play, it only needs 2 days with Hadrian magic and elf magic. Nagini loves being outside the same as Sasha and Fluffy while he stays in the glass house reading a book with the window open to make the breeze enter the small house. Hadrian also put a road using a stone from glass house to the main road so if there is rain the shoes will not get dirty. Malfoy Manor. Draco was eating breakfast when a snowy owl came to him to make him understand who he was. He take the TTER and give her and Bacon saw her flew away from Malfoy Manor. From who? Narcissa asked. From Hadrian. Draco opens the letter and reads the letter. Oh. He and his godparents are coming to the ball. Oh. He is blood adopted by Black, isn't it? Narcissa asked. Yes. Draco answers still read the letter. Then he's your cousin. Narcissa says happily. I can't wait to see him. Father, can Hadrian bring a snake to the ball? Draco asked look at his father. Lucius got a look from his basilisk and made him nod. Yes, he can. Draco hummed. And he wants me to go into the Black Manor since he wants to introduce his friend, Fluffy, a 3-head dog, Cerberus. He widened his eyes. That dog when he is brought from Hogwarts is Cerberus. He must use illusion charm on Cerberus. Cerberus, in the Hogwarts. Narcissa asked in scandalized, why didn't you tell us about this? Lucius asked, I didn't know there was a Cerberus until the say departing from Hogwarts he bring a normal black dog beside him and the rest of journey the dog is asleep so. Draco defended himself and frowned, when did he meet? Cerberus or more like befriend Cerberus. Draco read the letter again, I only bring my snakes since it's gonna make attention if I bring Fluffy into the ball so you better come to the Black Manor to meet with Fluffy also I have another snake other than Sasha so I bought them to the ball to meet you, dear cousin. Fluffy is quite sulky, and leaves alone in the manor but it's okay he is friendly toward my family and friend. As long as I'm fine, Fluffy and Sasha will not harm people. That what he say, Narcissa hummed in delight, a true black child. Quote, yes. He has a black madness in his eyes sometimes when he plans something and don't forget about him stabbing himself with his pin in his arm makes a pool of blood in the hallway because a foolish Gryffindor boy that makes him restrain snap. Draco say in pursed lip. What do you mean by stabbing himself? Narcissa asked W.I.T.H. Lucius who raised one of his eyebrow. Draco blink. I haven't told mother and father about this. They shake their heads and it makes Draco tell Hadrian what happened in the Hogwarts for a whole semester. 4x. On morning, December 24th. Hadrian cannot wait when the Daily Prophet owl come to their house and not long the owl come with a newspaper. Hadrian give the owl a bacon. Ministry blunder who else is innocent? By Rita Skeeter. A few weeks before Christmas there was a shock trial that only be attended by the Lord of the Sacred 28th family which members of Wizengamot unaware until the trial itself. Revealed shocking ministry of injustice. Sirius Black, renowned for being mass murderer and supporter of you-know-who have been innocent of all crime. The man, now 31, was imprisoned without a trial in Azkaban 10 years ago. Yes, it was unheard of. Sirius Black got accused of the murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12. Muggle who has been found by Aurors in the last few days before the trial. It has been revealed that it was Pettigrew who betrayed the Potter family to you-know-who, resulting in their murder and it was Pettigrew who killed 12 Muggles. The man is an unregistered animagus and was found just a few days before the trial of Mr. Black by Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt. There are a lot of questions in my tip of tongue. Our chief warlock, Albus Dumbledore know that Mr. B.L. Ack is godfather of Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black and blood adopted father and yet why didn't he call a trial? Mr. Potter Black informed me of a shocking truth when he stayed in the Muggle household. His mother's sister who despised magic. A few days before the Christmas, there was another secret trial for the guardianship of Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black. Mr. Potter Black, shocking Mysel, F of his abusive past because of his magic. Mr. Potter Black didn't tell me much because of his trauma of abusive treatment, but Mr. Potter Black informed me that he didn't feel ashamed of his scar because it was his sign that he survived. A child no less than 8 years old got abuse because of his accident magic. Mr. Potter Black told me that he run away from that household to our world that year. Mr. Sirius Black, who got treatment from the Saint Mungo and Goblin, already healed perfectly for the sake of his godson. Mr. Sirius Orion Black retained his status back as Lord Black as soon as he healed from Dementor. Exposure. Read more to know about Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black and Lord Sirius Orion Black in page 8. Hadrian, Sirius and Remus. Read the Daily Prophet, who in front of the paper is written in that article. No one would miss it with a bold right at the top. Pup, is this your doing? Sirius asked in stunned. Hadrian the little jerk cackled like a madman, made his two godfather look at each other, and for sure he really destroyed Dumbledore image with one weapon, and that is media. Hogwarts, Headmaster Office. Albus Dumbledore throws the paper to the table in anger. He walks back and forth in madness with Phineas Black cackled by his grandson ability. Everything is falling apart. That damn brat should be his little soldier. He should become his sheep. That brat is not supposed to know much about Wizarding World. That brat should stay in Muggle World. I leave that brat into that family because of the abusive treatment he got. Make him submissive. He also tried to do block and compulsion, but something rejected it. Make him growl in anger. 4x. A few minutes after Daily Prophet got spread out to the Britain Wizarding World, he received a bunch of mail from his friend. He was lightly relieved that Susan hadn't sent a howler to him. It's better to read her letter first. Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black, you don't know how lucky you are that this letter is not a howler. My aunt refused to do the charm for me. You should be glad and relieved and thank her later. How could you keep this from us? You know we would help you. Screw Dumbledore. I read the Prophet and I know that you are alone, and with your abusive past I can relate that you are already used to being alone, depending on yourself, but you have your friend around you. I always stand beside you and help to support you. You are my brother, all but in blood. Hadrian. Try to rely on your friend and a competent adult. I hope your Christmas holiday has been okay regardless. I was getting ready to end my aunt after you because I hadn't yet read. Don't be a stranger and write. I want to hear all your hidden dark thought, your nightmare and everything. You have a lot of conversation with Dia. Our brother. What kind of sister if my brother is suffering alone? Love, Susie, your sister all but in blood and your best loyal friend. Hadrian read the letter in quite touched. Yes, his abusive past. Sometime make him has a nightmare, and sometime his scar would burn when the nightmare has happened. He ignored a sudden prick in his eyes. The next letter is from Hannah, and he let Sirius and Remus to read Susan's letter. Hadrian, how could you keep this secret from us? Don't you know how worried we've been? Next time make sure you better keep us in loop. You had better thank Amelia doesn't do howler spell for Susan. I read the Prophet and it was shocking, but it made me worried. But next time, let us be involved. We're your friend for a reason. Hadrian, we want to help you. You must have a trust issue because of your past, but you have friends surrounding you. You might not realize it, but you changed Hogwarts without realizing. Just like Susie says, you are our brother all but in blood. Hadrian. Try to rely on us, an adult who is competent enough. I hope your Christmas holiday with your godparent is fun. If you need anything or just want to talk, remember I'm always her an answer. You have a lot of talk with us tonight. Dear Hadrian. Love, Hannah. The next letter is Neville, as expected of him, comforting word. He let Hannah letter down to the table. Hadrian. I can't say that I'm too impressed to hear you did this alone, but I understand why you've always been alone before you had us, Sirius and Remus, right? You need to remember that we're here for you. No matter what kind of past you have. If you want to talk, then I'm gonna hear it. So, how's Sirius? If he's innocent, I bet he's grateful for having you. Remember to keep writing. I want to hear from you. You can rant to us your past, your frustration. You didn't need to grown up, but I know why. You forced to grow up quickly with that abusive household. How your Yule holiday is good. I can't wait to meet you tonight in Draco Ball. Neville. Cedric and Cho letter is the same, worried about his well-being. They read about the prophet and they hope that he is gonna reply to them for a bit and to not hide and lock himself up. The last letter is from Draco. Hadrian, it's the first time I saw my mother silently in rage reading the prophet and using me and father's word to calm her down from storming to Dumbledore office in your house. I hope that the story is fake, but I know it was true. It worries me when you don't tell me anything about your past, but I know you must be hesitant. Anyone will be hesitant to have that kind of past, but remember I was beside you. Just like Susan says, I was your cousin brother, I was your family. You can give me a letter, and if you need a rant we are willing to listen. You do your job amazingly calming the student when they're in mood. Do you think I didn't know? I know when in the night you wake up and calm the student who is crying or has a nightmare. Hadrian, you are an amazing person. You look after other students, but at least let us to look after you. Don't think I didn't notice you only eat a small food. Tonight, they're a Yule ball and you have a lot of information to told us about. Dear cousin, your cousin brother and best friend, Draco. Hadrian took a shudder breath from all of the overwhelmed letter make him rub his face. You have an excellent friend, cub. Protect them and cherish them. Remus say to him, I knew, it just overwhelms me. In my previous life, Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley didn't care about my well-being and I think it made me have a temper. There is only one time where Ron saved me from Dursley in the summer with Wesley flying a car, but other than that no. Hadrian informed them. This time you have a second chaw. NCE, and you have a proper friend and family, pup. I proud of you when I heard from Lucius that you managed to change the attitude between the house in Hogwarts. Sirius say make him chuckle. ... Chapter 11. Malfoy Ball. The day of the ball, Hadrian, Remus and Sirius wear a elegant black family logo in their green and black suit. Hadrian wear a elegant emerald robe with a skull symbol in th. Air with Sasha and Nagini who curled in his shoulder laid in his neck like wearing a sail. They flow to the Malfoy Manor. Hadrian stumbled a bit and straightened his clothes look around. Hadrian. Draco voice call him make him grin. Draco. Hadrian say hug him. Now, Draco, let the boy go. An amused female voice says make Draco let him go. Hello, Hadrian. Welcome to Malfoy Manor. Hadrian bowed to him in polite. Lucius. Cousin Sissa. Sirius greet his cousin Narcissa laughs. Sirius. They embrace in longing. I miss you Sissa. Sirius say, I miss you too, cousin brother. Narc. Issa respond back and leaned away look at Remus. Welcome to Malfoy Manor, Mr. Lupin. Remus bows to him politely. Please call me Remus. He greet Lucius too. Siri. If you and Draco mother are co. You sins, then should I call Lady Malfoy as aunt and Lord Malfoy as uncle? Hadrian ask look at his godfather. Sirius blink look at Narcissa. Isn't it? Narcissa looked at her husband nod. Yes. He is my nephew. She looked down at Hadrian. You can call me Aunt Sissa and Lucius as Uncle Lucius. Hadrian hummed a smile. Yes Aunt Sissa, Uncle Lucius. Oh, you're adorable. Narcissa comment hug him. You're like an adorable girl. Oh, how I wish to have a daughter. Yeah, well, it's no surprise with Hadrian feminine look he mistakes many times as him as a female. He has a structured body of slender like a female not a male. Draco and Lucius look at each other in silence leaned away from Narcissa who obviously in happy like she received another children. Don't get fooled by his adorable and innocent look, cousin Sissa. Sirius eye twitch. You wound me, Siri. Hadrian comment in adorable pout. Mother, I will bring Hadrian to other children. Draco say and on that cue his snake co. Me out make him yelp stare at two snake in wide eye. Oh, Draco met Sasha. She's a basilisk. Sasha give a hissed with a silver ribbon covering her eyes. Where did you get her? Draco asked. Hadrian grin. Chamber of Secrets in Hogwarts. Chamber of Secret. How do you know the place? Draco asked in surprise. Hadrian winked at his cousin brother and points at the lazy snake in his shoulder to make the Malfoy couple stiffen. And this one is Nagini. Lucius and Narcissa stiffen more hear that name. Draco stay silent for a second and cleared his throat. Right. Hello. Sasha, Nagini. Draco gray. At him earned a grin from the snake that showing a sharp fang full of venom. Oh, they like you. Hadrian scratch under their jaw make them limp into his shoulder. Right. Let's meet the other. Draco say. Hadrian nods and covers the snake with his robe. He meets with his friend from Hogwarts. Hadrian. They greet him. Susan and Hannah, who hug him tightly, make Hadrian giggle and hug each of his beloved best friends. I miss you guys. I know we miss you too. Cedric say, is the one in the prophet as true? Pansy ask. Unfortunately yes. Hadrian point at Sirius, who surround by the other lord of house. Gran became livid when she read the prophet. Neville informed them, same as me. They also informed him, my mother has doubts about Dumbledore now. Cedric say to him, make the Light family agreed. Oh, Hadrian asked in intrigue. My parents agree with Rita Skeeter that Dumbledore has a high position, so why didn't he call an emergency trial? It's unsuspicious when he knows that Lord Black is your blood father. Cho informed them. Neville shakes his head. Gran a doubt with Dumbledore after reading the prophet. Oh, you didn't know my mother was in fury when she read the prophet. She wanted to storm into Dumbledore's office to give her a peace of mind, only a calm by my word and father. Draco informed them. Hadrian sighed. Dumbledore is terrifying manipulative. I know, right? How the Light got blinded by Dumbledore lie. Neville comment. He is quite obsessed with me. After the trial, Dumbledore kept insisting for me to come back to the Muggle household. Hadrian said to him, and with a disgusted look, he is not my man type. The boys choked with the girls, who giggling with Pansy and Daphne leaned at him with sly smirk. What kind of man type, Hadrian? Pansy asked. How bold of you to confess. Daphne say to him with sly smirk. Hadrian hummed and had a thinking expression until he gave a charming smile, a pale skin, blue eye, wavy short brown hair. He remembers Tom Marvolo Riddle from the diary from his previous life, and indeed he was quite charming and handsome. The girls is giggle while the male give him a knowing expression. He open up, and Hadrian relieved that his family accepted his sexuality. They talk to each other while the adult talks a boring stuff until the ball finishes soon. Hadrian walks to the Lord Malfoy. No, Uncle Lucius. Uncle Lucius, do you mind having a conversation with me? Hadrian asked. Uncle Lucius raised one of his eyebrow nods. They walk to a secluded place. Hadrian take out Nagini and Sasha from his cloak. Your lord is alive out there. Hadrian break the silence. Lucius stiffened and looked at the boy. How do you know? Because he possessed Professor Quirrell in Hogwarts, and I talk to him twice a week. He wishes to regain his body. Hadrian saw his uncle listen to him and informed him more, but if he revived now he only lost his sanity with 7 Horcrux scattered around. Horcrux is his soul. If we want to bring him back, I prefer a sane Tom Marvolo Riddle, not a psychopath and insane Dark Lord Voldemort. Horcrux. Lucius muttered. I have a 4 Horcrux in me now. Ravenclaw diadem, Hufflepuff cup, I and Nagini. The more we gathered the Horcrux, the more sanity he got. Hadrian says, look at his uncle. I know you have the 5th Horcrux, Diary of Tom Riddle, and I wish to have that diary back to its owner. How do you revive him? Lucius asked. Using a blood ritual that I found in the restriction area of Black Manor Library, but with I only there a high chance that too. Gonna have a mental breakdown because of the soul he has, and so I have certain someone to patch his soul together without risk. Hadrian asked. Oh, who is that someone? Lucius asked. Hadrian looked arrow. The people and locked eyes with Lucius. Uncle, I know you can notice the difference with the secret that needs to stay secret and a secret that can spread out. I know you can notice the difference. Which is much safer to hide this secret without even making a vow. He locked eyes with gray eyes. Can you keep this conversation that I'm gonna tell you a secret? Lucius looks at Hadrian's emerald. Eye that swirls with silver in there like a flower. He can feel his power and it is strong, perhaps in par as his lord. That's fine with me. Lucius say. Hadrian give a silent charm wondrously make Lucius raised his eyebrow in surprise. He exhale. What did you know about Potter family? Hadrian asks. Seeing Lucius silent, make him continue. Potter family has blood of Peverell family. I'm sure. You know the story about the 3 brothers, heck even all the Britain wizard know the story of 3 brothers. The last brother is a Peverell, his descendant married to Potter family and Peverell line die. But the blood of Peverell still in our vein. Peverell family has a sacred artifact that connect to a celestial being. It was an invisibility cloak. It was owned by Peverell family until the line died. The last Peverell give the invisibility cloak to the Potter family as a sacred artifact. They say that the invisibility cloak belongs to the death and it makes the Peverell family connected to the death itself. We, Potter, told the children about the Peverell family. Of course, I learned from the Potter history book that every child who has blood of Peverell is connected to the death. She says that the Sacred Hollow can summon a death, but that is not true. A child who has blood of the three brother can summon and connect to death itself, and it is one of descendants of the three brother Uty to become a bridge between death and life. I too can talk to death since I was 8 years old. Lucius speechless by the boy who drop him a bomb. There no lie, only a truth in his word and sentence, there no hesitanst. Do you think I managed to run away from Surrey to London alone? No way. Hadrian snickered. I got help from Death, who showed me the way to the Diagon Alley, Death who the one to ld me to go to the Gringotts and know my inheritance. But it says that when the three hollow join together Death appears. Lucius say in frowned. That is for the wizard who has no blood of the three brother. Death is cunning. The artifact is too strong to stay in mortal world. Gellert. Grindelwald got drowned by Elder Wand power and became insane, got defeated by Dumbledore, but now he also got drowned. By the Elder Wand power of his want of greed owe his status and reputation. Hadrian shook his head sighing. Elder Wand is a first gift from death born from desire of power. There was no wizard who could the Elder Wand. All of the previous owner died drowned by its power, and so it stayed hidden in the darkness until Gellert Grindelwald stole the wand and got drowned by its power, just like a history repeat again and again. Lucius only stayed quiet and looked at the boy in front of him. What do you want from me? Hadrian looked at him. I want his diary, the 5th Horcrux for ritual. I need to revive him as soon as possible. Why? Lucius asked, ignoring a hissing from Sasha and Nagini, who curled in him protectively. Hadrian clenched his hand, locked eye with him with determined green eye in there, make Lucius stunned. To take back our kingdom, back from the enemy who took our throne. It was a revolution, Uncle Lucius, and just like I say to Draco, it was a war where the enemy took over He kingdom, and the owner of the kingdom wanted to take back their throne, their kingdom, their people, their inheritance, and bring back their kingdom who fall into disgrace to its former glory. Hadrian say firmly. Lucius look at those eyes who oozing with power make him stunned in silence until a hissing sound break his though. He look at Nagini, his lord snake hissed at him in protective with sash. Ahu also glaring at him hissing make him cleared his throat. Follow me, Lucius say. Hadrian gives a smile. He follows Lucius to his office. Hadrian look around while Lucius take out an old diary. His diary. Lucius give him the diary. Hadrian looks at the diary, and indeed there is a soul of Tom in there. He takes the book to him and a warm magic engulfed makes him also send his magic. Hadrian took a deep breath. Death. Hadrian called to no one, still staring at the diary make Lucius stiffen where there's something dark come out from his presence. I has the 5th Horcrux, only leave the 6th and 7th Horcrux. Slytherin locket and gaunt ring. It was silent for a moment with heavy pressure until the presence is gone with Hadrian close his eyes, exhale, open his eyes. I thank you, Uncle. Wit. This he can return to being a sane person. Hadrian bowed to him in grateful. When are you gonna do the ritual? Lucius asked. Tomorrow. Hadrian say. Can I join? Lucius asked. Hadrian stared at him. Are you strong enough to stand in front of the same room as death itself? Sirius and Remus stand outside the room. You didn't have blood of death in your vein. Are your core strong enough to stand in front of the deity of death, Reaper? I try. Lucius say. He need it's a risk to stand in the same room as a deity, celestial being. Even a child know that when the wizard core not strong enough, it gonna got infected by the dark energy, and it gonna infected the core make the wizard goes squib. Tomorrow midnight comes to Black Manor for ritual alone. Hadrian say to him. All right. Lucius nod. He turned his heel and Lucius saw a gleaming silver from his hairpiece make him look up wide eye when saw those symbol, a silver dragon and an emerald wand. Pendragon. Why? Lucius asked in confused. Hotter. Ian closed the door and walked back to the ball, saw the guests go home one by one. He go to the Sirius and Remus who talk with Narcissa. Sirius, Remus, Aunt Cissa. Hadrian call them. Pup, you're finished. Sirius asks him nod and Sirius hugs his cousin. Visit Dark Manor sometime with Draco, it's also your house after all. I will. Narcissa nod to him. They flow back to the Black Manor. Had Ryan sigh take off his robe and the snake also slither out from the body. I'm gonna go to bed. Good night. Hadrian say to them, good night. They greet him back. Hadrian goes to the bed followed by Nagini, Sasha and Fluffy. He put the diary to the table and go to the bathroom for bath and wear a loose pajama, then he take out the 2 Horcrux Ravenclaw diadem and Hufflepuff cup. Did he really go back to previous Tom Marvolo Riddle? The one who wishes to bring back the wizarding world? Hadriana asked in worried. What makes you so worried? Death told you that he will come back like before, not a man who has a desire to take human life. Nagini comment. Hadrian sigh and put the 3 artifact away and lay in the bed surround with Nagini, Sasha and warm fluffy black fur. I know, just worry. Hadrian say sigh. 3 of them nuzzle his face, make him giggle, make him mind calmed for a moment. Tomorrow, he meet Riddle and help him to recover since Merlin know that it's already a few years since he didn't have body. Go to sleep, little one, Sasha and Nagini say to him. Hadrian closed his eyes and let the darkness consume him, can't wait for tomorrow to come. Chapter 12. Revival. Hadrian wake up in the morning. He opened the curtain wondrously, let the sunlight enter his bedroom. He saw Sasha, Nagini and Fluffy begin to wake up. Good morning. Hadrian comment, get out from the bed, it's too early. Nagini comment. Hadrian chuckle, go to the bathroom and wash his face, brush his teeth and change his clothes. He has no doubt that Severus go to the Malfoy Manor and he also need go to the Malfoy Manor with Sirius and Remus. Perhaps he can bring Fluffy to the Malfoy Manor. Hadrian wake the 3 lazy creature and go down to the downstairs, saw Remus read a Daily Prophet and Sirius who mindlessly drink coffee. Good morning. Happy Yule. Hadrian greet him. Happy Yule. They respond back. Hadrian take a toast and a scrambled egg with ketchup. He eat in silence, read a book until he look at Sirius. When are we gonna go to Malfoy Manor? Hadrian ask. 9 in morning. Sirius answers and grin. Did you look excited for the present? Hadrian grinned. I'm sure Draco is excited. Not long. The 3 lazy creature come down from the stair. They eat the breakfast too, make Hadrian shake his head in chuckle. Are you sure to revive him? Remus asked in Sirius. Yeah. Hadrian nodded. Looking out the window, he will not become Voldemort. He has a chance and this time he will not fail it like before. He's not alone, after all. I'm gonna stay out of the chamber since I can't stand the same room with death. Sirius comment. Me too. Remus chirped up. It's okay. Uncle Lucius entered the chamber with me. I already warned him and it is his fault if his core got destroyed. Hadrian say in shrug. 9 in morning. They flow to the Malfoy Manor with Fluffy, Sasha and Nagini beside him. He stumbled out from the fireplace. Hadrian. Draco greet him with grin. Hey, happy Yule. Hadrian greeted him. Put the snake down and Fluffy. He is Fluffy. Draco stiffen warily look at the Cerberus who obediently sit beside him, Fluffy. Hadrian only shrug, grab Draco hand and let him touch each of Cerberus head. Fluffy sniffed his hand and begin to nuzzle at his hand, make Draco grin lit up. Oh, he like you, Hadrian comment. Draco scratch Fluffy behind ear, make him melt purr, make Hadrian chuckle. Notice that Sirius and Remus gone to who know where. Where's Sirius and Remus? Hadrian ask. Oh. Maybe in the living room. Come on. Draco say. Hadrian walks follow him with 2 snakes sliding behind high. M and Cerberus walk beside him obediently like a dog until they enter the living room, saw Professor Snape, Sirius, Black, Narcissa and Lucius. Welcome Hadrian. Narcissa greet him only stiffen, saw Cerberus. He is Fluffy. Hadrian introduced him. It's okay. He is a lazy one. Severus saw Cerberus look at him in flat stare. You bring out Cerberus from Hogwarts? Yes. I presume Dumbledore hasn't noticed yet. Hadrian comment. Yes. Besides, if he notices there's no way he's gonna speak. Severus comment, them nod. The next as they're open the present. Hadrian mentally is 18 years old but high. Children mentality still stand out with lack of childhood. It was an excitement. Hadrian and Draco play with Fluffy in the yard until the sun is setting. Come on, pup. Time to go home. Sirius say to him. Bye bye. See you in the Hogwarts train. Hadrian say to Draco. Yeah. Draco nod. Come one, Fluffy, Nagini, Sasha, time to go home. Hadrian call his friend. They flow back to the Black Manor. Hadrian took a deep breath. Go to his bedroom. Begin to prepare the ritual chamber. The preparation took a lot of time to finish 1 hour before the midnight. Hadrian checks again and again of ritual room. For 1 hour he meditate until the 10 minute before midnight's Hadrian opened his eyes, saw Lucius get out from the fireplace. You're here. Let's go. Hadrian say walk toward the ritual chamber. They enter the room with Sirius and Remus outside the chamber. Hadrian wear his robe. If anything happened call us. Yeah. Sirius say to him. I'm fine. Besides Uncle Lucius in the room. Hadrian say point at Lucius who wear a dark clothes. Hadrian entered the room followed by Lucius and Death appeared in front of them. Lucius look at Death in flash. He see his father, grandfather and his other Malfoy family died in front of him until a warm feeling washed the thought away. Make him look at Hadrian. I told you, are you okay? Hadrian asked. Lucius back to his composure. Yes. I'm fine. Death met my uncle Lucius Malfoy. Hadrian introduce him. I like him, master. Death says make Hadrian snickered. Are you ready, master? Of course I am. Hadrian say and look at Lucius. Please stand at side out of the circle. Lucius stand beside him with each of the Horcrux in there. Hadrian sit in his knee with ritual dagger in front of him. He saw Hadrian slice his arm, make his blood dripped into the ritual circle, and make it glow a crimson color. One by one his Lord's soul come out from the Horcrux. The first one is Ravenclaw's diadem show Lord Voldemort's soul who disappear into the circle. The second is a Hufflepuff cup who showing a 30 years old Tom Marvolo Riddle. The third is diary showing a young Tom Marvolo Riddle wear a Slytherin robe. All three of soul go to the Philosopher's Stone who glow brightly. Lucius sees Death tap Nagini forehead and indeed another Lord Voldemort's soul comes out from her to make her hissed. The next is Hadrian. Death also taps his scar in his forehead. All of the 5 soul is going to the Philosopher's Stone who glow brightly. Hadrian grit his teeth chant with a word that he didn't understand but his magic is swirling like a storm. He sent magic to his lord. With a bright light a young man in teenager years lay in the middle of the ground with Philosopher's Stone already stopped glowing. Hadrian flicked his hand and he wore clothes. The young man has pale white skin and a wavy brown hair with the side of his hair covered his fringe anyway. This young man is handsome indeed. Slowly the young man opened his eyes showing a crimson. I make Lucius reflexly kneeling at the side of the room with Hadrian had his breath hitched when Tom Marvolo Riddle sit up touch his head. Tom Marvolo Riddle looks around the room, obviously a ritual. Chamber then a sudden memory comes to him in order to make him frown. The heck he kills an infant just because of the prophecy. He remember the memory when he was in Quirrell head make him snap open look around saw Hadrian a hopeful gaze. My little flower. Tom call him. Hadrian gave a strangled cry slumped and deactivated the ritual. Uncle Lucius, you can enter the circle now. Lucius, too. Looked at him who walked toward him kneeling in front of him. You are Abraxas' son. Yes, my lord. Lucius nod. Welcome my right hand. Tom greet him. Yes, my lord. Lucius greet him back, too. Saw Hadrian who has a pale look and sweaty look with his eyes coals in painful make him stand up wall to him kneel in front of him make him open his eyes, he stare at his little flower. Lucius, open the door and window. Tom says to him to open the door and window to make Sirius and Remus halt to barge inside when Tom cradles Hadrian in his arms, my little flower. Thank Merlin. How were I am if you didn't regained your sanity. Tom Marvolo Riddle Hadrian hissed to him in relief ignoring a gasp from Lucius and Sirius. It was one of the gift he earned from Tom since he has his soul for about 12 years. Becoming a vessel of the soul make his ability to linger in him. Tom leaned at him touch his cheek in gentle, I'm sorry for all pain I cause you, my little flower. It's okay. It's all that old man fault. You are a victim just like I. Hadrian say. The next thing is where they feel that they're interrupted something make them look away with Tom stare at Hadrian emerald eye. Min magic attract till you. Min smar flower, v. Tom asks confused only an inch to Hadriana's face my magic is attracted to you, my little flower. Why? Hadrian stare at those crimson eyes in silence. Until he feel his eyelid feel heavy make him leaned at his strong and firm chest. Ektal you later ver recovered. Min Konunger Hadrian whispered, closing his eyes I told you later when we recovered, my king. Thank you, my little flower. Tom say and lift him in bridal way. Tom walked ignoring the three people in the door. He has Hadrian in his arm protectively ignoring a shocked look from the adult in the room. What has just happened? Remus asked in surprise. He can speak Parseltongue. Sirius asked in surprise make Remus nod. Anyway, the last language. I never knew those languages before. Have you ever heard it? Remus asked. No, I haven't heard it before. Sirius shake his head the same as Lucius. They has no doubt that Tom will not come out from Hadrian room until he wake up. Tom Marv. Olo Riddle sits in the bed and looks at the deeply sleepy Hadrian. He flexes his muscle. It is still stiff. If there is no magic to help him to walk into his bedroom, he already collapses in 2 steps. Tom looked at the door when it opened, showing Nagini and Sasha that he sure the last time he saw her was in Chamber of Secret in Hogwarts. Tom, Nagini and Sasha greet him. Nagini, Sasha, how are you two in here? Tom asked. He asked me if I want to get out from Hogwarts and Lady Hogwarts give a permission, Sasha informed him. How got told by my queen that he need Horcrux in me to revive you. Nagini informed him. Tom looked at Hadrian hummed. I see. How do you feel? Nagini asked. I feel lighter. What happened? My magic is attracted to Hadrian magic, Tom asked. The two snake reptile look at each other. That is not I who told you. It was your mate who need to told you. Tom frowned. He's not my mate. If a snake can snicker, then there is snicker under their breath that is claimed. They sliding away get out from the room, leaving Tom alone with Hadrian in the bedroom. Tom has his finger messenger his temple inside look at the sleeping beauty in front of him in silence. Tom was meditating in the seat when Hadrian opened his eyes to make him open his eyes too. He looked at the boy who blinking lay in his side staring at him in silence. Good morning. Tom greeted him. Good morning. Hadrian greeted him back. How about your magic and body? My magic is perfectly fine and my body is just weak. It's already been a few years since I haven't walked around. How about you? Tom asked him. Hadrian hummed. I'm fine, just magic depletion. Tom walked to his side of his bed and stared at him in an unreadable expression. Did you know that it's the first time I feel this feeling? Something tugged me into you. Tom leaned down on him. Even when I was in Quirrell Head, did you know why? Hadriana sits in the bed and looks up at Tom. Do you want to know why? Yes. Tom respond. Then go to Gringotts and go with me to the Department of Mysteries. Quote. Hadrian say to him in whisper. Why? Tom asks in narrowed eyes. About the prophecy. Hadrian nod. I want to know if it is the true prophecy. I didn't believe A.W. or that Dumbledore said to me after all, especially this important. Tom narrowed his eyes and leaned away nod. Fine by me. I shall go along with you to the Department of Mysteries. Thank you. And what would you do if the prophecy is fake? Hadrian asked look up at him. What are you gonna do? Tom asked. Destroyed his world and threw his throne over. Hadrian say in cold voice. Tom looks at Adrian who has cold green eyes and cold voice, and is sure that he hates Dumbledore more than anything in this world. He can see a black madness in his eyes but nothing madness glint in there make him narrowed his eyes. Anyway, how old are you? Hadrian asked. MN. I'm teenager years old. Tom looked down at his body, maybe 15 years old body. Hadrian snorted cough look away when Tom glare at him. Well. You come back as your prime time. Tom swiped his hair sighing. I didn't appreciate it if I needed to overcome puberty again. Hadrian giggled. Well then, you should make a new name and identity. You also need to stay low. Quote. Why? Tom asked. Hadrian hummed, tilted his eyes over and looked at him, to give slap to Dumbledore face. You were 15 years old, that means you're still a student. Tom stays quiet and Hadrian lets his gear work like an oil while Hadrian observes the young man. He indeed an handsome and charming man with his blue eye now since his magic is calming down. A wavy and silky brown hair. High cheekbone face, a sharp jawline and a fringe that cover half of his forehead. Hadrian snapped from his staring when a crimson eye class with emerald eye make him shiver. So, did you have a plan for what you're gonna do? Hadriana asked. Not really. Tom says in nonchalant, as you can see, I'm 15 years old. I'm in fact a student, besides it is a second chance, meaning I can redo over again. Say, what your plan truly is? Hadrian asked incurious. Tom looked at Hadrian who lay at his side and stared at him. I'm gonna go to redo over meaning even though I need to go to the school. It is a second chance and I will not fail it this time. What did you fail at before? Hadrian asked in whisper. What do you wish to have this second chance, Tom? Tom narrowed his eyes at the name, but for some reason he didn't really hate when Hadrian called his name. If other people call that name he might curse them. I know the British wizarding world is corrupted by the ministry and everything. I want to change it. It was in downfall, every tradition is gone. And there are ridiculous biases happening in the Britain wizarding world and I want to restore it back to its former glory, and yet that old goot interferes and fails. Tom informed him. Hadrian hummed, but that was your previous life, isn't it? You have me on your side and your friend. I also want to bring back our beloved world. Quote. Tom looks down at him, who has a gentle smile, and he can feel a flutter in his stomach make him look away. Hadrian sit in the bed, look at the clock, it was 9 in morning, make him exhale. Let's go greet everyone. Hadrian say to him, make him hummed. Ex Lucius, Sirius, Severus and Remus were in the living room in the Black Manor. Lucius go back home when the sun is rising and 8 in. Morning. Lucius and Severus flow into the Black Manor. There no news from the Lord. Lucius ask. Hadriana and your Dark Lord are confined in Hadriana bedroom and they haven't come out yet. Sirius say, can someone tell me how did Dark Lord is back? I am grateful of it, Severus comment. They begin to tell Severus what happened with the ritual and Horcrux that Hadrian found in the Hogwarts. After all of the story, Severus has a blank expression. Okay. Makes sense. How old is he? Severus asked in curious. Around 15 years old. Sirius informed him in Hestidenst. Oh Merlin. Severus muttered. For 1 hour they waited for them to come out until they heard a footstep make them look up and saw Tom Marvolo, Riddle and Hadriana come out. The Dark Lord looked like a 17 years old, not a 15 years old. Hadrian sit in the sofa greet his uncle Sev while Lucius and Severus greet him kneeling, make Tom waved his hand. Please don't call me Marvolo and don't kneel in front of me again. Tom say sit next to Hadriana. The Death Eater look surprised, make Hadrian smile inwardly. Lucius told him what happened in past of the wizarding world, make him hummed. Milo, I mean Marvolo, what's your plan after this? Lucius asked. As you can see I'm 15 years old, meaning I gotta redo second chance and I shall join school. Tom say drop the bomb. Pardon me? Severus asked in surprise. Yes. Tom has his head in his hand, smirking with a predator glint in his crimson eyes. It was a revolution, my dear Severus. It was a revolution without bloodshed. Hadrian hummed silently, look away, mindlessly scratching fluffy head until he noticed that they're staring at him. Yes, he asked, blinking. Severus, Sirius and Remus sigh. What do you think of his decision? Sirius asked. Hadrian hummed. It is his life, he can decide on his own. But for sure he needs to go to the Gringotts to take his inheritance. Nice idea. Tom comment. Tom decided to join school when Hadrian's second year and he stayed in Black Manor catching up with his time when he was still absent, and the school began January 3rd and it is still December 28th. There's still a week before the school begins. Hadrian already rarely goes to the library since the book that he searched has already finished, so he only read to pass the time. Hadrian also goes to the Malfoy Manor, bring Fluffy with him, or dueling with Draco. He also lettering with his friend Narcissus. Saw also sometimes visit Black Manor to catch up with her cousin. She was surprised when saw the Dark Lord is different from before. He is respectful and he has a face and hair and nose not like before. He even apologized to Narcissa and agreed to her consent to not let Draco join his Death Eater, but she assured him that Draco is loyal to him, even Malfoy loyal to him. Sirius chirped that Black also loyal to him. It's already 2 days since Dark Lord revived and he hasn't called his Death Eater, except he has Bartemius Crouch Jr. who stay in Black Manor with Tom. Hadrian also told Rita that Black family Lee will protect her since God know when Dumbledore gonna threat her. Thank you everyone for the 11.5k who read and support this story. Chapter 13. Marvolo Lannister Gaunt. Tom Marvolo, Riddle and Lucius walking to the Gringotts Bank. Tom has a cloak cover his head and Lucius who is also wearing a cloak. Excuse me, Master Goblin. I wish to check my inheritance. Tom greet the Goblin. Perfect. Goblidoc make the Goblin look at him in surprise. You are. Goblin look down at him. Tom looked up at him with his blue eyes. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Goblin wide-eyed and surprised and jumped down from his seat and told him to follow him. They go to the Lord Ragnarok office, and when he saw Tom, he jumped out from his seat and shooed the goblin to go away from the room. "Well, Your Highness." Goblin greet him. "Your Highness." Tom asked with one of eyebrow raised in confused. "Perhaps we can take the tase." "Your Highness." Lord Ragnarok say, taking out a paper and ritual dagger. "Lucius, you can wait outside." Tom stare at the Lord of Goblin. Lucius nods and gets out from the office, leaving the Dark Lord and Lord of Goblin alone in the office. Tom slash his finger, makes 7 drip of blood fall to the paper, waiting for the word come out. Not long, a writing appear in color of crimson, make Tom take the paper, read it in surprised but his face still neutral, stoic mask. Inheritance test. Name: Tom Marvolo Riddle, born the 31st of December 1926. Age: 54. Blood status: half-blood. Magical core: Gold Merlin level. Father: Tom Riddle Sr. deceased. Mother: Merope Riddle née Sigvard née Gaunt deceased. Godfather: Godmother: Tittles, Lord of the most ancient and most noble house of Gaunt. Paternal: Lord of the most ancient and most noble house of Riddle. Paternal: Heir of the most ancient and most noble house of G. Gryffindor. Maternal: Heir of the most ancient and most noble house of Hufflepuff. Maternal: Lord of the most ancient and most noble house of Ravenclaw. Maternal: Lord of the most ancient and most noble house of Slytherin. Paternal: Lord of the most ancient and most noble house of Sigvard. Maternal: Lord of the most ancient and most noble house of Peverell. Paternal: Dark Lord. Prince of the Sweden and German Wizard Royalty Family. Vault: Trust Vault 560. Sigvard Vault 230. Gryffindor Vault 4. Hufflepuff Vault 3. Ravenclaw Vault 2. Slytherin Vault 5. Gaunt Vault 10. Peverell Vault 13. Riddle Vault 120. Properties: Gaunt Manor unplottable. Gaunt Cottage Russia unplottable. Riddle Manor England unplottable. Riddle Cottage London, England unplottable. Gryffindor Palace Castle unplottable. Ravenclaw Castle Palace unplottable. Hufflepuff Castle Palace unplottable. Slytherin Castle Palace unplottable. Chamber of Secret: Si Vard Castle, Sweden unplottable. Winterfell Palace, Sweden unplottable. Royal Family Palace, German unplottable. Abilities: Block and Potion. Parcel Tongue Parcel Magic. Natural Occlumency blocked 50. Eidetic Memory blocked 30. Core block blocked 75. Soulmate block 50. Compulsion Charm. Personality Change Ruthless. Hate of Muggleborn. Shame of Orphan Life. Psychopath Nature. Hate Potion to Muggleborn. All block keyed to Albus Pwb. Dumbledore Soulmate. Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black. Tom Marvolo Riddle who, read the paper, was trying hard to contain his anger, but for sure his eye was not glowing crimson. There were a lot of questions in his mind. Sigvard family is a royal family. His mother is a royalty of Sweden and German wizard royalty. His soulmate is Hadriana. It makes no surprise that their magic is drawn to each other, but why didn't he tell it to him? And more importantly, these blocks. Is T. here anything that you might be confused about? Lord Ragnarok asked. First, I want all of these blocks cleared up. Tom say, pointing at all of the block. Lord Ragnarok looked at the block and cursed in the Goblodoc, shake his hand solemnly. Dumbledore already crossed his line indeed. A goblin healer comes to the office and Tom follows her to the ritual chamber. The cleansing was quite painful and suffocating, but for he wakes up for a 2-minute pass out. The healer give him a cup of water. How are you feeling? She asked. Check his core. I feel lighter and strong. Tom answer, make her nod. Our core is strong enough and all of the block is gone now. The healer informed him. Thank you. Tom stand up from the floor. Tom goes back to the Lord Ragnarok office and he has many questions at the tip of his tongue. He sit across him with his leg cross. Where do you want to ask first? Lord Ragnarok asked. Sigvard family and a royal family. Tom informed him. Sigvard family is a long-lost Sweden and German wizard royal family. It's gone for about 700 years ago, and the wizarding world has a ministry in Sweden and German to take care of the wizarding world. This position has no power except in Britain. Si Vard royal family and Pendragon royal family is close like a brother, even though they have a difference as blood, so it's not an inbreeding. Your mother is a squib that went to the Muggle and married to your father who is a Muggle, so that mean you are half-blood. I see. So, that means in German and Sweden my position has no power. Tom asked. Sigvard family is a sacred royal family, and of course it's higher status than Sacred 28 since it's royalty. Lord Ragnarok informed him. Tom hummed in understand, trying to digest the information. He has blood of royalty. He blinked look at the Lord Goblin. You said Pendragon family and Sigvard family are allies? Tom asked. Yes. Your soulmate Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black is a Pendragon. He is Crown Prince of the British Wizarding Royal Family in Northern Ireland. Sigvard and Pendragon have a history that is feared by other royalty family. They say, Sigvard is sword then Pendragon is a shield. Quote, the Lord Goblin informed him. What do you mean by that? Tom asked in confused. Pendragon family is a dragon. Their motto is, no blood, no bone, no ash, using a firewall to defend their kingdom and burn everything from the threat. The Sigvard family is a wolf. Their motto is, winter is coming. It was a warning to the enemy that the winter, the most hardship season, is coming to their territory, freezing everything from the threat. These two royalty families stand at the top chain of the wizarding family all around the world, and no one dares to make a war with them. It was said that when Pendragon and Sigvard F.A. Miley join forces, the enemy is burned into ash and freezing into an ice. Quote, Lord Ragnarok informed him that Goblin always a support to the Pendragon and Sigvard family since they are Goblin Nation's sworn family. Just like Pendragon when the prince got crowned, it was Goblin who crowned them as a king and queen. As the proof, the Goblin will give them a sacred sword to the king and queen. I see. Tom. Message his temple to prevent incoming headache. About inheritance, Lord Riddle can take the ring now. Lord Ragnarok informed him. Call me Marvolo since we are long allies. Tom say to him earned a predator and shape grin. Of course, Marvolo. Then you shall call me Ragnarok. He say to him make Tom nod. Tom take the ring to his finger, every ring to his finger, even the air ring, and as expected it's gone from his sight. Now, everyone is in order. Lord Ragnarok told him, is there anything more you need? Yes, I need a new name and change my appearance. Tom informed him. Oh, he asked in intrigued. Yes, I want to be the secret son of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Sr. So I will not change that much. I also want Tom Marvolo Riddle to die and pass all of his inheritance to his son, I who is Marvolo Gaunt. Tom informed Lord Ragnarok. No middle name? Ragnarok asked. Tom hummed. Lannister. Marvolo Lannister Gaunt. Marvolo Lannister Gaunt. Ragnarok give him a sharp smile to him. Tom also has a sharp smile on his face and knows what the goblin is though. Can you do it? Of course, we, the goblins, will help Marvolo Gaunt to come out to public without getting suspicious about connection to the Dark Lord. Ragnarok give a sharp smile. Tom gave a sharp smirk like a wolf waiting for its prey. Pleasure to have an alliance with you, Ragnarok. Pleasure of mine too, Marvolo. Ragnarok say to him. Now, about my change. How do I do it? Tom asked. For about another 10 minutes, the goblin managed to change his name from Tom Marvolo Riddle to Marvolo Lannister Gaunt. Tom, no, Marvolo ring still intact with him, and the next is a changing his face and body. He drinks a potion from goblin and for a few minutes the glowing is changed. Ragnarok show his change in mirror. Hee haw. Sa skin white as snow and dark brown hair with a widow's peak on his forehead. A sharp blue eye with a crimson tainted in there and a red shade under his eye. He still has his nose and mouth. He looked different and yet same like before. How is it? Ragnarok asked. I am satisfied with it. Marvolo said to him and touched the shade. Why do I have a shade? It's a family trait of Sigvard. Ragnarok informed him, make him hummed. Are you gonna take a Sigvard royal family crest symbol? Ragnarok asked, earned a confused look. Your soulmate, Hadrian, already take Pendragon royal family crest symbol. It was a sign that Pendragon family accepted him as patriarch and next line of the Britain throne. Marvolo nodded. I'm gonna take it. Please follow me. Ragnarok get out from the office, followed by Marvolo. They ride the cart to the Sigvard vault, and after a few minutes, they finally arrive in the vault. Ragnarok told him the same as Hadriana to put his blood into the door, and not long. The vault door opened with crack, showing a golden bar and coin with an armory made Marvolo raise his eyebrow in surprise. He entered the vault with Ragnarok waiting outside. He looked around for the sea. Rest but found nothing to make him let his magic to scan the area make him go more deeper into the vault and indeed saw a silver and god box in there make him open it with his blood. Marvolo saw a wolf silver bracelet in there. He can feel his magic is drawn to it make him take it make the bracelet glow brightly and a spiritual wolf come out from the bracelet stand so majestically within cold temperatures surround the vault. It stare at Marvolo until it disappear into the bracelet make it glow brightly of a light blue like an ice make him hummed and wear its sign insatisfied by the cold and yet warm magic engulfed him. He get out from the vault. Congratulations. Ragnarok say to him, thank you. Marvolo respond back, when you are 18-year-old, I shall crown you so the people know that Sigvard is found and has a prince alive. Quote. Ragnarok informed him, yes. Marvolo nod. After another check-up again, it was already evening and Marvolo wore his cloak to meet with Lucius. My lord, I mean. Marvolo. Lucius stunned at his change. Marvolo Lannister gaunt at your service. He say with smirk. They go back to the Black Manor with apparated, they enter the house and twitch when. Sirius sprayed his tea when saw Dark Lord who was handsome and charming with a slight devilish presence. Where Hadrian? Marvolo asked. In the glass house I think. Sirius answer him in stunned. Marvolo hummed, turned his heel out to the garden wandlessly gave a warming spell since it was snowing, the garden was covered in snow. He sees Hadrian comfily read a book in the glass house with a steamy ink cup at his side and a feather blanket surrounding his petite body. Welcome back, Hadrian say without look up from his book. Marvolo closed the door and let the warm glass house enter his bone, He sit in the chair in front of him stare at him. How is it? Hadrian asked. Terrible. Marvolo answer leaned at sofa. I have no doubt. Let me guess that old man has a block and compulsion in you just like I. Hadrian say in sarcasm. Bingo. Marvolo say in bored tone and leaned at him. Why you didn't tell me that you were my soulmate? Hadrian stiffened, staying silent. I don't know how I told you. Explain. Marvolo leaned back. Hadrian didn't look up from his book but his eyes were blank. If I told you when you possessed Quirrell, you might get a disbelieving look and didn't believe and you might get overwhelmed. We are the same. I had no love when I was in the Muggle family until I was 8 years old and ran away from there. What do you know about my past? Marvolo asked crossed his arm. Know enough. Hadrian muttered. The glass house was in silence except a cold snow outside a small glass house. Marvolo stare at Hadrian Emerald Forest eye in silence until he sigh. That also has a point. If you tell me at that time I might get overwhelmed. Marvolo say sighing ruffling his dark brown hair. Hadrian hummed didn't look up from his book make Marvolo growled take his book away from his finger make Hadriana took a sharp breath look up at Marvolo blue eye with a crimson eye. Time feel stop in that moment. Marvolo was close to his face only an inch and Hadrian wide. I look at his appearance until he took a shudder breath break the silence. I presume this is your appearance from now on. Hadrian say in Parseltongue. Yes. Tom Marvolo riddle. Sr is dead leaving his inheritance behind to his son Marvolo Lannister gaunt. Tom informed him and touched his porcelain cheek. Did you know I was a Sigvard? A close alliance with Pendragon family. Hadrian gasped. Sigvard royal family. He touched his crimson shade exhale. No doubt that you have this shade. It's shocking to me that I have royal blood. Marvolo say nuzzle into his hand. No blood, no bone, no ash. Hadrian whisper. Winter is coming. Marvolo respond immediately. Ogpustet McFerier Igi Rakot T. Forgive me for not telling you. Hadrian say in long lost magic language. Igi in Chiba, ek natfraker ut ef you tell Mick, minsmar flower. Not your fault, I might freak out if you tell me, my little flower. Hadrian sigh when a cold and warm magic engulfed the little house until the sun is setting, he leaned away from him close his book. Let's go back, the sun almost set. Hadrian say opened the door with a gentle smile and his arm toward him. As you wish, my dear. Marvolo grab his hand. Oh, la. Me inform you that proper old is 12 years old and it's up to you, darling. Hadrian say with cheeky grin. Marvolo blink and smirk pull him make Hadrian yelp look up at him. Oh, you speak like you want me to court you, my dear. Hadrian blink and feel a heat into his cheek make him pull his hand from Dark Lord turn his heel. I don't. Hadrian's shout earned a laugh from the teenager Dark Lord. If Sirius and Remus saw an embarrassment Hadrian and an amused Dark Lord, they only stay quiet, look away. ... There a reason why it called as fan fiction, therefore I hope you all like this imagination of mine. Chapter 14. Twin. A sun was entering a bedroom from the window, the garden outside an old manor was covered in snow, the river and pond frozen. It was a winterland with a snow covering every inch of the England land. In the dim bedroom lacked light except the sunlight who went through from the window to the queen-size bed in the middle and a crackling sound of the firewood made room was warmed there too lump in the bed wriggling. Hadrian opened his eyes slowly and regained his soul back from the dazed state. He felt a strong chest behind his back and a strong arm in his ways. Make him turn around and indeed saw his soulmate, Marvolo Lannister gaunt sleep peacefully. It's already a few days since he changed his name and Tom Marvolo Riddle is dead. Hadrian can imagine how sour Dumbledore look and how he can insisted that Dark Lord gonna return when the Dark Lord is dead in the public eye, but it's not enough. He is manipulative and has many pawn under his hand. Hadrian and Marvolo got a letter from Gringotts that Dumbledore was asking about Tom Marvolo Riddle who died, and Lord Ragnarok flawlessly lied that he indeed died with the proof of his vault is off. Dumbledore was fuming by Ragnarok told them in the letter. A cold hand touch his cheek make him blink, saw and blue eye that changed into crimson color make him sigh, leaned into him. Good morning. What are thoughts right after wake up? Marvolo asked. Nothing. Just thinking about that old man face when he heard Tom Marvolo Riddle is dead. Hadrian giggled. Marvolo snickered and inhaled his sweet cinnamon scent. It's still early to think about that old man, my dear. Hadrian giggled, rub his eyes and get out from the bed. It's New Year. There is a surprise from the Daily Prophet, come on. Marvolo exhaled, and sat up from the bed while Hadrian washed his face. He looked outside the window and saw the sun rising with the snow covered the garden in pure white. There often talk with Parseltongue or with OLD magic language that somehow it come from Hadrian royalty blood. When they're asked about the language from the royalty elder in the Draken Palace, they informed them about the magic language. It seemed it was a sacred language that only be used for the people who has a wizarding royalty blood. After all, the royalty blood has come from the Lady Magic herself, but Marvolo is a true soulmate, therefore they shared their ability. The next day after he changed his appearance and sorted out everything, Marvolo and Hadrian busy went to all of the castle and palace and talked to the portrait about their status and history. They also talked to the 4 founders at their castle. They even found out that wizard royalty 12 sacred family is at the top status in the wizarding world, then after that is a 8 sacred family, but the 12 royalty family is lost except Pendragon Britain and Northern Ireland royalty family, Japan imperial family, France and Spain royalty family, Tang, China royal family, Sigvard, German royal family. 3 of the others royalty family who existed until now. They say the 12 sacred royal family is close as family, and because of this Hadrian and Marvolo send a letter to the other royal family to reconnect it. Because of this 3 days of a full pack of the meeting with the royal family, and yet none of them didn't publish it to the public or ministry because they know that Marvolo and Hadrian still young, so they respected their decision, but the 2 royalty families supported them. What makes you think so hard, Tom? Hadrian's voice break Marvolo though. Marvolo smiled at him. He only let Hadriana call him Tom, but for other people he might curse them. He circled his arm to his slim waist and let his head fall into his stomach. It's weird and freaks him out. In the past he hated skinship, but the moment he got clean from all of the block, he craved it, and it was like he was reborn again. Nothing. Just think my life is turned upside down. Marvolo admitted. Hadrian giggled. 3 years later you will go into public as Crown Prince of the Wizarding Royal Family of Sweden and German. Perhaps you become their king. Hadrian and Marvolo got told by her Pendragon portrait that Ministry of Wizard cannot defy the royal family member. If there a direct order from royal family, the minister need to do the order, but the more important is the civilian. They admitted that Britain wizarding world is take over by the Muggle way, make the old wizard tradition is gone and turn into illegal, and it need to be restored back. The elder told them to have support from the sacred 28 family to back them up if they want to take over their kingdom. Come on, let's go eat breakfast after you finish cleaning yourself up. Hadrian say. Hadrian looked at Marvolo. Aku disappeared into the bathroom door. He changed his clothes from an overbig t-shirt and a robe to more appropriate clothes. He saw Tom get out from the bathroom already changed into his usual clothes. They go downstairs, saw Crouch Jr., Sirius and Remus in their read a Daily Prophet in silent. Good morning. Hadrian greet them. Good morning. They greet those two back. Are you prepared to go back to Hogwarts? Remus asked. Hadrian nod with a smirk. I cannot wait to see Dumbledore's face. This is a last term. There are a lot of exams and important subjects to study. Marvolo comment. Hadrian rolled his eyes, humming. I know, but on April 4th there will be an Easter holiday for 2 weeks. Perhaps I will go back home again. He looked at Marvolo, and make sure to take your gaunt ring for the ritual while the Slytherin locket. I don't know where it was. Marvolo hummed in silence. Today is the day he goes back to the Hogwarts and they need to go to Station 11 in the morning. Adriana packed his clothes and everything until 10 a.m. Sirius and Remus apparated him away to the King Cross station. They enter the barrier, saw a bunch of students go back to the Hogwarts from Christmas holiday. Hadrian easily found Draco with his parent. Hey, Hadrian greeted Draco. Are you excited to go back to the Hogwarts? Oh yes, I can't wait to see Dumbledore's reaction. Draco say. Hadrian snickered. Wandelsley lifted his trunk to the compartment. I had no doubt that he was gonna call me immediately. Absolutely. Draco agreed. They bid their parents goodbye and promised to send a letter. They also went back for the Easter holiday. They go to the train, look around his friend, and not long they saw Neville. Neville. Hadrian greet him. Guys, I'm waiting for you too, come on. They are waiting for you too. Neville say to them. They go to the back of the train and see Cedric, Cho, Susan and Hannah there. Hadrian has Fluffy lay in the ground and Sasha in his chest. He has no doubt that Sasha and Fluffy can walk back to the Hogwarts when they arrived in the station. Did you all excited go back to the Hogwarts? Hadrian asked with sly expression. Of course, Susan say with glee. They talked to each other until someone opened the door, saw a certain Weasley make Hadriana groan silently. What do you want, Weasley? Hadrian asked. Hey, mate, Ron says in a friendly way, make them twitch, I read the prophet. My family is open arms for you. Hadrian gave him a cold, stoic mask. Thank you but no thanks. I have my sibling in here. He gestured to other. Well, you can sit with me at the Gryffindor table sometime. Ron say to him and close the door. God Lord, Draco says in exasperated, who wants with a person like that? Hadrian hummed, but you know, I prefer the twin, they are much better. I pity those Weasley who innocent. I know what you're thinking. Cedric commented, the twin is fine and the older one is a bright student and yet the younger one has a problem. Oh, you're the same year as the twin, isn't it? Susan asked. Yes, he joins class with Gryffindor twice a week. Cho informed them. They talked to each other until the sun almost set. At mean they gonna arrive soon to the Hogwarts. They already changed to the school uniform and they're get out from the train go to the Great Hall. Hadrian dozed off with Dumbledore's speech and ignored the look from other student. It was one of the problem he got when the prophet got released. All he received is a pity and gossip of the Dumbledore decision except for the student who still believe in Dumbledore. Rest of the month is full of study to prepare for the last year exam. Hadrian was in Great Hall doing his homework with his friend when he got a call to Dumbledore office make him sigh. Good luck, they say to them in solemn. Shut up. Hadrian get out from the bench. Hadrian walked to the headmaster office. He entered the office, saw a twinkling headmaster. I make his eye twitch a bit. You call for me, headmaster? Hadrian asked. Yes. Take some lemon drop. Dumbledore gestured. No thank you. Hadrian refused and saw a flash of anger in there. How's your Christmas in Black Manor, my boy? Dumbledore asked. It was exciting and fun. Please refrain from calling me boy. Please call me Potter Black, sir. Hadrian answer in his usual tone void of emotion. Dumbledore give a flash of irritated, annoyed and anger for a moment make Hadrian give a glee satisfaction inside of his chest. Is that it, headmaster? I have many projects and assignments to do after all. Hadrian asked. Yes. Dumbledore say from grit his teeth. Hadrian hummed and stand up walk like a pureblood out from the office. He exhale walk toward the Great Hall. How is it? Draco asked. Just asking some questions. He's angry that I acted like a proper wizard, not a muggleborn. Hadrian informed them. They snickered, and the rest of the month until April, they went to the class study for the exam and made a point since it was near the last exam after all. He also received a mail from Morvillo that he already got a ring, and on Easter Day Hadrian can do ritual. Hadrian didn't tell Morvillo as Dark Lord, Drive. ACO also hasn't met Morvillo yet, and he wishes for them to meet along with his friend. He exhaled, look up from his book, saw the student already ushered back to their dorm. See you tomorrow. They bid them farewell. Draco and Hadrian walk back to the dungeon. They talk to each other, and Draco ask about Chamber of Secret, make Hadriana bring him to the woman bathroom, make Draco has a disbelieved look. But it's gone in stunned when Hadrian used Parseltongue open the chamber from the fetch. That the year where Draco met a true basilisk and true form of Queen Snake. He stunned and gobsmacked since it was different from her small form. Her scale and her structure is much more clearer, and she screamed of a queen of snake. It was a week before the Easter holiday that Weasley began to antagonize him and insisted for him to go to his house in Burrow. He tried to befriend with him using Neville, but he is Gryffindor, a true Gryffindor. He refused to let him meet Hadriana. God, Merlin, he likes a creepy stalker. Hadrian groaned with his head in his hand. His friend pitied him with the headmaster who always stares at him, Weasley who stalks at him. Hadriana life is never boring, and it amuses them to no end. When Hadriana told Weasley off, he would get angry and say about traitor, or boy who lived, and it angered him greatly, only got calmed when someone hexed him. Draco and Neville prank Weasley and make him go to the breakfast, change color of skin, even cannot undo the hex, and it amuse Hadrian that he has a protective family and they never got caught and no one spoke up because they're no proof. Even though Weasley screamed to Draco to undo the spell, but he has no proof, so he cannot agree that Draco is the culprit. This lead them got caught by the Hogwarts twin pranking champion. Hadrian look at the Weasley twin and amused with Draco besides him. Look, George, we found a little snake. Fred say to his twin. I can see it, George. George say to his twin brother. It was brilliant to prank Ronican, without being got caught. And we apologize for our Ronican behavior, we're not gonna support his behavior. Fred and George say in amazing sync, and it give Hadriana a pang in his mind that it's already a while he interact with the twin. Pleasure to meet you, I'm Hadrian and he is Draco. Hadrian point at Draco who look at his nail in board. I'm Fred and he's George. The twin say in unison, we suggest you to not go into Burrow. Fred begins say, or met with our mother. George finished the sentence. Explain. Hadrian say make Draco look up. We don't know what happened to our mother. The twins say in unison, we know that our mother, Fred begin. Pay attention to us and our older brother, Charlie and Percy. Our mother attitude change when she speak with us. Why our brother Charles went to the Romania. And why our brother Percy want to have job in Ministry of Magic when our parents opposed it. George and Fred say in turn. Hadrian stares at them in silence with Draco who looks at the twin in the new light. What do you two want to do? Hadrian looked at each of the twins, Fred, George. The twin wide eyes when Hadrian knows their different. Even Draco can know their differences. How? Fred begin in surprised. Did you know? George asked complete the sentence. Draco raised one of his eyebrows. I presume no one can tell you apart. Yes, George begin. Even our mother cannot tell us apart, continued by Fred. With our father who stays in the ministry all day. They say in unison. Draco and Hadrian look at each other until Draco snickered and give a small laugh with an amused Hadrian. You two are idiots, you know that, right? Draco asks in a chuckle look at the surprised twin. Every wizard has a different magic and of course it goes to you too. Indeed. Hadrian hummed. Draco huffed. Looked away. What kind of mother cannot tell a part of their son? It's barbaric. The twin look at Draco in stunned open and close their mouth in stunned. No one talk about their mother like that. No one even can tell a part of them, so obviously no one know about their family condition. Hadrian cleared his throat. Well then, we have class to do. If you two need to run away or save yourself from your family, Black Manor is open for you too. Come, dear cousin brother. Yeah, Draco nods to the twin. Hope you two help me and Neville prank your brother. The twin look at Draco back in silence. Hadriana only has an amused smile in his face make his cousin look at him in suspicious. What? Draco asked with narrowed eye. Hadrian asked in amused glint. I know that look, what is it? Draco asked. Hadrian tilted his head. I don't know what you mean. He leaned at him and embraced one of his arms with a smirk. It seems that you are okay with the twin. Draco eye twitched and snatched his arm away. Shut up. Of course, dear Draconis. Hadrian walk with an amusement. The twins still look at Draco back until they disappear in crowd of student until George break the silence. You know, Fred, I know, George. I think I fell for our little dragon. They say in unison XX after the encounter with the Weasley twin. They sometimes hang out together to make the Slytherin have a suspicious look, but they didn't ask or threaten them with an amused Hadrian look at the interaction. Draco shockingly has a connectee onto the twin because of the Quidditch, but other than that he ignored the twin and it make Hadriana amused to no end, and it was the time of the Easter holiday. George, Fred, if you want to get out front the burrow you can flow to Black Manor. Hadrian say to them. Thank you, Hadrianakan, the twins say in unison. April is coming and the snow is melting, showing a sign of the spring. Hogwarts 4's tea and tree already showing a sign of flower blooming, and a new leaf is coming out from the branch. Hadrian and other students packed up to go home for Easter Day. He told the twin to send him an mail if there was something wrong in the burrow or when he wanted to go out from the house. They give a parting hug when they arrive soon in the King Cross station. Hadrian and Draco get out from the try. And indeed saw their parents stand together make them go in there. Hey pup, welcome back home. How's the school? Sirius asked. Dumbledore and certain Weasley stalking me. Hadrian informed them. Remus snickered under his breath. Have no doubt. Come let's go home. Hadrian bid Draco goodbye and promised to send a letter. They went back to the Black Manor exhaling in sensation. Hadriana didn't. She bring Sasha or Fluffy, but he made sure to let Hogwarts elf bring the food to Fluffy. He entered the house, greeted Cracker and the elder, then he go search for Marvolo. He entered the library and indeed saw him in there reading book only to look up close to his book. Hadrian walked to him and embrace him, sighing when the two magic purring in joy. I miss you, Hadrian whisper in his chest. It's been too long, my dear. Marvolo say, inhaling his scent. I know. Hadrian hummed in, satisfied by the warm magic surrounding them. Sirius, Remus and Crouch Jr. let them have an alone time in the library until dinner time. Hadrian tells Marvolo what happened in Hogwarts with him sitting in his lap with head in his chest and his feet in the arm seat. Marvolo told him that he learned about his kingdom history in the Winterfell with the other Sigvard elder. He told them about the alliance between 12 royal family. He also told him about what he learned regarding the alliance between Pendragon and the Sigvard family. He also told them that he disbanded the Death Eater and made the mark disappear from their arm. On Easter Day, Hadrian and Marvolo have a ritual with Gaunt Ring where the 6th Horcrux is. It is not much change, but for sure his mind is much more clearer and he is already sane like other people. Hadrian also gives a letter to his friend until a week later. Fred and George give a letter to him asking for help, and it makes Hadriana send a portkey of the Black Manor in the envelope. He saw the twins stumbled out from the portkey make him go toward them. What happened? Hadrian asked. Saw their state. A sad and depressed look in their presence, and their magic also become depressed. They look like someone who hasn't slept for 3 days straight. Let's go to the living room. Hadrian says to them, making the twin nod. Cracker. Young master call. She asked. Yes. Please bring 3 cups of warm tea and a snack to the living room please. Hadrian say to her. At once. Cracker pop out. Sirius, Remus, Marvolo and Crouch Jr. stand in the living room waiting until the twin already calmed down after eating some cookie and drink a cold tea, since it seemed they need a cold water. So, what happened? Hadrian asked. The twin look at each other until Fred break the silence. We heard our mother talk something. Something that we didn't like. Something that we run away from our home. Fred complete garage sentence. Oh, pray tell. Hadrian say leaned at the sofa. Our mother told us to bring you to the burrow. The twins say in unison. Why? Sirius asked. Ron know that we're close to you. Fred begin, and he told our mother about this. She wants to use us to bring you to the burrow. Fred finished George's sentences. I'm sure that's not the only one for you to run away. Crouch Jr. comment. The twin look at each other in unsure until George speak first. We heard that our mother, Ron and Ginny, our sister want to brew potion of loyalty and submissive. George continue Fred word. We also heard, Fred speak again, that our mother wants your money. The twins say in unison. We are ashamed of our mother action. The twins say in unison again. What about Percy? Hadrian asked. He got out from the house when he graduate from Hogwarts. Fred spoke first. He's in his room, George informed them. He rarely interacted with the other members of the family. Fred finished the sentences. Hadrian hummed in silence. Look at the twin, then at the adult and Marvolo, who has an unreadable expression, but for sure he can see an anger in those blue eyes that for sure it flashed crimson for a second. Why do you think? Fred begin speak again. Our brother, Charles, George continue, go to Romania. They say in unison. Hadrian hummed, to get out of that household. What about your father? Remus asked. The twins look at each other shaking their heads saying in unison, he cannot oppose and defy mother. They looked at each other alarmed with Hadrian straightening his back and asked, what does that mean? You mean cannot defy mother? The twin asked in unison earned a nod. We don't know just, Fred begin. Every word that mother say. He will nod along without speaking up. They say in unison. They look at each other in silence. Marvolo looks at the twin in silence and analyzes them. The Light family really go into their downfall. We have a doubt that Ron and Ginny are our siblings. They say in unison again. Say what again? Sirius asked in disbelief. Yes. Mother look at us differently. They say in unison again. What kind of look? Crouch Jr. asked. The twin hummed until George spoke. A cold eye. A strained and tight voice. Fred spoke in hesitance. Hadrian hummed. Sighing look at the twin. Well, you run away from the house. What are you gonna do now? We think. We're gonna stay in your house until night comes and then we're gonna go back to the burrow. Dad gonna suspicious. They say. Make yourself at home. Sirius say. The twin is talking with Remus and Sirius about prank, and it seems they like the twin already with Hadrian talking to Marvolo. The twin is surprised when they hear Gaunt's name still exists. They stay until dinner that Percy will come to them to tell the twin to go home. Visit us again. Hadrian say to them, thank you. They say together. Also, if you want to get out of Weasley family, Black family has a space for you to join in. Sirius informed them. Tell Percy about this too. Hadrian told us that Percy is smart at politics. Remus say to them. Fred and George bow to them in gratitude and they pop back to the burrow. Hadrian sighs and the rest of the night is a feast for Easter night until he is full enough to get out to the garden. The light makes the garden bright enough for him. Marvolo saw Hadrian get to the garden make him follow him to the garden. He know after heard the twin information he might be feel anger in his mind and a pity, sad for the twin and other innocent Weasley who got caught by their action. He get out to the forest, saw Hadrian stand under the moonlight with his dark raven hair like a night sky and a emerald forest green eye that similar to the garden surround him. He look ethereal basking under the moonlight make his pale skin look glowing. Co tam delis aziras na me. What are you doing in there staring at me? Hadrian asked in amusement. Marvolo huffed to walk to him. Yes, they sometimes speak the language of magic. Even if they ask about it they cannot explain to them because it was similar to the Parseltongue, only a blood of royalty can spoke old lost magic lang. Uage are the one who got blessed by Lady Magic herself. They speak old magic language when they are worried, nervous, angry, sad. Magic language can calm the people's feelings with a soft and beautiful language. This is the true of the magic, and yet wizard didn't know about the beauty of the magic. Vaitki nothing. Marvolo answer stand beside him. Hadrian snickered look at his soulmate and sit in tea. He bench look up at the moon make Marvolo also sit beside him. Bal JSI say you worried. Marvolo state. JSEM. EK Trappet say ferior twin in OK older in Weasley. Eraru Nevani. Eraru Igi suppose till fa involve in Iriardi am. I worry for the twin and the older Weasley. They are innocent. They are not supposed to get involved in their evil deed. Hadrian say in sign. Marvolo look at his little flower who has a worry expression make him kneel in front of him and cup his face with those strong hand. Munu munu okay. Chrome, Toho Sirius Ooze Tall Out Svart are kind. Ha far star Ferier Jim. They will be okay. Besides, Sirius already told them that Black family has a place for them. Marvelo say to him. Hadrian exhale nuzzle into his cold and yet warm hand, ek vid it. I know. Marvelo hummed learned at him until Hadrian leaned his forehead to his strong shoulder. Podakovit you, Tom. Ek ne vite hvat ekum jit tilgier withouder you thank you, Tom. I don't know what I'm going to do without you. Hadrian admitted in whisper voice. JSEM2, min dire smar kavet I'm here. My dear little flower Marvelo say kiss his head. Tom Marvelo Riddle rarely gives a loving gesture to anyone. He is known as the cold prince in Hogwarts and anyone afraid of him. He didn't know love, he didn't know what affection was until Tom Marvelo Riddle has died and Marvelo Lannister Gaunt was born. Marvelo Lannister Gaunt is like a new person. He still didn't know how to give an affection and love, but for a few months stay in Black House, Sirius and Remus give him an affection and love. Hey teach him everything about affection and especially the one who gives him another chance, another life. Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black. He didn't know what is this feeling every time Hadrian give a smile or laugh to him with pure happiness because of him. Sirius and Remus told them that it was love and Marvelo admitted that he freaked out for Abbott, but every time he saw Hadrian, he want to protect him. He want to mark him that Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black is belong to him alone. This though freaked him out for a bit, but Remus, Sirius and Crouch Jr. assured him that it was normal, that he didn't want other people to claim him, and it was signed as jealousy when Marvolo thought of his little flower laughing at other people. When he was still Tom Marvelo Riddle, he might give a killing curse to someone when they told him that he might have a soulmate, but now, oh, how ironic, he has a beloved soulmate that connected to his magic. Marvelo back to reality when a poked in his forehead. Make him blink, look at those emerald green eye who full of the loveness and gentle. Vadaru you micelessy sva hair, Mindire Drotten. What are you thinking so hard, my dear lord? Hadrian asked in whis. Per leaned to him make their forehead touch. Marvelo shivered when his little flower call him Lord. He call many time of that title, but not one of them has those feeling that might him shiver in his spine. Vatki Rayater Minula Pamit Sem Tom Marvelo Riddle Og Sukasna Astan Sem Marvelo Lannister Gaunt. Nothing just past memory is Tom Marvelo Riddle and current situation is Marvelo Lannister Gaunt. Marvelo whispered to him. Hadrian giggled. Ya herna, ek didn't vite Mindire Drotten sva tilfinning oh my. I didn't know my dear lord was so sentimental. Marvelo look away huffed. Min zivit kane jh Volfi near. Mindire my life is changed upside down, my dear. Hadrian grinned with amusement. Avida, Mindire Drotten of course, my dear lord. Hadrian gives a soft peck to his forehead and they stay there basing under the moonlight. Marvelo knows to wait until Hadrian is 12 years old, then he shall court him as a proper traditional way. Sirius and Remus already give him a piece of mind, and they didn't care if the person who got lectured as the most feared Dark Lord in century. Chapter 15. End of first year. 2 week was P. Asked so quickly with Hadriana having sent a letter to the twin and his friend. He also told his friend about what Weasley was doing with permission of the twin, of course, and this made them disgusted by their action. It was time for them to go back to the Hogwarts for the exam time, and Hadrian caught up with his friend. The class become more important. Every day the student needs to take a note for the exam. He see Ron Weasley didn't pay attention to the class, make him shake his head. Speaking of Weasley, he sees them in the hallway. Weasley still tries to talk to him and Hadrian answers with a curt short response. Or sometimes he runs away saying that he has homework and study for the exam. Hadrian and his friend was in Great Hall surrounded by the book for them to study for the exam until Weasley come to them, make them groan. What do you want, Weasley? Hadrian didn't look up from his book. As you can see, I'm studying for the exam. Weasley has a disgusted look from his expression and he saw a book scattered around their table. Why do you need to study? You are the boy who live. You don't need to study. Ronald say to them. Hadrian took a deep breath and looked at him. I intend D. To have an all-O outstanding in my report since the exam is important for my record in future. I do not wish to have you interrupted me, Weasley. Ronald has a red face in anger. You supposed to have adventure saving the world and defeat you know who. Hadrian glared at him in anger. You better get out of my sight before I hex you. Did you forget I am black? You don't want to receive a hex from a dark and restriction area of Black Family Library, do you? Ron give a seething fume and turn his heel in hump make Hadriana sighing in tired with his friend give Ronald a disgusted look. Quote, I'm impressed that you haven't hex him yet. Neville comment. I'm trying to hold my emotion. Hadrian say with a tired smile. 2 months have passed and it was June, the month where the exam was held. The student was on the verge of a mental breakdown and the 7th year has a dark circle under their eyes. Hadrian winced when he saw the 7th year grab their head in despair. It was chaos. Finally, the day of the exam begins. Hadrian answered the question perfectly and he admitted in his previous life he didn't care about the exam. He focused to kill Voldemort, but now that snake guy is gone and it'll Avs a peaceful without bloodshed and the Death Eater has no movement since it got disbanded, but for public eye, no one knows except for the Dark family who can feel the dark mark is gone from their arm. 4 days after the exam day, Hadrian looked at his friend who was sighing the moment they meet up in the Great Hall for breakfast. This is torture, I tell you. Draco comment. I know. Susan chirp. D up didn't look up from her note. It was a torture. Hannah comment. They sigh when the bell rings. Another exam is happening again and really every time there is no exam there must be a quiz for the student to revise. For the exam, it was torture for them. Even Professor Snape gives a solemn look to the student who was crying openly and frustrated and Hadriana who was being Hadriana run back and forth to all 4 houses for the first year didn't know about the material. It makes the student from 4 house come to him every time they saw him in the hallway, library or the Great Hall asking for the explanation of the subject. Make Professor Snape has a proud eye in his eyes with Draco who explains about Dada to them and Cho who being Ravenclaw also helps Hadriana to other students. The 2nd week of June, a dreading day for the student. It was the day when the results came out. Every professor gave the student the result personally. Hadrian often got praised by the professor when all of his exam was an all-O except divination. A perfect score with Draco who was also the same as him except divination and arithmancy. Susan, Hannah and Cedric also has 3 subject of an O with an F. Fantastic in their report make them sigh in relief. Neville and Cho has the same result with 4O with the other subject as F. It makes them sigh in relief. All of this score is thanks to the Hadriana who helped them to memorize and study for the subject that they didn't understand. Hadrian can imagine the look of Granger to him when the top student announced that Hadrian is a top student with Draco in 2nd rank and Granger in 3rd rank. Draco and Hadrian can feel a murderous glare come from Hadrian and it makes them glee because she is so bossy and she didn't really have any friends except a housemate. She is a no-it per. Son, so the student didn't really want to befriend her because she didn't want to listen to other people though and comment. 3rd week of June, it was time for the student to go home. Hadrian and Draco received a letter from their parent about the result of the exam. They are ecstatic when Professor McGonagall gives them a letter of their achievement, especially Narcissa and Sirius who are proud to have their children become a top student among the first year in Hogwarts. Even Lucius gives a slight pride when saw the result of his son. Hadrian, Cedric, Cho, Susan, Hannah, Neville and Draco were already packed up and sat on the train going back to London. They have a 3-week holiday, then on September 1st they will go back as the 2nd year. This year winning cup is once again Slytherin with a sour look from Dumbledore and a smug look from Professor Snape. Headmaster still haven't found out about the stone when Hadrian got called to his office talking about the 3rd floor. I didn't know what was in there and I didn't intend to go in there because I didn't want to die, sir. Hadrian say bluntly. Dumbledore has an irritated and annoyed look on his face that makes Hadrian gleeful inside. He swapped the nay with fake stone with the real stone. He returns to Nicholas Flamel. He asked him to inform Dumbledore when 3rd week of June when he already in London since he didn't want to get asked and involved by his scheme, and Nicholas Flamel only give a laugh and declared he like him and Tom him some time to visit Flamel Manor. Dumbledore also insisted for him to go back into the Dursley and Hadrian refuses firmly and politely. The sun is setting soon. Make Hadrian blink back to reality. He exhales, stretching his back because of him sitting all day long. I hope nothing happened next year. Susan comment. I hope so. Hannah chirped up. Oh, next year. Another Weasley entered Hogwarts. Cedric informed them. Yes, Minerva Weasley, Hadrian said to them, and with disgust. Dumbledore has me and arranged marriage, but because there is no Potter blood in the vow, so it's become null. Quote, oh, thank God. I can't imagine living in that family, Draco say in. Disgusted. But, Draconis, you are doing fine with the twin. Hadrian say to him in. A sly smile. Draco sniffed, looked away. They are fine. Quote, Hadrian looked with his friend, who had a knowing look. Really, they know that the twin tried to make attention to him, and yet Draco ignored them, but for them, they know he listens to their talking silently. It's amazement how oblivious Draco is, and it gives Hadrian an entertaining sight. He gives a piece of information about Draco to the twin. Draconis are like a luxury thing. Hadrian told the twin to make them stiff. If you want to court him, then wait for next year. And so the twin is waiting for the next year, when Draco 12 years old, when they begin to court them. Hadrian also gives some money to them to give him a court given. Speaking of the twin, they didn't really want to go home because of their household, who was in chaos. They told them that their father every day has changed much more into like their mother attitude, didn't care about Fred, George and Percy. This gives Hadriana some suggestion to bring their father to the Gringotts for checkup, but the twin cannot do when their mother always look at them like a hawk. It makes him sad and painful to watch them leave for the emotionally abusive household. Hadrian cannot do anything if the twin didn't move forward, still got caught by their mother clutch, and if this continues, Arthur Weasley will change like Molly Weasley, and the twin cannot do anything except run away, but they want their father to free from their mother clutch. Hadrian snapped back to reality when Draco nudged him to make him blink to look at him. We've arrived, let's go. Draco say to him. Hadrian smiled. Yeah. They bid them goodbye and remind each other to write a letter. Hadrian and Draco go their parent, and as expected, Narcissa hug both with Remus, and Sirius hug them too. Visit my manor, Hadriana. Draco say to him. Of course. Hadrian respond with a smile. With a wave, they parted away, with Draco to the Malfoy Manor and Hadrian to the Black Manor. Hadriana is expected to go to the Ancestral Hall, got praised by the Elder about his exam score, then he goes to the library where Marvolo in there. Hello. Hadrian greet him to embrace him. Marvolo let his arm to his slim waist and his head in his abdomen. Welcome back home, my darling. Hadrian giggled. I'm home. Marvolo pull him to make him yelp, sit in his tight Hadriana hand clutches to his shoulder. Did you prepare for the summer solstice? It's for your ritual, Hadrian informed him. Of course. It only left a Slytherin locket. Marvolo say to him. Hadri. And Hum leaned at his shoulder. Since he is shorter than him, he stayed in there to take his warmth. Since it's been a while, he touched his beloved until he satisfied. Hadrian didn't call Lucius a boo. The ritual, and for the rest of the day waiting for the summer solstice, he tended the garden, or more like planted a new flower and plant in the garden. Sirius and Remus only watch him from the court yard in silence, with Marvolo who stare at him in fond expression. Hadrian also visits Malfoy Manor, that he might call his second home, with Marvolo who has a business with Lucius along with Crouch Jr. Hadrian and Draco in the dual court in the Malfoy Manor. Draco is improving very well, with Hadrian bring black dueling book to him. His mother is black, which means he has blood of black, and so Hadrian bring a book from the restriction area to let Draco learn it together with him, so it is no surprise if their ability is par. Lucius, who saw their battle, only stunned and shocked, saw his son fight on par with Hadrian. They even threw the killing curse, and yet Draco managed to break free. Their spell is so dark and light got thrown together. He also sure that that spell is not a second year or a student level, it was a spell which even an adult has trouble to spell. As expected of your son. He might be a Malfoy, but don't forget, Lucius, that your son has the blood of black, and it's a strong one. He has a madness of black running in his vein. Marvolo say to him. Lucius only stays quiet about what his lord is saying, but that true. Narcissa is a pure black. She has madness in her blood, because the heavy inbreeding makes their core go wild. He didn't really think of it because he has the name Malfoy, but looking now, Draco showing a black blood and Malfoy blood. Malfoy and black blood are running in his vein. It was strong blood. You must be proud to have Draco as your son. Cherished him. Gave him the love of a parent. Marvolo say to him, turning his heel. After that, Lucius and Narcissa give time to practice with Draco about duel, especially Narcissa when she saw a black book she read when she was young. Lucius only can help to support him from behind and help him with what he needs in future. It is his life and it is his choice. Hadrian and Draco just finished dueling and the ground was in mess with that two panting in tired seats in the middle of the ground. Hadriana. Lay on the ground, look at Draco, messy hair make him blink. Is your hair that thin? Hadrian asked. Draco blink and his hair hummed. I use gel after all. You know what, you need a makeover. Hadrian claimed. What? No. Draco refused. Hadrian frowned, touched his face, made him scowl and nodded. You are beautiful as expected of the pure blood, but your hair is so thin. Isn't it nice to have a new image? Draco open and close his mouth, touch his hair in a thoughtful expression, glare at him, cousin brother. Fine. Draco say, make Hadriana give a blind smile. And so, Hadrian dragged Draco to Aunt Cissa, who was in the family room with Lucius, Remus, Sirius, Marvolo and Severus. He gives her a glim of frantic madness and with wicked glint to Narcissa. I need your help, Aunt Cissa. Hadrian say. Hadrian brings Narcissa to the Draco room, leaving a silent male in the room alone. Did you even want to know what your godson is thinking? Severus asked. Don't think about it. I don't know what happened in his mind. Sirius respond. For some reason, I pity Draco. Marvolo comment nonchalantly. Indeed, I see those glints every time Hadriana does something drastic. Remus say. And Lucius B. E comes worried, looking at the door where the Black family went to, but for about 15 minutes Narcissa come out with a satisfying glint in her eyes and a beaming smile on her face, make the male feel something dread about what gonna happen. Oh, Lucius, you might be surprised to see our son change. Narcissa say gleefully. Lucius' eye twitch by his wife's sweet tone made him hummed and wide eyes slightly when saw his son with his short, thin blonde hair turn into a shoulder-length blonde hair with a widow peak in his right. He still wipes his fringe to the side of his head. How is it? Hadrian asked. Marvolo hummed. I like it. How is it? Lucius hummed. That fits him. Hadrian give a delight sound and grab Draco hand away from the adult room, and when they away, they look at Narcissa, who give a laugh. It was the middle of June when Hadriana and Marvolo did the ritual with death, of course. It was the same as before, but this time Hadriana didn't pass out, only he feels tired, make him can't walk with Marvolo, who has his memory back, and walk to the Hadrian, who kneel in the middle of the ritual circle. Dukuji vam. Min dire thank you, my dear, Marvolo whisper to him in grateful. Hadrian panting leaned at him. Posetily. You Giriger thank Mick silly. You don't thank me. Marvolo kisses his head and cradles him like he is a precious artifact. Ek viltil ar thank you ferier David Mick sc an air kans. Min dire, I want to thank you for giving me this second chance, my dear. Hadrian sigh. Jasem unavenim tired. Little Ervila. Min dire go to sleep, my dear. Marvolo say kiss his forehead. Hadrian closed his eyes and let his soulmate carry him to the bedroom. Marvolo looks at his little flower who sleeps deeply. He clenches and unclench his hand and close his eyes. Begin to fix another piece of information from the ring. He opened his eyes after a few moments, brushed Hadrian dark lock hair from his face. Marvolo stared at the boy. No, young man. He refused to call Hadrian a boy while he is clearly matured than any children who are age 12. He remembers when he goes to the Winterfell after Hadrian go back to the Hogwarts. He saw a bunch of the royal family, an elder of the Sigvard family. It was shocking, but he also met Lady Magic herself in the dream. She is sentient. Magic is sentient, and so she told them that she is always looking after her children. Lady Magic touched his cheek like a mother. You must be lucky to have Hadrian beside you. Marvolo heard that word from Sirius, Remus, Crouch Jr. and Lucius, but he never heard the emotion in that word, and it made them give a smile. He saved me. He gave me a second chance. He who brings me out from the darkness. He is my light. Marvolo say to her. It scared him with his foreign and new feeling. Every time he saw Hadrian smile brightly at him with pure happiness because of him, he can feel a tingling in his spine and he of course freak out for a bit, but Lucius and Narcissa help him to explain his feeling more like human feeling. I try to not become a monster like before for the sake of him, Marvolo admitted. Lady Magic patted his cheek. I know, my child, and I know that you will never become a monster again. You were reborn after all. Marvolo will never forget those words and those vows he made with Lady Magic. He was 15 years old, but his mind is 28 years old. He will not foul back when Hadrian moves forward, and so he goes back and forth to the other royal family or goes to the Winterfell castle to talk about wizardry politics, even if it is international or not. He snapped back when he heard moaning from the bed make him look at the side, saw Hadrian wake up, make Marvolo touch his wrist to check his core. How do you feel? Marvolo asked. Much nicer than before, since it only has one Horcrux. Hadrian muttered, turned to his side and looked at Marvolo. How long have I been sleeping? 30 minutes, he informed him to make him hum. Hadrian sigh, sit in the bed, look outside the window. Well, let's go meet Remus and Sirius. As you wish. Marvolo sat from the side of the bed. They went downstairs and saw Sirius, Remus and Crouch Jr. in there. Hadrian sit on the couch sighing, begin to relax. How you're doing, pup? Remus asked in worried. I'm fine. My magic is doing fine already. Hadrian assured them to make them exhale in relief. You have 3 months of holiday. What are you gonna do? Remus asked. Hadrian hummed. I don't know. I think I'm gonna go to the Dragon Palace to know more about my inheritance. Sirius and Remus agreed. After breakfast, Hadrian went outside to the garden to the glass house with a book in his hand. He sighs, lay on the couch in the comfy. Hadrian began to read a book until afternoon. Marvolo come to him. Time for lunch, my dear. Marvolo say to him. Hadriana look up and hummed. Say, is your Death Eater already got disbanded? Yes. Why? He asks in confused. Hadrian walk out from the glass house, hummed. Nothing, just perhaps a public need to K. Now and give them a reassurance that the Dark Lord follower already disbanded with their lord who died. But, the Auror will catch them. Marvolo say to him. Hadrian give a sly look. Do you forget at when their lord is death the mark disappears, and if you already do that perfectly, but they still let it come out, so why not tell the public? Marvolo blink and give a laugh. Oh, imagine those people when the news leaked out. Hadrian give a laugh. At Gomelmar Napordek Mirangar Armar. That old man mess with a wrong person. Indi Han indeed he is. Marvolo say in delight. Chapter 16. The Explosion of Truth. Hadrian has 3 months of holiday, then he is going to go to school. He wants the news of Death Eater to be gone when the school begins. He also wants Dumbledore's reputatio to crumble, and the people shall have a doubt every time he speaks. Hadrian glances at Marvolo in silence. He wants to make his soulmate go in public in bang. But, what should he do for the next move? Up, Hadrian. He jolted, looked up blinking, saw a worried look of the adult. Are you okay? You dozed off. Hadrian glanced at Marvolo, who looked at him in worried to make him look down at his food and scowled. I'm fine. Hadrian exhaled, took a bite. Just I realized that I was a greedy person. Sirius snorted, and Remus, who sighed with Crouch Jr., who raised one of his eyebrows, look at his lord, who only stays quiet, look down at him. Spill it out. Marvolo demand put down his utensil. Hadrian hummed. Just thinking how to make Dumbledore world fall apart. I want his status and reputation to be destroyed. His power is the belief in people, and I want that to get destroyed. I want the people who heard his words to have doubts. Quote, Dumbledore has those powers because of his public image. He fools many people, especially the light family, but that's destroyed when you come to the Hogwarts and unite the house. Sirius informed him. If you want to have battled with him, then you need evidence of his crime. An ally with the media, and make people believe in your word than in Dumbledore. Remus comment. I know the power of media social. It can destroy a people's life, and for me, it was the most strong power. Hadrian say in solemnly. If I remember, you have that journalist Rita Skeeter as your ally, right? Crouch Jr. asked. Marvolo snickered with Hadrian, who has a smile savagely. Oh yes. Rita Skeeter is my knight. Her talent is my sword and bow. Then you can talk with her, Remus suggested. Hadrian looked at Marvolo, who shrugged and made him hummed, I think about it. Besides, we have a lot of time left. After the lunch, Hadrian and the other discussing the Death Eater confessed. He needs someone that willing to let them know that Dark Lord is dead with showing the dark mark is gone. You can call Severus, Marvolo commented, he is my follower. Hadrian calls Severus and told him about what he's planning. He promised that Rita not gonna say his name. Let me has a private conversation. Quote. Severus gestured him to get out from the living room. What is it? Hadrian asked. Severus looked at his nephew in a calculative gaze. Why do you try so hard? I know that Dark Lord is coming back, and I know that he is sane like a new person that I didn't know about him at all. But, did you forget that Dark Lord murders your parent? Uncle Sev, let me ask what you think. Why did he go to the Potter Manor to kill my parents? Hadrian asks, and Severus only stays quiet, because of the prophecy. The Death Eater listened to what Trolley spoke in the pub and told the Dark Lord about this. He fears this and tries to kill his enemy, and in the end who was born on that day is Ian Neville. The Dark Lord goes to the Potter house and kills my parents. Is that prophecy even true? Hadrian asked to look at him. What? Severus asked in shudder in his back. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Hadrian say to him. Severus narrowed his eyes. How you know? Marvolo old me about it, but looking by the Dumbledore action and everything. Does this prophecy even exist in fact? Hadrian asked. Severus only stayed silent, looking at the boy in front of him. How do you know that this prophecy is fake? I don't. That's why I want to go to the Department of Mystery during these 3-month breaks. Hadrian shrugged and looked at him. What about you? If the prophecy is fake, then what do you want to do? You have guilt to tell the Dark Lord about the prophecy to kill your sister all but in blood, but if it is fake, then it was Dumbledore's fault controlling the fear of the Dark Lord and making him kill my parents. Quote. When you're gonna go to the Department of Mystery? Severus asked. As soon as possible. I don't want the public to know about it because it will become chaos. Hadrian said and looked away. It's too soon to let the public about the prophecy. Perhaps 2 years later I shall tell the public about Dumbledore's evil deed. Severus message his temple and sighs. Okay. What do you want to do first? Quote. Hadrian hummed. I want to tell the public about the sudden silence of the Dark Eater. Perhaps I think I'm going to the Department of Ministry as soon as possible. Let me join. Severus say. As you wish. Hadrian say days. Hadrian and Marvolo prepare the information for Rita. He gives a bunch of the document using Hedwig to her about the Dark Eater. He also wants to inform her about the publishing to publish it as soon as possible. Hadriana also paid her to publish this information at high speed. A week has passed. Hadrian didn't manage to exchange letters with his friend because busy taking care of the media social. Rita and Hadrian work together perfectly like a partner in crime. Finally, after a week of torture of the patient, a daily PR Offet owl come to their house when breakfast is served. Hadrian opened the paper and grinned predatory and savagely when saw the bolding word. Death Eater got disbanded. Follower of Dark Lord is disbanded. By Rita Skeeter. Dear reader, today, Rita Skeeter has shocking news. It was a situation for a terror reign in the wizarding world. For about a year there was no movement about the Death Eater that terror the wizarding world. The follower of you know who has no movement to threaten the other. Wizarding world. Is there something that is gonna happen? I speak to one of the followers of you know who. I promised that I am not gonna speak his name, but he informed me that when the Death Lord is dead, the dark mark is gone. I who didn't believe asked to look at the dark mark, and yes. Shockingly there is no dark power from the Dark Eater arm. It's like the sign of you know who is gone. All of the Death Eaters whose Lord Mark is gone decided to get disbanded and live like before. The person I speak of says that he wishes to live peacefully because the Dark Lord is dead now. There might have been a lot of the wizard who didn't believe that the Dark Lord is dead, but there is a question, why is There no movement from the Dark Lord himself and his follower. I also speak to a certain young man who vanquished the Dark Lord. The boy didn't want to tell his name because he wants to have a private life that didn't got surrounded by the media. For the past 3 years, I have been hunting soul of the Dark Lord. Every break time from the school, I hunt the Dark Lord soul along with my godfathers. He is not dead, yes. His soul exists and he can be revived wherever he wants, and those souls were scattered around in 7 pieces that we call Horcrux. It was the cruelest ritual, it needed to be forbidden. Horcruxes split the wizard mind and soul, make the person who performed the ritual gone crazy, lose their sanity. This man makes a 7 Horcrux, meaning that you know who is clearly a psychopath, lunatic person. For the past 3 years, with the help of my godfathers, I managed to kill all of the Horcrux, and of course I can't do it alone. There's my friend who I can say as my family supported me from behind. How shocking I am to hear that young man who is killing the soul of the Dark Lord. He says that it was his duty. There are many questions, but for sure there is only one question: is the Dark Lord really gone? Read more about Horcrux. Page 6. All around Britain wizarding world, it became chaos. The people were shocked to read the paper. Anyone could say that it was a truth fact with proof of the photo of Hadrian and Severus who got blur. It was a true fact. All of the people in Black Manor were in shock except Marvolo and Hadrian, who had a smart smirk. No one knows about Lord Voldemort's real name except perhaps Inner Death Eater. Oh my god. Crouch Jr. comment: you two really outstand yourself up, huh? Sirius say in stunned. Damn, Dumbledore gonna throw a fit. Remus say, ruffling his hair. Hadrian writes a letter to his friend asking to meet up somewhere. Since Merlin knows that they know he is the one who hunts it down, they must be worried. Not long indeed his end letter is coming to him, and most of the information consists of him meeting up and speaking about it. The first letter is as expected from Susan and Draco. Dear Hadrian, you have a lot to tell my dear brother. You have no idea when I read the prophet that makes me so worried. You can tell us anything. I know it was dangerous, but we are right behind you to support you. You might didn't agree to let us be too involved with your task to defeat you know who, but if you have a bad day you can talk to us. We are waiting for your explanation in Neville birthday party right away, young man. Please be grateful that my aunt didn't let me to send you a howler. Yours, Susie. Loyal best friend and older sister, all but in blood. Among their group Susan is the older with Cedric, they're like Mother H.N. in their group, so it's no surprise if they're worried about the younger one, especially Hadriana with his crazy idea and plan. Dear Hadrian, what are you thinking hunting the soul of the you-know-who alone? You didn't know how worried my mother was when she read the news. She was horrified to let a child no less than 15 years old hunting the soul of the Dark Lord. You have a lot to talk about, dear cousin. I worried what happened to you, and mother is also worried. You could be died. What are you thinking? Father didn't let mother and I send you a howlery to you. You have a lot of talking to us, dear cousin brother. Yours, cousin brother best friend Draco. The next letter has come from Cedric and Cho. It was rare for them to send an letter except an emergency, and this news is an emergency in their mind. Dear Hadrian, what are you thinking about hunting the Horcrux and killing the soul of Voldemort? You know that it was dangerous. You could have been died. I admit your magic is strong, but there is a limit. You still a child, at least let the adult or tell the older one when something like this. Did you know shock and worried am I when I read this first place in morning? But I know that you didn't tell anyone about this. You didn't want to involve us because it was dangerous. Dangerous that can kill us, but you know we are a family and friend. No matter what, we stand alongside you, dear little brother. You are too good for this world, Hadrian. No matter how many abuses you received in your past life, you still take care of other people. Your kindness can save you from the hardship, dear brother. Everyone is worried about you, dear little brother. Let us take care of you, please. You are already taking care of the other first than you first, and I admitted that it hurt us that you stay alone. Already get used to not learning at adult about your problem. I cannot go to Susie's house, but I will send you a letter. Yours older brother best friend, Cedric Diggory. Hadrian read the letter and he admitted that Cedric really is a true Hufflepuff. He has a wisdom and a comforted for him. You're too good for this world, Hadrian. Those words echoed in his mind. In his life he never heard those words uttered to him, and yet when Cedric said to him it like he first heard a new word from foreign word. I'm not good for this world, Cedric. I'm changing the timeline and fabric of this world. I'm a greedy and selfish person. Hadriana, though staring at the letter. Your kindness can save you from the hardship. He didn't know what to think when he read this sentence, kindness. In his past life his life has no kindness. It is only a war. He blinded everything and became a puppet, but now he has no string that holds on him. All of his mind is screaming for revenge for those people who betrayed him in the past. Hadrian didn't know what to expect. All he remembers is kindness is the only one who left him. His mother kindness, Lady Mother warm magic. All of it is kindness. Even the death who his dark presence surrounds him also makes him calm from his madness, and it was all kindness. Kindness of the death who give him the second chance. Kindness of La Die magic who gave him the blessing of soulmate. Kindness to have his godfather who takes care of him. Kindness of having the Black Elder who taught him everything where in his previous life he ignored it. Kindness where he has a best friend family that worried him. Hadrian shook his head and opened the next letter, and it was from Neville. Dear Hadrian, don't know if I should be impressed or angry for you, but for sure it was a feat itself to hunt the Dark Lord's soul. Gran was livid when reading the news. She always knows that he will come back, and by this reveal he is still alive with his soul scattered around, but you already kill it. Right. Gran is angry that you do it alone. She only can sigh, but I can see that she was angry that you hunted them down without relying on anyone. Oh, Gran also wants a word with Sirius and Remus when you come to my party. I hope that Gran didn't bleed their ear with her scolding. I hope that you can talk to us about this kind of problem. We will listen and defend you from those people who didn't listen to you. I didn't know if the other people know your identity in the paper or not, but for sure we know you. Just like Cedric says, you are already used to doing it all alone without adult in your side, but thankfully Remus and Sirius in your side helping hunt the Horcrux. Next time, please tell us about this kind of news, please. Yours, Neville H. Adrian snickered under his breath reading Neville letter. You two had a lecture from Neville grandmother. Why? They ask. Crouch Jr. show them the news and letter make them eye twitch a bit, make Marvolo snicker under his breath. You sure throw us into the wolf, huh? Pup. Sirius say earned a dirty look from Remus, no pun intended. Remus sighs. Well, do they know about you're the one who was doing it? Hadrian shrug. Britain's wizarding world is small. He glanced at Marvolo. Say, did you give order to Bellatrix torment the Longbottom couple? Marvolo looked at Crouch Jr. and frowned and shook his head. No. If I remember, I didn't order Bellatrix to hunt Longbottom. I only hunt you since that damn prophecy is say the last day of the month and you're the one who was born on that day. How do you know that Bellatrix is the one who torments them? Crouch Jr. asked. Hadrian shrugged. Neville told me. They hummed and Hadrian exhaled in relief. He didn't know what to say if they found out that he was time travel, except Remus and Sirius, of course. After eating breakfast, they were in the living room until a familiar and yet foreign owl come to them with hitting the window make them winched. Whose owl? Sirius asked. Weasley. Hadrian respond stand up from his seat. What did he want now? Remus asked. Hadrian opened the letter and snickered under his breath and threw the letter T. O the table and sat back to the sofa snuggled to Marvolo's side. Dear Harry. Hey mate, I read the news and Mom knew right away and told me that you are the one who hunted the Horcrux even though your face got blurred. You will become a famous. You are the boy who live after all, so I wasn't surprised about this news. Mom asking you to come into Burrow sometime, and oh, you know my sister Ginny, she has been looking forward to meeting you when we go back to the Hogwarts. I know that everyone will know about your heroic achievement. You become everyone Harry. You defeated the you-know-who after all. I hope that you're gonna tell me when you're doing adventure like this again. We're friends after all. Yours, Ron. Burn it. Sirius say in disgust. With pleasure. Hadrian say in delight. With one flick of his finger the paper burned into the ash. Hadrian was disgusted by the wad. It obviously he want his fame, and the revealment make him blink groaned. God Lord, I know he's gonna spread the news of me hunting the Horcrux. Hadrian moaned pitifully. Well, he obviously wants your fame. Sirius comment. The media will surround you, my dear. Marvelose didn't look up from his book in his hand. But, because of this the media will be inside with you. Crouch Jr. says look at them, some of the family believe and insist that Voldemort has died when he disappears when you were still a babe. Then you published this kind of story they might think it again, why there no movement of the Death Eater? Is it true that the Dark Lord is dead? Is there something gonna happen because of the calmness? They will think it twice and with your word in the paper especially the Horcrux they will ask again. If what you said about Weasley is true then you better use glamour every time you get out from the house since you're gonna be swarmed by fan and media. They stare at Crouch Jr. who say like it was a normal thing. Marvolo has a smirk in face. He was Dark Lord Mind right hand with Lucius left hand. You are truly Ravenclaw, huh? Sirius comment weakly. Suddenly an familiar owl come to them make Hadrian open the window and let the owl enter the room. It's from the twin. Hadrian informed them. Dear Hadrianakan, you cannot imagine how disgusted we are to our mother and our younger sibling conversation. Percy already got out from the house with him and joined the ministry. We overheard our mother asking Ron to bring you to the Burrow and send a letter to you. She also asked about what we told to bring you to our home but we knew you didn't want to so we ignored her. Ginny becomes creepy because she is dreaming that she will become your girlfriend. We know that you are gay and hopefully it stop her. We heard the news about you hunt the Horcrux and we can not say anything but we are impressed by you. Hope you have a great summer holiday. Hadrianakan yours, Fred and George the twin. They even send a paper with fake blood that says, run away while you can. Make Sirius snickered. Well, I pity the twin to stay in there while Percy already gets out from the Burrow leaving them alone as the oldest in the house. Hadrian chirped up. Malfoy Manor. Lou. Sias was reading the newspaper numerous times. It was a drastic reveal of his Lord's secret. He remembers when Draco told him that Harry Potter, no, Hadrian Potter is a Slytherin and more worsely he is a true Slytherin with a Parseltongue. He has doubt first when Draco befriends Hadrian along with Longbottom and Bones. Lucius does not doubt that Hadrian befriends without realizing that he makes an influence family. The wizarding world turns upside down when Hadrian comes back to the wizarding world and goes public. Lucius still tries to wrap his mind that Madame Bones, the best lawyer in Ministry in Britain world is his ally with Susan who it seemed their best friend who admitted that they are her sibling. He knows a bit of why Hadrian hates Albus Dumbledore and it is because he left him alone in the abusive Muggle house and didn't let his godfather have a trial for his crime but other than that there is much more deeper. Lucius can see a loath in his eyes when speaking about Dumbledore. He speaks those names like venom in the basilisk fang. Draco told them about Hadrian sometime. He told them that sometimes Hadrian was so far and yet so close, like there was a barrier around him that made no one can enter his territory. He rarely speaks about himself. He didn't take care of himself. Draco told them that he might not be going to eat if Draco didn't remind him. Hearing Draco speaking about Hadrian, it was clear as sky that Hadrian cares the other student more than himself. He is like an alpha in the snake nest. He takes care of the other housemate than himself first and it is CL. Ear that he is kind as a mother and a wisdom to not judge people and knowledge to comforted the other people. Hogwarts, Headmaster Office. Albus read the newspaper in pure anger, making the phoenix, Fox whimpered pitifully. The other portrait look away from the anger headmaster. How dare he? How dare he hunt the Horcrux? He was not supposed to know Horcrux until he was 5th year. He is supposed to stay silent like a muggle who comes to their world. He is not supposed to take over the wizarding world. He is only a brat. He already told Dursley to use him as they like and it seems they didn't beat him enough. That brat should have a distrust of the adult and he will become an adult that kind to him and give him a false hope. Why did he get away from his grasp? Do not forget about his pal. In Wizengamot already in thin ice because of that Bray shamelessly revealed his abusive scar and injured. He was supposed to be shame about it. That brat should not supposed to stay with Sirius, he should be stay in Dursley for summer holiday and got saved by Weasley. Dumbledore paced right and forth in the office with his hand in his chin thinking how to take over his power from that brat. He needed to do something or not he will fall to that brat game. What he didn't know is a certain black headmaster who saw the turmoil move away from the portrait in the headmaster office silently like a night cat go to his house. Chapter 17. Neville Birthday Party. A month has passed with July is coming. It was a week before Neville's birthday and he decided wanna go to the Diagon Alley to buy his birthday present. As expected, a few days after the Prophet got released, the Dark family got asked by the media about the Dark Eater mark, and thankfully of the Lucius, who is a lifesaver, is told the family of the follower of the Dark Lord that Death Eater indeed got disbanded. This makes the followers of the Death Eater disappointed and sad, but Marvolo calls them to meet up in Malfoy Manor with Draco and is sent to the Black Manor to play with Hadriana. As expected of Draco, he was angry at him to do that kind of suicidal duty, but Hadriana assured him that he is still alive. Suspiciously, Dia didn't go to the Black Manor about him, and he can imagine it because Rita, who doing her job perfectly. He also earned a letter from Dumbledore that make him angry. Dear boy, I'm hoping that you have a fun holiday. I hope that you didn't spout nonsense. I was disappointed when I saw the Daily Prophet early in the morning. I know you want to assure them, but this way you only give a lie to them. My boy, you know very well that Voldemort is coming back. How heartbreaking of those who read the Daily Prophet that the Dark Lord is gonna come back soon. Also, please reconsider coming back to your family in Muggle, or perhaps you can stay in the other wizard family. I have one in mind. Yours, Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A grand sorcerer decorated with the Order of Merlin. First-class supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, chief warlock of the Wizengamot. It made Hadrian disgusted by the title he used. Obviously, he tried to scare him using his title. He snorted. How foolish. Pup, are you ready? Sirius asked Break as though Hadrian closed his book. Yeah. A second. They decide to go into Diagon Alley to buy Neville birthday. Hadrian wears his black family cloak the same as Sirius. Remus, Crouch Jr. and Marvolo were busy taking care of the political problem. Sirius grabbed Hadrian's shoulder and apparated away to the Diagon Alley. He saw the people swarming around the alley since it was a holiday bunch of the people shopping in there. Where do you want to go? Sirius asked. Hadrian hummed. I don't know, Neville loves herbology. Perhaps I'm gonna buy him a book of plant, and perhaps I can ask the Kitauji family to send me a rare plant from Japan since that country is full of plant, or a herbology book from there. Sirius hummed. Nice choice. Hadrian walked around with a cloak covering his head since he didn't want to let anyone notice them. They also had a notice me not spell in their body. They walk around until he halted in front of the store, saw a glass ball, make him go in there. Oh, are you interested in the communication ball? The seller asked. How does it work? Hadrian asked. It is the same as a Muggle telephone, only using magic with the thought of the person if they want to have a talk. The user no need to speak out loud. It connected to our mind. The seller informed him. You want it, pup? Sirius asked. Yeah, perhaps I can send them. Hadrian say to him. How much? Sirius asked. 120 galleon, sir. The seller says to him. I want to buy 7 of this. Hadrian say the seller wide eye, S7, sir. Hadrian took off his cloak the same as Sirius. Is there a problem, sir? He wide eye who is the buyer, make him shake his head in surprise, and no, I will bring it right away. They enter the shop and it has a bunch of the wizard technology things in there like a portkey or a flow powder. Hadriana touches one of the portkey in the shape of the dragon. Not long, the seller get out from the back room with 7 communication ball. Sir, how can I chant this portkey? Hadrian asked. Oh, that portkey is you need to have a point in your destination with your magic, then you see. And chant the portkey using your magic so you can go in. There, sir, the seller informed him. I want this dragon portkey too. Hadrian say. Yes, sir. The seller takes out 2 dragon portkey. How much? Sirius asked. Communication ball is 180 galleon and 2 portkey is 80 galleon, sir, the seller says to them. 14,400 galleon, it is. Sirius take out a card from his wallet. To Hadrian and Sirius, that money is not even a cent since they have millionaire money in their vault, especially Hadrian who is filthy rich. Have a nice day, sir. Hadrian say to him. They get out from the Diagon Alley and go To the bookstore hoping to find a book that fits Neville, but he wants a book that in Britain Wizarding World did not sell, and so they decided to go home. Hadrian decided to go to the Dragon Palace ing flow and begin to make the portkey to the lobby of the palace. After that he decided to go home. Hadrian go to the Marvolo study room, and indeed he saw him there. "Welcome home, my darling." Marvolo look up from the paper on his desk. Hadrian hummed go toward him take the paper, an alliance between France and German royal family. He looks at him, did their ministry know about it? Marvolo shows him the paper from France, MN. It seems that France and German royal family is also a close ally, and so France royal family already told the ministry about the Sigvard family heir has been found, so you're going to the public early? Hadrian asked. Marvolo snorted, shake his head. No, the ministry decided for me to stay in the shadows until I was 17 years old when the coronation began. Hadrian raised one of his eyebrows to look at his surroundings, who full of books that connected to the politic of Wizarding International and Wizarding royalty politic. He giggled, stood beside him and let his HEA fall into his chest, and Marvolo reflexively held his waist in his arm. "Ah, min beloved Varger Herr Prakovny Mar ah. My beloved wolf is hard-working person," Hadrian say. Marvolo I twitch, Aru you Delany la Grace or min utarpany. Min dire. Smar Kavet, are you making fun of my suffering, my dear little flower? Ek neadvazel say tilger fun rro, so obaval say temayo panave stolati, I didn't dare to make fun of o. So feared Dark Lord in century. Hadrian giggled and brushed his dark brown wavy hair, chrome toho mam dal c3. Roki na tu. Abik tiarpal masenum, beside I have another 3 years to suffer these torture. Hadrian grabbed his hand and tugging him to stand up from the comfy office seat. Come on then, I presume you haven't gone outside. Marvolo let him drag him outside to the garden. Hadrian already grew up really well. He is now an inch under his shoulder length, and he's sure that he will grow until he is his shoulder length. His silky wavy black hair also grow much longer to his show. Older blade and his chubby face slowly disappear from her face, and he's sure that in few years that he gonna become a heartbreaker. He will never let anyone see his tired face or his weakness, but he didn't. He mind letting Hadrian let him see his expression. If other people saw his expression, he shall obliviate them until they forget everything. Hadrian, a blessing from God. Such an excellent name, it indeed. Hadrian is a blessing to their world. He is too good for the world, and he is too good for Marvolo himself. He's committed such a crime, and yet he gave him a second chance. It was like a dream come true. Marvolo admitted that he has a bunch of the marriage proposal from the royal family and the higher status family, but he refused them all in a flash. That he has a beloved Tom. Hadrian voice breaks his though. Marvolo blink realized he already in the garden. Make him look at Hadrian. You dozed off. What are you thinking? Hadrian asks, tugged him to the glasshouse. Marvolo smiles, sit next to him. Nothing, just how grateful I am to you. Hadrian blinks, sigh, and let his leg into his right with Marvolo has his hand in his head, look at him with such an open expression. You deserve it. Hadrian say to him. No, he doesn't deserve it. He killed many people. He framed Hagrid when he killed a Muggle-born student. He cursed his follower who was his friend when he was still a student. Volo only thought that he didn't deserve his kindness and love. He is a cold person like an ice. He never earned a love. He doesn't have a friend because he didn't know what his friend was until Hodder Yana appeared in his life and he reconnected with his old friend. In the past, he carved for love, but that was just a dream until Hadriana, his beloved little flower, came to his life like a storm and brought him out from the darkness. Hadriana, the one who shows him the gesture of love, and Sirius, Remus, Crouch Jr. They give him a gesture of love, they who squeezes his shoulder as comfort and pat his head. Those small gestures are full of warmth and love. Marvolo signs tug him to his chest and make Hadrian look up to him. Hadrian forget how handsome this man is. He has a sharp like a sword face, with pale skin and a blue eye that tainted with red, and that dark brown wavy hair is perfect for him. Hadrian didn't know what their relationship was. He cannot say Marvolo is his lover, but his act, ion and gesture are like what a lover does. He admitted having a soulmate is an excellent one, that means having someone who stays beside you until you die, but Hadriana didn't know what kind of relationship he has with these Dark Lords. Marvolo rarely spoke about his feelings and he felt comfortable, secured, safe in his arm. His arm is strong and protects him from the cruel of the world. He loves to have Marvolo on his side and he hates it when he stands alongside other people. For now, he can only let this moment carved in his mind. His warmth is carved in his body. His warm, strong and firm voice is echoed in his head. On the day of Neville's birthday, Hadrian already packed his gift and he already gave thanks to Kiddoji family for the plant. Sirius, Narcissa Draco and Hadriana go to the Longbottom Manor. Sirius greet Augusta Longbottom with bowed slightly and take her hand. Kiss the air about her hand. Thank you for having Hadriana today, Dowager. Sirius say to her. Narcissa steps forward and bows to her. Thank you for having Draco today, Dowager Longbottom and. She straightened with silent rage in her eyes. I'm sorry for Bellatrix's deed to your family. Augusta who sees it often knows that Narcissa hates her sister and her action to torture her children until they lose their minds leaving Neville alone. Parent problems and mistakes should not be passed to their children. She says to her and hugs her as a parent does to a child, I know you didn't agree to that woman action. Narcissa widened her eyes for a bit and bowed to her in gratitude. Thank you. Dowager. Nonsense. You shall call me Augusta and I see Hadriana gonna come over often along with Draco here and I know you since you were a boy. Forget the formality. Augusta say to them. Draco. And Hadrian saw their parent choked up a bit by Longbottom grandma make Hadrian and Draco move forward and greet her as Sirius does. Happy birthday, Neville. Hadrian and Draco say to him. I'm very pleased to see you too. But you two should call me Gran or Augusta. I expect I'll be seeing you two a lot from now on, so we shall forget the formality, Augusta said to the boy and looked at Sirius. Also, you, young man. You have many things to say to me about what you are thinking about helping a child hunt for Horcrux. They winced slightly and give a sympathetic and pity look to Sirius W. Ith Narcissa who bid her goodbye and she gonna fetch Draco after the party is over but Augusta didn't let her saying that she's not bothered and perhaps they can talk to each other about the children. Since Draco and Hadriana gonna visit oftenly with Neville as his brother all but in blood and it makes Narcissa laugh. Well, Neville, why don't you show your friend the house? Augusta say to her grandson. Come on then, the girls still haven't arrived yet. Neville say to them. The adult goes to the living room and Gran Augusta tells them she will send an elf when the tea time comes. She began to lecture Sirius with an amused Narcissa sipping a tea sigh in delight with the lust tree surrounding the house. As expected of the Longbottom family, Narcissa honestly didn't expect that she would get accepted easily but it seems it is thanks to her beloved nephew and Draco's interaction with Neville that he told his Gran about Draco. Not long ago the girls arrived with Amelia. Neville bring Th.M. to the back garden where their big pond while the adult talk for a bit with Amelia who busies with her job in ministry. She also accepted Narcissa with her as an ally with Lucius. Sometimes, let's have a tea time together. Amelia said to Augusta and Narcissa who nodded in agree. The children were sitting on the ground with Susan, Hannah, Draco, Neville and Hadrian. Cedric and Cho can't come. Because Cho was in Korea and Cedric in the USA but they send a gift to him already in the morning. Of them stare at Hadrian who gulped trailing off. So, you have a lot of things that need to inform us. Susan say to him. Hadrian hummed, looking at the ground, I don't know how to tell you all. I mean think about it when I suddenly say that I wanna hunt the soul of the Dark Lord you all must disagree. Damn right, Hannah chirped up in nodding. Besides, I don't think we managed to follow you. Hunt the Horcrux with our parents. Neville comment. I agree with him. Draco say. But, W.E. know that you don't want to get us involved with your dangerous journey but at least give us the information before you publish into the public, will you? Susan say to him. Hadrian blink look up at his friend. You're not angry. We are angry. Angry that you endanger yourself and angry that you take care of this by yourself. Hiding things from us. We are angry because we worried about you, dear brother. Susan say to him. Hadrian blinked, looked away, thank you. Hadrian admitted in his previous life, Hermione and Ron rarely got angry at him and he remembers when Hermione cared for herself and was angry because he jealous of him and yet he blind by it everything so it was quite overwhelming. Are you really already destroying all of the 7 Horcrux? Hannah asked. 6 of them. His diary, me, his snake, Hufflepuff cup. Rowena Ravenclaw diadem, his lord ring, and the last is Slytherin locket that I haven't found yet. Hadrian informed them. Then he can return. Susan say in horrified. No, the last soul only has a small part, he cannot return, besides he didn't have a body. Hadrian informed him. Also, I have a feeling that we're gonna meet up soon. The other only can street. I quiet, but they know that Hadrian is somehow connected to the you-know-who. And they know somehow that Hadrian knows the future event, and if he tells them with a certain voice, then it's gonna happen. Anyway, what happened to your hair? Draco. Neville asked. What's wrong with my hair? Draco asked, scowling. I remember that you have thin hair, Draco. Hannah comment with a sly smile. Hadrian gave a bark of laugh, a carefree laugh. Oh, how I miss this kind of atmosphere. He looks at Draco's shoulder-length blonde hair. It fits him, right? Hadrian asked in giggling. Absolutely. The girls answer. S. Susan touched his blonde hair and whistled. Wow. How can your hair be so silky? Hadrian gives a carefree, genuine laugh until he lay on the ground, with Neville also give a laugh with embarrassed Draco and the girls who braid his hair. The adults who heard the laughter of the children looked at the courtyard and saw the children laughing, talking with each other carefree with no care of the world. Sirius, who heard Hadrian genuine laugh only, can smile softly. Really, I am grateful for them who befriended Hadriana. Sirius says to Augusta, who raised one of her eyebrows to make Sirius sigh. His past is quite terrible. 8 years of life full of abuse that is even worse than house elf is hard for him to have those kinds of expressions. That is true. Hadrian got abused. Augusta comment. Yes. Hadrian was 11 years old when I first met him, but before that, he lived with Remus in Black Manor. Remus told me everything, and in that 3 years, he rarely laughed freely as a child should be. His eyes are so dark, full of painful memories of his past. When Remus first saw Hadriana laugh carefree with Neville, Draco, Hannah, Susan, Cedric and Cho, he almost teared up. He informed Augusta and Narcissa. Augusta sighs and shakes her head. He is a child, he's not even a teenager, but he already bears the world burden on that shoulder. Hadrian has trauma from his abusive experiment. Draco told me that sometimes Hadrian helps the children who cannot sleep because of the nightmare or homesick. He says that no children should be suffering from a nightmare and need to calm down alone. He speaks as if he was a grown-up person. Narcissa informed them. Augusta snorted. With those kinds of household, it's no surprise if he is forced to grow up quickly. I hate to admit, but Dumbledore really crossed the line. No wizard children should be abused, the wizard children should be taken care of and loved. We also thought the same. Narcissa say in agreeing. Sirius drank the tea to cover a smile on his face. It was a legendary moment that Malfoy and Longbottom talked about in Civil without a wand in each throat. It's all thanks to Hadrian. Sirius presumed. Half of an hour later, Augusta sent a house elf to bring them to the informal dining room. In there they saw a big cake and a bunch of buffet kind food in there. Hadriana happily eats the food, after constant Lee drinking a malnourishment potion. He can eat like normal children, and he also grew up like a normal child now thanks to Merlin. He refused to stay short like in his previous life. Hadrian eats the sea. And surprisingly he has an amazing sweet tooth, which makes Sirius worried, and Augusta let him eat the cake until he is satisfied. After all the food got cleared up, it's time for opening the present. Susan gave him the children medikit of wizarding and a book of medicine herbology. Hadrian could see Neville loved the book full of the plant and use of the plant in the medical. Hannah gives him a plant of a rare hybrid plant. A miniature of a pineapple apple tree. Once grown, it would never be over 4 feet tall, and the fruits would be the size of golf ball. Draco give him a book of rare plant that cannot buy from Britain. He got it from French. Make Neville lit up to give a bright smile to Draco, satisfied by his choice of book. Hadrian take out his pouch and he takes out a box of plant to Neville. Make him gasped. It was an illegal plant in 40 country. How do you get this plant? Neville asks in delight and in worried. I sure this plant is illegal in Britain. There is a document in there. Hadrian say make Neville take out a document. Permission to have a rare plant to enter the Britain International Wizarding Nature Conservancy. Neville read it and wide-eyed looked at Hadrian in delight. I can have this. Of course you can. Hadrian said to him with a smile. Happy birthday, dear brother. The adult looked at Sirius, who coughed away from the look he got from the adult. He cannot tell them that the Japan royal family gave permission to let Hadriana bring the plant to the British soil. What did it do? Draco asked. It's not a carnivora plant, but it's a rare plant. When the flower is in bloom, and its petal can be used to heal the people from any illness or curse. Neville informed them. It's a rare plant and it only existed in Japan. And the flower is in bloom, I can make a potion to help your parent heal from the torment that woman sends to your parent. Hadrian said to him. Really? Can you heal my parents? Neville asked with hope. Of course. This flower petal can save anyone. If your parents can be saved, so why not? Hadrian shrugged. I help you to make the potion. Draco chirped up. I'm sure Uncle Sev willingly will help to make a potion. Neville so teared up that his friend really thought of that with Augusta, who covered her mouth in surprise by Hadrian present, and Draco who willingly to help heal her children. Thank you, Augusta said to Narcissa and Sirius. No, don't apologize. It was that woman's fault. Bellatrix is a former black, and it is our duty as a black to pay the debt to you. Narcissa say, calmly to her. Our apology. Sirius say to her. Hadrian also gives them the communication ball so they can communicate with each other, with him already sent to Cedric and Cho through the owl mail. After a few hours of talking about what they're planning for the holiday, they decided to go home since the sun is gonna set soon. Hadrian flew to the Black Manor with Sirius look at his godson. Are you really gonna heal his parents? Sirius asked. Yes, Lady Longbottom and Lord Longbottom have a chance to survive. That chance, I would never let that go. We know that Neville misses his parents and just because of the damn fake prophecy and madness of the woman, they become a victim. Hadrian snarled in anger and exhaled. They are still alive and their place is not in St. Mungo but in their home. How you're gonna heal them? Sirius asked. With the help of a certain potion master that is more amazing than Uncle Sev himself. Hadrian said to him to walk toward the library and shout back to his godfather. A long-deceased lord with a symbol of snake. Sirius blink and ruffle his hair. Well, if he, then I have no doubt he can heal Lord and Lady Longbottom. Chapter 18. Little Hope. It was July 31st. Hadrian woke up by the sunlight entering his eyes made him blink once, twice, then he looked up and saw Marvolo's peaceful face in front of him make him sigh in comfy. Today is the day when his parents died and got killed in front of him in cold blood. Hadrian knows to not blame Marvolo. It was Voldemort after all, and he already moved one. He looks at Marvolo, who has a dark circle bag under his eyes, to make him send a magic to him to make the dark circle bag from his eyes. Hadrian knew the late night Marvolo slept past midnight along with him after he gave him a happy birthday to him. He is busy meeting up with the ministry between German, Sweden, France and Japan, but he avoids making contact with Britain. The ministry makes him chuckle, but he knows very well. Britain. Wizarding world is corrupt. He didn't want to let the public know about his existence, and the four-wizard ministry already agreed to not let anyone know about his inheritance until he was ready to go into public. Marvolo didn't mind letting his inheritance know that he is lord of the Sigvard family and prince of German and Sweden wizarding royalty, but he refused his face to show up in news or in magazine. Good morning. Hadrian greet him when Marvolo eye open. Marvolo hummed close his grip on Hadrian and let his head fall into his dark hair. What time is it? 8 in morning. Hadrian say to him. Ha. Drian pushed his hand from his waist and get out from his hold, sit in the side if the bed, untangle his black hair. It's too early. Marvolo hissed. Hadrian giggled. Go to the bathroom. Didn't you have a meeting with the French ministry? Marvolo groaned and forcing to wake up from his peaceful sleep. What do you plan for today? Go to the Slytherin castle to meet with Salazar. Hadrian respond from bathroom. Marvolo blink saw Hadrian get out from the bathroom, about making potions to heal Lady and Lord Longbottom. Hadrian rubbed the water from his face with towel. Nod. You better go to the bathroom and eat breakfast. Hadrian changes his clothes while Marvolo goes to the bathroom. He wears simple black and silver tunic clothes with a trouser. He sat in the front of the mirror, begin brush his hair. Vipadas Uzan, you look stunning. Marvolo comment. Hadrian snorted at his soulmate, who had his left hair swept to the side of his head with gel and let his fringe to cover his right forehead. He wear a suit vest with a green and ice blue striped necktie, a white collar t-shirt with a wolf chain at each of the collar and a waist-length black wizard robe with Sigvard family crest at his robe chest. Draco Spirejumke McTill Hafdiner me Hans kind Tonnet Draco asked me to have dinner with his family tonight. Hadrian informed him. Oh, Gary Hans Spirger till oh. When did he ask you to? Marvelo asked. Visera na Nerozaninove Oslave Neville yesterday at Neville birthday party. Hadrian say to him while braiding his hair. Dovolt mi let me. Marvelo walked to his back. Hadrian giggles to look at him who braid his hair. Ek foam rosmazelny I got spoiled. I dagger in Narazenany Alispon Fleerian folk rosmazlet you. Mindire Malakavedina today is your birthday, at least let the others spoil you, my dear little flower. Marvelo braid his hair into a braid behind his head from each side of his hair and tie it with a silver ribbon with his dragon hairpin who goes active make the dragon. Goes alive clutching his hair and goes limp like a normal silver dragon hairpin. It was like a crown for the prince in the royal family, only a Pendragon family can make the hairpin go alive who protected the heir of the family. Hadrian is a lord supposedly but he's still 12 years old now so he's still an heir. Marvelo still remembers his mother who protected him, he killed his parents on his birthday in cold blood. It is still a mystery for him that his little flower forgave him, he doesn't deserve his kindness. He snapped back form his dark though when a warm engulfed his hand make him look up saw. Hadriana who look at him from the mirror with his gentle smile and a fondness in his emerald eye. It's Igi in Vina, you vite it's not your fault, you know. Hadrian say learned at him look up. A crimson eye meets an emerald eye in silence. Tine half sanitier versus stalo a 10 steric heral estivum strachum, sve Igi in Chiba. Advar Voldemort Chiba, Uuru Marvelo Lannister Gaunt, Dedic Nemeke Svadske Krlovske Rodany. You didn't have sanity. When that happened and that old man played with your fear it's not your fault. It was Voldemort's fault. You are Marvelo Lannister Gaunt, heir of the German and Sweden royal family. Hadrian say to him with clear and firm voice. Marvelo took a shuddering breath, he never let anyone see his weakness, he always has his cold and stone mask and yet his person can see his mask like an open book. He didn't judge him of his weakness. You don't need to be ashamed of your weakness. You have just been strong for too long. That word echoed in his mind and so he let his little flower to see his emotion, weakness and feeling. He knows that he never betrayed him like those people, he know that he will never fear him like those people. Hvat in Strack knew. Min Drodden what your fear now, my lord? Hadrian asked. Marvelo took a deep breath and embrace him let his arm to circled his waist and let his head fall into his shoulder. Ekata ek natlatar you till 10 steri moos. Obavam say, z ode me odatas, elskin min I fear I might lose you to that old man. I fear that you are going to walk away from me, my dear. Marvelo whisper. Hadrian giggled pat his hair and leaned at his head. Posetali. Ek nikdi te neopistum jasem tai. Eger in. Nakonik me tu noc osnasis za ravnoseneo silly. I'm never gonna leave you. I'm yours. You mark me as your equal on that night after all. Marvelo smirk look at those beautiful emerald eye. Reindar ert you min indeed, you are mine. Hadrian exhale when Marvelo kiss his forehead and he straighten his clothes. Let's go, it's already 8:30. They go outside the room and go to the dining room saw the adult already wake up. They greet them. Good morning, with Hadrian who saw a present make him blink. Oh, this morning you got a present. Sirius say to him. Oh, Hadrian read the name, from Draco, Susan, Hannah, Cedric, Cho, the twin and he scrunched his nose, Weasley and Dumbledore. What do those two give? Remus asked. Hadrian opened the box showing a knit jacket with H in front of, he read the card. Dear Harry, happy 12th birthday. Hope you have an amazing birthday. I heard from the twin all about you. Please come to visit the burrow. I'm sure they're happy to see you visit the house. We wanting to meet you dear Harry yours. Weasley. Looking at it, it seems that Weasley wants me to go in there. Hadrian said to them and saw another box, a cake. Don't eat the cake, we didn't know what kind of potion they put in there. Sirius say, I know. Hadrian say rolled his eyes. He opened his friend present and raised one of his eyebrow when he saw Draco present it was a book of potion. Susan give him a book of the Dada. Hannah give him an hair accessories, Cho give him a wizarding clothes from Korea with accent of silver and green of Slytherin. Cedric gave him a firebolt broom for him. Neville give him a book of potion using and plant. The card is wishing him happy birthday. Hadrian takes another present from the adult. Severus give him a kit of potion and a rare book of potion. Sirius give him a notebook that never end. Remus give him an set of quill for him. Crouch Jr. give him a wizarding clothes. I love it. Thank you. Hadrian says to Sirius, Remus and Crouch Jr., look at Marvolo, you didn't give me a present. Marvolo smirk and give him a small box mock. Him narrowed his eyes open the box wide eye slightly. Oh, a dragon hair chain. Hadrian take out the hair chain. Hadriana led Marvolo to clip the dragon head hairpin to each side of his hair and the chain was like a crown at back of his hair, especially with his dark raven hair it was stand out since it was bright shining silver. How is it? Marvolo asked. I hate to admit but you have an excellent taste in accessories. Hadrian chirped up. Sirius, I'm sorry to admit but your godson has been courted by the Dark Lord. Crouch Jr. whispered to him. Sirius blinked and wide-eye and horrified. No. He is still young. Leave them be. Sirius. They are a soulmate after all. Remus say with a smirk. Remus. Sirius cried to him in betrayal. Hadriana and Marvolo were in their own world. Hadrian opened the present from the fans. His housemate, his friend, Hogwarts teacher. Hadrian saved the present in the storage box for the fans, teacher, but from his friend he saves it in separate box. After eating breakfast, Marvolo decided to retire to his study room while Hadrian flew to the Slytherin castle. He opened the door using Parseltongue, then he go to the library, saw Salazar in there. Long time no see, Sal. Hadrian greet him with smile. Indeed, long time no see, Snakeling. Salazar greet him. What brings you to my nest? Hadrian hummed and began to inform him of his plan to heal Neville's parents. He also asked Neville to send him the report of his parent, and of course he willingly to send the report through the mail. Have you already looked at the Black Library, restriction area? Salazar asked. I have. Hadrian take out the book. Salazar look at the book from the portrait, hummed reading the continent until he point at the side of the Slytherin library. Try to look at that side of the library, perhaps you can find it. I think in the past I already healed that patient before along with Helga. Salazar say to him. Helga? Hadrian ask. Helga is the best healer in the age after Merlin. Salazar say to him with proud in his eyes, you can look at his castle library. I have no doubt that she has those books to heal the person who has got mind torture. Thank you. Hadrian bow to him. Adrian looked at the library about healing mind in potion book. He stayed in there for about a few hours until Salazar informed him that the sun was going to set soon, and so he brought out the book back home to the Black House. He goes home to the Black House and indeed the sun is already setting. Hadrian is busy taking notes to make the potion. He hopes that in August Neville can have fun with his parents for a month. Hadrian was engrossed in his book that he didn't notice it was already dinner time. Hadrian, Sirius and Remus go to the Malfoy Manor using Flo and are greeted by Draco, who hugs him. Hadriana and Draco play for each other until the elf house called them that it was dinner time. In the dinner time, Narcissa is the one who makes a topic of conversation with Draco and Hadriana, who talk to each other catching up. After dinner, Hadrian and Draco go to his room. So, have you found the potion to help Neville's parents? Draco asks. Not yet. Hadrian sighs, looking at the night sky. I hope that I can heal them, and for a month before school starts Neville can spend his holiday with his parents. Draco hummed, looking at Hadriana, who had a faraway look. Why are you so desperate? Making that kind of potion is not easy. Hadrian hummed and tilted his head, smiling. Because I have no parent. Neville has a parent alive, but they are sick. They still have the will to live. They and the percentage of survive exists, and so that percentage I use it as a hope to make them heal from their illness. Draco sighs and shakes his head. There no one who managed to heal someone who say mind is broken apart until there is no sanity left. Perhaps. But the most important in human life is a will to live. As long as the patient has will to live, then that is enough. Hadrian say with smile. Why? Draco asked. Because they will never give up. They refused to take death hand. Hadrian say to him. Draco stay silent, look at him. He admitted after meeting with Hadrian his life As opened up and he admitted that Hadrian is like a storm to the wizarding world. Well, if you manage to make that potion, I have no doubt that Uncle Sev is gonna recommend you to become a potion master. Draco comment. Hadrian lit up. Really? Draco huffed. Of course. That potion you make is a life changer, you know. Hadrian hummed in silence, but in his mind the gear was already moving at high speed. The rest of the night, they talk to each other until 20:00 they go back home to the Black Manor. He goes to the study room to greet Marvolo, but it seems he is busy making him go to the bedroom to change his clothes to a simple kimono that Cho gives him. Hadrian opened the book and began to read while taking notes in silence. You haven't slept yet? Marvolo asked, echoed in the silent bedroom. Hadrian hummed, didn't look up from the book, let Marvolo sit in the bed, make the dip slightly. Potion. Marvolo read the paper. Did Salazar say something about it? No. Hadrian sighed, put his paper and book to the floor. Look at Marvolo. He said that Helga Library might have the book. Marvolo. Oh. In remember, right. Helga Hufflepuff is the most amazing healer after Merlin. Yes. In her castle should have the book. Hadrian say lay in the bed yawning. You're tired. Go sleep. Marvolo say to him, put the paper along with other paper. Hadrian hummed and let his eyes close. Ed and Marvolo turned off the lamp in wandless magic. He sighs in comfy when he snuggles more into Marvolo, cold and yet the warm body. Go and nod Elskin min good night, my dear. Marvolo whispered to him in the dark bedroom. It was already a few days and Hadrian locked himself in Slytherin Library, Black Library, or in Hufflepuff Library. He admitted that Helga Hufflepuff is a great help for him to make the potion. He also become quite close with Severus, since let's admit that Sirius and Remus is really bad at potion, and so Hadrian and Severus locked in the Black Dungeon where Hadrian turned it into his laboratory. Hadrian also often goes to the Longbottom Manor to take care of the plan where the point of the medicine is needed. He also goes to Draco and Narcissa to discuss the plan. If his continued at this pace, then in the week Hadrian managed to finish the potion. Hadrian finished the last drop of the petal in the potion and stir it until it boiling, then they should wait for about 4 days under the full moon. And then in each of the 4th direction of the compass, it's bathed in moonlight and sunlight. He have to stay with the potion bottle the whole time. He can't even sleep. Even then, there's only a 50-50 chance that it'll work. After this, we can only wait for 4 days until the potion is finished. Uncle Sev says to him, look at the potion, then at him, can you do it? Hadrian exhaled and took off the ribbon that tied his hair. He has the potion in his hand, look at it. I can. I want to do it though. You can rest and after 4 days. And, Hadrian asked to look up at him. I have a feeling that there is an and in there. Severus smirked. And I shall recommend you to the Potion Congress and you can become the youngest potion master in history. Hadrian blinked. Why? Severus Blink looked at his nephew. I sure that you noticed if this potion is successful, then you make a life-changing medicine in the history. This potion you make is a potion that helps the people mind in a short time. This potion really helps the healer to heal the patient in any curse. No, don't recommend this. This potion plant is the one who helps it. It was a rare plant. If I want to send this potion I can make without the plant, I shall think about it. Hadrian informed him. Ah, right. They will hunt the plant down to make the potion, Severus understand. Don't worry, I'm gonna tweak a bit of the potion so the maker didn't need to hunt the plant down until it goes extinct. Hadrian say. Hadrian stands in the middle of the lab with the potion bottle in his hand. Hadriana Pav. When I use my magic directly from my core, I stare at focused really hard. Then I can see light dancing. Playing. Merlin says that this is called magic power. It was different from the wizard magic. It didn't need to use spell. This magic came from nature and the wizard core itself. Merlin says it was proof that I have the blood of Merlin and blessing from Lady Magic herself. One moment, it takes on the color of the star at night. The next, it's blue as the sea, or green as the forest. At times, it whitens like the morning sun. Together, like a crib, entwined. Drip. End pav. A dripping sound of the water that disturbed the calm of lake echoed in his mind, make Hadrian open his eyes, look at the potion jar. I did it. Hadrian say. Severus looked at the potion, nod. Yeah. That's done well. Now you need to maintain this potion along with you for 4 days. Yes, sir. Hadrian nodded for 4 days. Hadrian didn't sleep, he stayed focused to let his magic enter the potion. For some reason, he wasn't hungry. Hadrian stays in 4 directions every day basking under the full moonlight and sunlight. Sirius, Remus, Marvolo and Crouch Jr. didn't bother him with Severus, who stay in Black Manor for 4 days until the potion is finished. Neville and Draco haven't visited him yet, but Narcissa already visited him. Sirius says to them that Hadriana cannot be disturbed and Hay nod in agreement to not disturb him. Hadriana Blink saw the full moon was entering the living room. It's already 3 days. Hadrian though, he admitted that he has a pale face and dark circle under his eyes. Hadrian only eats a simple meal and drinks water only. Sirius worried, but he know how stubborn his godson is, so he only can stay over with him in his animagus form. Why are you doing this for Neville? Sirius asked. In the past, I could not do anything to help my friend. My family. I was alone. I thought that I didn't deserve love. I got beaten up every time until I learned that I was a wizard. I found out that Ciri is innocent and didn't have a trial. I do my best to have a trial for Ciri. I want to help them. Neville misses his parents the same as Gran Augusta, and I can help him. Hadrian says dazedly, staring at the potion with a gentle smile, I love wizarding love. I was alone and found a lot of friends and family. True. Family who is not gonna beat me up. Friends who stay beside him, who cry alone with me, laugh with me, angry with me. Hadrian looked at the side of him and saw Narcissa, Remus, Crouch Jr., Severus, Narcissa and Marvolo in there has a various expression, but he give them a smile. It's just I want people who smile at me to keep smiling. If this potion is successful, then I can help many patients in St. Mungo who have chronic sickness that cannot be healed. There were many people who didn't want their beloved to leave them alone. They only stay quiet, but he can hear clearly that he is lonely. This child is loyal to his friend. This child who will do anything to make his friend safe. He knows about his abusive past and it makes his heart break. Severus looked away from the same as Crouch Jr. Marvolo eye changed into crimson color. Narcissa walked toward him and cupped his face with a gentle gesture like a mother. You are so foolish and selfish. Narcissa whispered to the child. A child who bears the heavy burden of the world. A child who is forced to grow up quickly. A child who is purer than gold and silver. The 4th day, Sirius opens his eyes from the ground in his animagus form when a bright light from Hadriana makes him look at him with a wide eye in shock. A bright green light comes from his body with a blooming flower and leaf that grow from the sofa circling him. It was beautiful, but the more surprising him is the raw power that came out from him. It was so pure, bright that might break the darkness of the night. Sirius sniffs the air and can smell a sweet smell. It seems he's not the only one who can smell it, because Remus, Marvolo, Severus and Crouch Jr. go to them wide-eyed and see Hadrian covered in plan. They can feel their magic as vibrating make their breath hitched. It was a smell of joy. The flower disappeared into a spark of silver like a star in the dark night. The potion was glowing in silver color. The light also gone from him, with Hadrian who exhale look at the potion bottle in stunned only got break by Severus. I can't believe this. Severus say in disbelief, stare at the elixir. It's a success. Hadrian whisper weakly. Hadrian can feel his magic is back to his core, and he can feel his magic is depleting only 5 in his core. As the muscle of him sits in the sofa for the whole day is screaming in pain, his stomach is grumbling in hunger, his eyes are so heavy. His hand-eyes stiff make the potion glass fell from his hand to the cushioned sofa, and with his eyes who feel heavy like there a stone in there to make it close, before Hadrian close his eyes he can see a dark brow. Hair and a spice smell make the darkness consumed him. Marvolo who has Hadrian in his arm give him the spiritual power with a worried adult. Is he okay? Should I call Narcissa? Sirius asked. It's better to call Narcissa. Marvolo nod. Sirius run to the flow to call his cousin with Severus who look at the potion in stunned disbelief. Your godson, really make a miracle. It was a hard potion at even the master of potion cannot make. Severus say to Remus. Should I call Augusta? Remus asked. The potion is finished. Let's just wait for Hadriana to wake up. Severus said to him. I'm gonna bring him to the bedroom. Marvolo lift Hadrian in a bridal way. Marvolo keeps sending his magic to the Hadrian while Narcissa and Sirius enter the room, Narcissa check his magic core. He's fine, just fatigued. He should be awake in 2 days if you keep sending him the magic. Narcissa say to Marvolo. For 2 days, Marvolo stayed beside Hadrian. He keeps transferring the magic power to him, and after 2 days of deep sleep, Hadrian dark circle is gone from his eyes. 3rd day in the morning, Hadrian wake up, make Marvolo look at him in relief. Are you okay? How do you feel? Marvolo ask. Weak. Hadrian cough. Marvolo let him drink a cup of water and sighing, you really make us worried. MN. Hadrian hummed in confused. You sleep for 2 days, your magic is almost empty. Marvolo informed him. I transfer some of my magic power to you. Hadrian clenches and unclenches his hand. Thank you. How the potion? It was a success and they decided to wait for you to wake up. Marvolo says to him, showing the potion. Thank Merlin. Hadrian sit in the bed with help of Marvolo. You want to tell Sirius? Marvolo asked. I want the potion to be given to the Grand Augusta immediately. Hadrian said to him, please. Marvolo sigh. As you wish, my dear. Hadrian stayed in the bed stretching his body outside the window, who showed the sunshine brightly with a flower that's blooming in the garden. He looked at the door, who opened, showing Sirius and Aunt Augusta. Pup, how you feel? Sirius asked. Sit in the edge of the bed. I feel fine. Hadrian said and looked at Grand Augusta. Thank you for coming, Grand Augusta. Quote, you really outstand yourself, huh? Augusta say to him. Hadrian smiled at her and gave the potion to her. Let them drink this 3 times a day and for 4 days. They should heal and go back home. Augusta takes the potion. I heard about the step to make this potion. Why do you do that, child? Hadrian smiled at her softly and genuinely. I don't have reason. Is there a reason to help my precious person? Neville is my brother all but in blood. I have a source to help him. It was a normal thing to do. Besides, I want people who smile at me to keep smiling at me. I want Neville to be happy. Quote, Augusta stares at the child in front of her, a child in 12 years old who has a pure though. A child who gives her and her grandson a hope. A child who gives her family back. How? The world didn't deserve this child. Did you know you are a foolish child? Augusta asked in fondness. Hadriana chuckled. A lot of people say that to me. Augusta patted his head in fondness. Go rest. Thank you. No problem. Hadriana say to her. Hadrian saw Augusta and Sirius get out from his bedroom. He lay in the bed and not long the door is opened, showing Marvolo who enter the bedroom, who give him a gentle smile. Little Ervila, min dire mala kavetina, go to sleep, my dear little flower. Marvolo whispered to him. Chapter 19. Lord Gaunt has existed. The summer is passing quickly. The tree begins to turn into an autumn color. The summer temperature already begins to ease away, the sun already begins to soothe away the summer in Britain. The bird is chirping in the chilling temperature of autumn. The garden is a lust green, now slowly changing into a yellow-orange autumn color. A sun still shines brightly, entering the big window in the black manor, toupee. Opal, who sleep in the queen-size bed covered with fluffy and comfy blankets like a cloud, and a bunch of pillows in the bed begin to move. At least one of them begins to move. A 12 years old beautiful bee. Oi opens his eyes, showing bright emerald forest eyes. He exhales and blinks once, twice, then he sits in the bed rubbing his eyes, yawning. The young man has a long way raven black hair like a night sky with a crimson tainted color. He has a beautiful structure body even though he was only 12 years old, but he is a gorgeous boy. It was already a few weeks after Hadrian already make the potion for Neville's parents, and Neville give him a thank you letter. He can feel from his word alone that he was extremely grateful, and after that, he rarely gives the letter to him since he has a lot of year to inform his parent about his adventure. Hadrian told his friend about this project and they are impressed by him, obviously by their letter. Draco comments that he might become the youngest potion master in history. He also becomes busy tweaking the recipe without using the rare plant and wakes up all day night long for 4 days. Hadrian agreed to let Severus recommend him, and he was staying in Salazar, Black Hufflepuff library for the whole day. Sirius and Remus let him become wild, but there is a rule among them when he wants to continue like that. Taking care enough, eat, sleep, bath, rest. School work is prioritized, test, exam, assignment. Don't put himself in danger. Back down if he got hurt, even though that out of the question. Talk to someone before decided something. Do not overwork. Do not nog with Marvolo until a proper age 14 years old. Hobby is later and sport is later for refreshing of course. Well, it was quite normal for Remus and Sirius to make him a rule for him and Marvolo too. Hadrian being Hadrian decided to follow that rule. Schoolwork is prioritized, meaning that he needs to take care of his potion master plan and his position as Quidditch. He needs to send it to Somio. Nay, perhaps he can become a reservation player. Hadrian admitted he was not into Quidditch fanatic anymore. He also wondered about Marvolo plan, which school he wanted to go, but looking by his ability and follower who has a connection then, that is Durmstrang. He looked down when Marvolo had nuzzle into his stomach, make him giggle, pat his head to wake him up. It's already morning, Hadrian say to him. Marvolo yawned and squeezed his grip into Hadrian waist, hummed in lazy. Quote, Hadrian touched his arm. I need to go into the bathroom. Marvolo let him go. Made Hadrian sigh. He get out from bed and go to the bathroom. Let the teenager Dark Lord to return from his dreamland while Hadrian clean himself up from the deep sleep he got. He wipes his face and go back to the bedroom. Saw Marvolo already wake up, sit in the bed. You already decided which school you want to go to? Hadrian asked. Yeah, Marvolo says with a sharp smile. The headmaster cannot defy me. Hadrian shakes his head and begins to take the paper that he dumped on the floor next to his bed while Marvolo goes to the bathroom. He goes to the changing room after putting all of the paper into the notebook. It was end of August and time for the new semester gonna come soon. Dumbledore didn't give him a letter anymore, and the twin let just say it's not quite good, since the semester gonna arrive soon, meaning the Weasley meet him in the Hogwarts, but Hadrian cannot wait to meet Luna. Marvolo also decided to become public at age 16 with his face going in public at age 17. If he remembers, the second year is the Chamber of Secrets happened, and the third year is when Sirius breaks down from the Azkaban. Hadrian breaks from his thoughts when Marvolo gets out from the bathroom. He blinks in and realizes that he unconsciously braids his hair like usual. They went to the dining room and saw the food already in there. Remus and Crouch Jr. read the Daily Prophet, and Sirius who greet him a good morning. What you're planning, pup? Sirius asked. Before they speak, Hogwarts Owl come to them, make Hadrian give a piece of bacon to the owl and take the letter. Hogwarts letter, Hadrian say to them. What did it say? Sirius asks Hadrian to give the letter to him, who hummed. Well, we can go to the Diagon Alley. I'm sure Draco will also go to Diagon Alley. Perhaps I can join him since you are busy with your new job. Hadrian say to Sirius. After Sirius takes his inheritance as Lord Black, he works with Lucius in the Ministry of Magic. Even though they have a bunch of money, but they still at least to have worked as a status of Lord House. What about you? Do you want to join Diagon Alley? Hadrian asked Marvolo. Why? He asks, raised one of his eyebrows. You rarely go out of the house, you always go to the overseas. Besides, there's no harm for you to get out of the house in a few hours, right? Hadrian shrugged. Well, I don't mind. Besides, I didn't have anything to do. Marvolo respond. Hadrian gives an owl to Draco, and it seems that he also goes to Diagon Alley with his father. Seems like he has something to do in Diagon Alley, and they decided to meet up in Diagon Alley. Hadrian wear his black family robe and flow to the Diagon Alley with Marvolo who follow behind him. Where is he? Marvolo asked. Hadrian hummed, look around until he saw a platinum blonde hair make him grin, walk toward them. Draco. Hadrian greet him. Hey, long time no see. Draco greeted him back with a grin and saw Marvolo make him blink. Who? Draco met the Lord of Ancient and Noble House of Gaunt. Hadrian introduced Marvolo to Draco, who wide-eye. Greeting. Heir Malfoy. I heard a lot from you from Hadriana, of course. Marvolo says to him in nod as greeting. Well met, Marvolo Lannister Gaunt. You can call me Marvolo. Greeting. Lord Gaunt. Draco Malfoy, heir of Malfoy House. Draco greeted him with respect. You can call me Draco, if you want. Excellent. Marvolo nodded curtly to the Lucius. It's been a while. It's been a long time indeed. Lucius greet him back. Marvolo looked at Hadrian. I have something to do with Lucius, you two can meet up with your friend. Hadrian stares at Marvolo, nodding. As you wish. He grabbed Draco's hand. Come. I'm sure they already arrived in the Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Have fun, Lucius say to them. Draco stares at Hadrian in silence, but there are many questions. How the hell did he meet a Gaunt family person? How did he have a connection with the Gaunt family? Isn't the Gaunt family lost? Quote, I'm sure you have a question, but I and he have a quiet connection. Hadrian say to him. Connection. Draco raised his eyebrow and made Hadriana blushed slightly, clear his throat make him snorted. Oh. How heartbreaking of the female who hit him. Draco. Hadrian whined. They arrived in the ice parlor and indeed saw his friend there. Draco informed them about Marvolo, making Susan and Hannah giggled like high school students. The male who accepted him. Oh my, our Hadrian is growing up. Hannah say, giggling. Shut it. Hadrian grumbled. Hey Fred. A familiar voice comes to them, make them look back. Yes, I see it, George. Fred, George, it's been a long time. Hadrian said to them, how's your holiday? Horrendous. They say in unison. Oh. How come? Hadrian asked. Fred and George begin to inform them about their mother plan, especially with Ginny, who come to the Hogwarts soon, and it makes them disgust. That barbaric. Draco comment. The twin looked at Draco's wide eyes in stunned silence. Well, he has changed hair after all. His face was already born beautiful like a pureblood family do, elegant and yet deadly. Draco blonde hair is also straight, silky, different from his father. He has his hair swipe into his back, showing his forehead, make his gray eyes stand out more in silver color, and he has his hair braid each at the side of his head and tied together. What is it? Draco asks, scowl noticing their stare. Nothing. The twins say in unison. The other only can have a knowing smile. They decided to go to the Flourish and Blots with the twin who has separated from them. They halted in front of the store, who was occupied with a bunch of people in there. What is this madness? Draco asked. It was a Gilderoy Lockhart fan meeting. Neville answer. Susan and Hannah sign in dreamy when they see Gilderoy Lockhart. He has amazing work, did you know that? Susan asked dreamily. MN. His work is amazing. Hadrian says in sarcasm. He is a fraud, I tell you. Hadrian roll his eyes. Why? The girls look at him in frown. Did you have any thought that he can kill 10 werewolf? It was an imagination, and indeed it was an amazing feat, but yet his work, his grammar is differ. NT from what he says in the magazine, and yet they didn't notice. Hadrian pointed out. Draco nodded in agreement. He might take other people's work. Obliviate them, they the work shall be him. The proof? Susan asked with her hand in her hips that remind them like Madame Bones. Hadrian hummed, tilted his head. I shall give you the proof when we come back to Hogwarts. Anyway, we should buy a book. Come on, Neville say to them. They enter the bookstore to buy their book for Hogwarts time. They were ignoring everything until a certain Weasley saw him among his friend. Harry. Ron shot to him, make the people look at him. Harry Potter. Boy who live. How beautiful. The wizard begins to whisper among each other. They look at Hadrian, who wears a black family robe. It was no surprise the wizard stare and whisper at him, since he had a present of elegant and royalty, like a pureblood with a heart-shaped face, a pale snowy skin, a raven black hair with tainted of crimson that flowing behind his back, and a startling emerald eye like a forest. He might 12 years old, but he already showing the blood of Pendragon Emrys, who is rumored to have an exotic look in his body. Normally Emrys B. Lud has crimson hair with an emerald eye, but with his father who has raven hair, therefore, he got a raven black hair and Pendragon Emrys emerald eye like a gem, and snow white snow skin with a slim and yet firm body. It was also one of the reasons why Pendragon has many married proposals from the higher wizard family. Even male or female. Hadrian admitted that he rarely goes to the public, especially with the fan who suspiciously grows. He often let Krekker or Sirius go buy him something in the Diagon Alley. Even if he goes to the Diagon Alley, he often wear a glamour or a cloak that cover his head. Ron is still waving to him with his grin in his face, looking at Hadrian, who glares at Ron, who is oblivious that he made a commotion in the bookstore. Hadrian pursed his lip. Is there something I can do to help you, Weasley? Hadrian asked softly. Hey, it's been a long time since I saw you. I read the Daily Prophet about you hunting the Horcrux. Ron loudly made the crowd look at him. Did you still have a scar? Hadrian narrowed his eyes. That is rude for you to ask a personal question, Weasley. The crowd whispering to each other, remembering the news of Horcrux in the Daily Prophet. They even Stole a peek at his forehead, who covered slightly with his fringe, but it still shows his forehead and there was nothing in there, no scar make them gasp. Ron gasped when he saw nothing in his forehead. You really kill the you-know-who. Back off, Weasley. Draco defend Hadrian. What are you doing with those slimy snakes? You didn't want to befriend them. Ron saw Draco, who raised his eyebrow. Oh. Meet my mother. She also comes. Before Hadrian speak, the Daily Prophet photographer cried his name as Harry Potter and told him to stand next to Gilderoy Lockhart, with Gilderoy, who immediately grabs his shoulder, only got slapped by Hadriana. Please consider personal space, sir. Hadrian says, look at Daily Prophet journalist coldly, and it's Hadrian Potter Black, Lord Potter or Heir Black, please call me as such. Nice big smile, Harry. Lockhart choked by the Hadrian magic who pressure him. It's Lord Potter or Heir Black, sir. Hadrian say to him. Why yes, of course. Has a nice big smile. Together you and I rate the front page, Gilderoy say to him. Hadrian look at the camera and with a flash of light as he gets away from the man, but before that Gilderoy give him his entire collected work, make Hadrian try his hard to has his mask stay in his face free of charge, and with one flash of light from the camera the photographer go away from the crowd with Hadrian, who immediately goes away from the spotlight. How is it? Draco asked in amusement. How nice. You have all of his work. Hannah said to him in sighs. I give it to you. Hadrian put the book to Hannah's arm. I don't need it. The girls squealed, make the males shake his head. Hadrian purchased the book since they already purchased the book when he got swarmed by the attention, his friends waiting outside while he purchased the book. Dear Harry, and familiar female voice call him, make him halted. Hadrian turned around with a political smile. Hello. Madam Weasley. No need to call me madam. Call me Molly. He says with a sickly sweet smile that Hadrian see in Aunt Petunia face. Hadrian need to use all of his wills to not kill this person who gives him all of the potion and Dumbledore crime in partner. Is there something madam needs from me? Hadrian asked politely. I heard from the twin all about you, dear Harry. Molly say. Lie. The twin never say anything except Ron, who told them about their relationship. Ah yes. They're quite close to us, especially with Draco since they are fanatics of Quidditch. Hadrian say with polite tone, look at the Ginny who stare at him in dreamy and twinkling star eye that gives him a shudder. Meet my daughter, Ginny. Molly nudged the girl. Hello. Ginny said to him in a fake shy voice, ducked his head like a supposed maiden supposed to be that failed terribly. I'm Ginevra Welly. You can call me Ginny. Greeting. Hadrian say to her in her political voice. Ginny wanted to speak more, only got cut by the crowd who gasped and looked outside the store. Even Gilderoy Lockhart, who signed the book, halted, look up, and the Daily Prophet journalist took some pictures. Hadrian suppresses a smirk into his face when seeing his debut on public. The wizard's UB consciously parted away like they are in presence of King, a handsome young man at an age of 16 with dark brown wavy hair that has his fringe cover his side of forehead and his left hair who got swiped into his side of his head. He wears expensive clothes obviously. He wears a wizard black robe with a green Slytherin color with a clear gaunt family crest, make the wizard pale, saw the long-lost F.A. Miley crest that connected to the Salazar Slytherin and Rowena Ravenclaw themselves. Little flower, did you already finish your shopping? He asks with his silky, smooth voice, make the female wizard sigh in stunned and swooned. Yes, I just got introduced to Madam Weasley. Hadrian gestured to Molly, who opens and closes her mouth staring at Marvolo family crest. Oh, I heard from Hadrian about the twin. Marvolo say to her, make her snap back to reality. Ah yes, nice to meet you, I'm Molly Weasley. She introduces herself. Marvolo take her hand and kiss the air on top as her hand like a proper pure blood and straighten his back with a political charming smile. Well met, Marvolo Lannister Gaunt. Lord of the last Gaunt family. Marvolo say to her. The wizard gasped with his decla. Ration and the journalist took a photo of Marvolo in shock. Obviously, the journalist is gonna has a field trip about this revealment. Well then, I apologize, but Hadriana and I had something to do after this. Please excuse us, Marvolo says to her and looks at Hadrian. Come on. Then, Lucius is waiting outside. Yeah, Hadrian walk alongside him. The journalist took photos of them when Marvolo had his arm in Hadriana's waist. The wizard stared at them in stunned silence. Hadrian laughed elegantly to Marvolo, who talked to him. Beauty in their face, a presence of royalty that makes a shame to the pure blood. For the people. They look like a perfect couple. Is this your decision to come out in public like now? Hadrian asked in amusement. Hadrian already introduced Marvolo to his friend. Then they decided to buy the other supply along with Marvolo, and so they became quite friends with him. The sun is almost setting. Hadrian and Marvolo go back home with Draco and Lucius, who also go back home. Sooner or later I'm gonna go public. Marvolo say to them sitting on the couch in their bedroom. I can imagine Dumbledore looking at his face when he saw you. Hadrian giggled and leaned to him and hummed, but they didn't know that you are the heir of Sigvard royal family. Marvolo put his arm in his waist, hummed with a sharp smirk, They will have a party about this. Of course. Hadrian giggled. They talk to each other with Marvolo, who pack up for going into the Durmstrang Academy. He already gives a message to Igor Karkaroff using his usual command or Morley. K order make him pale and immediately agree to let him join his school, but with one request: to not kill a student that Marvolo agreed for. Hadrian, who read the letter only, can hum. He pities the doer. Ms trying to live along with the Dark Lord, and they didn't know what they were going to face in the next year. Chapter 20. Second year. It was September 1st and Hadrian already packed everything with Sirius, who became Mother Hen. Making Crouch Jr. snickered under his breath. They apparate to the King Cross station with Marvolo, who was apparated to the Durmstrang. Sirius hug his godson. I miss you. Miss you too. Hadrian whisper. Remus hug him after Sirius kiss his head and cupped his cheek. Remember, school is number one. All right, I know Mooney. Hadrian say with gentle smile. Remus hugged him tightly. I miss you. Right, at least once a week. Yeah. I will. Hadrian hug him back. Really, he admitted that this life Hadrian is satisfied. He has a friend on his side, a family that loves him. A soulmate that stays beside him until he dies. Oh, I see them. Sirius saw Malfoy family make them walk toward them, cousin Sissa. Quote, cousin Sirius. They embrace to each other. Draco. Hadrian greets him with smile. Uncle Lucius. Did you know that you really broke the Daily Prophet? Draco Ash whisper and hissed. Why? What did I do? Hadrian asked, blinking. Draco sighs. I'm gonna tell you later. They bid their parents goodbye with Narcissa, who fussy like a mother made Draco and Hadrian have a warm feeling. They then go to the train after meeting up with Neville Parent and his grandmother. Lady and Lord Longbottom hug him in gratitude of the potion. Hadrian, Neville, Susan, Hannah sit together in the same compartment. Draco want to catch up with his friend the same as Cedric and Cho, who also sit in different compartment. What? Hadrian asked. Notice they staring at him. Did you know what happened this morning? Susan asked with a sly grin, making an alarmed into Hadrian's head. What did I do? I haven't read the Prophet this morning. I am busy packing up. Sirius and Remus didn't tell me anything. Hadrian say. She summoned a Daily Prophet from his bag and showing it to Hadrian. It has a photo of him and Marvolo back get out from the bookstore. A nice photo. Hadrian hummed in satisfied. Read the bolding writer. Lord Gaunt family still exist. Lord of Slytherin and Ravenclaw exist. By Rita Skeeter. Everyone. There was a shocking revelation in the Diagon Alley where the Gilderoy Lockhart fan meeting was held. As people know that Gaunt family is lost in the First War. It is said that Gaunt family is a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin and Rowena Ravenclaw themselves. The young man who is called Marvolo Lannister Gaunt is the Lord of Slytherin. Ravenclaw and Gaunt is seen in the Diagon Alley. Who has seen talking with our boy who live, Hadrian Potter Black. They are seen as a perfect couple, but we didn't know anything about their relationship. But for sure the question is there a connection with Hadriana Lord Potter heir Black and Lord Marvolo Lannister Gaunt? If the Gaunt family still exists, then why haven't they come out to the public yet? There are many questions about the Gaunt family. Continue to read about Gaunt family, page 10. Continue to read about relationship between Lord Gaunt and Lord Potter, page 12. Hadrian licked his lip, blinking. Oh, that's why they stare at me. So, they leaned at him. Hadrian folded the paper, leaned back, hummed. Sirius and Remus forbid us to have that kind of relationship, but Marvolo courted me already when on my birthday since I was 12 years old. Quote, The girls squealed in delight, demand to know more about Hadrian and Marvolo relationship until the door of compartment opened, showing Luna Lovegood. "Oh, hello there." Hadrian greet her. Luna looked at him in her usual dreamy look. "Hello, Your Majesty, and welcome back. Nargles told me about your adventure." Quote. Hadrian smiled. "It's not Your Majesty yet, my dear little moon. You can call me Hadrian." He patted his seat next to him. "Come here. Let me introduce you." Luna hummed and sat next to Hadrian, who introduced Luna to his friend. Make her enter his circle of his friend, especially after he told them that Luna is a sheer make them to protect her. "I heard that you save our king." Luna say to him in dreamy voice. "Yes, my dear little moon. He deserves it after all." Hadrian braid her hair like before in his previous life. Luna hummed and leaned at his touch. He suffered enough from that manipulative old man. "I just gave him love, my dear." Hadrian tie her hair with blue ribbon that's similar to Ravenclaw color. "And that love saved him, Your Highness." Luna say. "I'm sure that you are not gonna let that drop, are you, my dear little moon?" Hadrian asked. Luna giggled. "Of course not, Your Grace. I'm sorry, but we are lost in here." Neville chirped up. Luna looked at Hadrian. "Oh, you haven't told them. I apologize, Your Grace." "No problem." Hadrian sighs. "Sooner or later it will find out after all." Hadrian show his Pendragon ring on his finger. "Did you recognize this family crest?" "That ring. I see about that somewhere." Neville say in frowned. "No blood, no bone, no ash. Using dragon fire to defend their kingdom from the threat," Hadrian say to them. Neville gasps. "That's it. That motto." "What?" Susan and Hannah ask in confused. "How did you?" He looked at the ring and at Hadrian, pale. "You are Pendragon." "Pendragon?" Susan asked. "One of the sacred 12 of the wizarding royal family." Neville say faintly. They look at Hadrian, who has a smiling face and pale. What kind of status their friend has. All of the wizard who were raised in the wizarding world know about the sacred 12 wizarding royal family. It was a sacred family that is even more important than 28 sacred families in wizarding world. Hadrian, who became Hadrian, saw his friend who jaw drop, open and close their mouth like a goldfish, cackled like a madman. Meanwhile, in Durmstrang, "My name is Marvolo Gaunt." Tom smiled sharply at his new classmates. At least 5 of them shuddered, and a certain headmaster of pale as corpse. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Hadrian bid Luna to go with Hagrid to do the ritual crossing the lake with boat while he and his friend go to the Draco. "Oh come on, you don't need to treat me like royalty." Hadrian cried in exasperated. "Why do they need to treat you like royalty?" Draco asked from behind. "Draco, you cannot imagine our baby brother inheritance." Susan say in verge of hysterical. "It's not really bad." Hadrian say, rolling his head by his friend, dramatic. Susan, Hannah and Neville informed him his inheritance make Draco pale. Look at Hadrian, who saw it, groaned. "Really?" Hadrian asked through his hand in surrender. "You how Pendragon?" Draco choked. Hadrian sighed to go to the Great Hall. "It seems my mother has a blood of Pendragon and Emrys. Her mother is Squib, and so they run to the Muggle world and die, leaving my mother alone in the orphanage. Then Evan's parents adopt her and change her name from Pendragon Emrys to Evan. She's not a Muggle born, she has a magic eye in her body, and so she goes to the Hogwarts. Then after graduation she knows her heritage but refuses to take the throne because she has me in her womb." That, Susan stunned by the revealment. "Yeah," Hadrian hummed. "It's quite shocking of me to know my heritage. It seems that the wizard royal family and Goblin Nation is a close ally, and so I learned it from Lord Goblin, Ragnarok, about the Pendragon Emrys family. Is it true that Pendragon Emrys has a madness that might rival Black family?" Draco asked whisper. "Yes, Emrys family is a family who was born with insanity because of the inbreeding, meaning they married the same blood." Hadrian says with solemn. "Every royal family has a trait. Targaryen family has red hair like a fire and green emerald eye like Merlin wand jewel, but when we use our true magic from our core, our eyes changed color to silver like Merlin eyes, since Emrys has blood of Merlin Emrys himself after all." "Ah, that's why you have a rare green eye." Susan comment, stare at his eyes. "Yes, the Sigvard royal family has a shade of crimson in their eyes." Hadrian said to them, "Each royal family has a familiar when they are 13 years old. They arrived in the Great Hall and sit in the same table in the Ravenclaw. There no rule for them to sit each of the house. My family has a familiar of dragon. We are tamer of dragon, rider of dragon, mother of dragon. Hadrian said to them with a smile, we are immune to the fire. What about Sigvard? Neville asked. The Sigvard family is wolf. Their motto is, winter is coming. It was a warning. Pendragon A.N.D. Sigvard is close allies from ancient time before the founder was even born. Pendragon is a shield, Sigvard is a sword. Sigvard family is immune to the winter, freezing cold, and their eyes are ICBL. UE eyes that might change into a crimson color when they use their magic. Hadriana informed them, I have a feeling that Sigvard heir has been found. Draco say with narrowed eyes. Hadrian hummed at his cousin in mischievous. Perhaps or perhaps not. Besides, when he is 17 years old, he got crowned as the lord of the Sigvard family. Also Pendragon and Sigvard has much more power in Britain, German, Sweden ministry. Why? They ask in confused. Hadrian smile at them with glint of madness, and in flash they can see a flicker of silver in his eyes. Because this is our kingdom. Hadrian claimed in clear and firm voice. Neville, Draco, Susan and Hannah, who heard it, only stay silent. It was shocking indeed to have his friend reveal a mind-blowing secret. They can see a silver flash in his eyes when he used magic, but they ignored it, and now the answer was clear like a bright sky and they didn't know what to do. Neville clears his throat. Well, Hadriana is Hadrian. Nothing change. Yes. Susan and Hannah agree. You are still my cousin brother. Nothing change. Draco claimed. Hadrian exhaled in relief. Thank you. I presume that they know now, Your Highness. Luna say to him, make them jolted. Yes. But perhaps you can stop calling me Your Highness, especially surrounded by the children. You can call me Your Grace, but don't use that title. It's too heavy for me. Hadrian say to Luna. That is right. The time is still hasn't come yet. Luna say to him in dreamy voice. Yes, my dear little moon. Hadrian say in nod. But, our king's time is coming soon. Luna say to him. Hadrian snickered under his breath, covering his mouth with his cup of pumpkin juice. He can take care of himself, besides he will understand my torture to have a media surround him. Hadrian, sure that Dumbledore is poking in his mind and it piss him off, so he let Pendragon Emrys family hairpin help him to push him out from his head. Hadrian can see Dumbledore eye twitch a bit, stare at him, make him smirk. It was a mercy that his dragon didn't burn his mind, only roaring at him to forced him outside from his mind. 4x. After the feast, Hadrian and other students go to the dungeon of Slytherin house. Professor Snape give a rule to the first year, while the other student only stay quiet until they got dismissed. Hadrian go to the bedroom and flop into his bed, look at his roommate. Blaise, Zaibini, Theodore open up their trunk. Do you think I can change my position in Quidditch? Hadrian asked. What do you mean? Draco asked. Well, I want to become a reserved player as a seeker. As a reserve D player, I didn't need to join training like a regular player. Hadrian say. Why do you want to become a reserve player? Zabini asked. On Yule holiday, I have a test to become a potion master. Hadrian say bluntly. Really? They ask in shock, make him nod. Besides, Sirius and Remus rule that school is number one. Hadrian said in shrug. Besides, I'm not a Quidditch fanatic like certain someone. What wrong with being a Quidditch fanatic? Draco offended. Hadrian giggled. Nothing. Well, you should tell Marcus Flint about this. Blaise say to him. MN. Tomorrow, I'm gonna tell him. Hadrian said to them. It's already late night. Better to go to sleep. Good night. Good night. They respond back. The light got turned off and the student went to sleep until the next morning. Hadrian wakes up in the morning when the sun hasn't risen yet. He opened the curtain, saw the student still in deep sleep, make him exhale, chant and warming spell. Then he went to the bathroom to change his clothes and go wash his face. He went back to his bed and took out the mirror. Hadrian closed the curtain on his bed and chanted a silencing spell. He make a call to Marvolo, and as expected he take the call immediately. Havernig var in nat in Durmstrang. How was your night in Durmstrang? Hadrian asked. Bilo to Krasne. Karkaroff mel JSEM infarct, EKR of inferior or Han OK Spirejumke daily in profit. It was nice. Karkaroff might have had a heart attack when I arrived in front of him and asked about the daily profit. Marvolo speak with smirk. Ah ja, Fatka je dasela heshka, z. Ah yes, the photo is quite nice. Is it? Hadrian say to him. Einmit, Gary Dumbledore Halfcrolum UN indeed, did Dumbledore have called you yet? Marvolo asked. IGNN Jizbri. Not yet but soon. Hadrian say make him hummed. Gary u Vilavel, ek Hugson Arsvajo at var 6 amornana me ekhverr var jest porid 5 amornana. Sluns jest nevistupolo did you sleep well, I think. In Sweden it was 6 in morning with I who was still 5 in morning. The sun hasn't raised yet. Oh ja, ek Vilavel, zda say, z existuja zakas vichazani 10 in nat. Ferier 5 till 7 oh yes. I sleep well. It seems there is a curfew that is 10 in night for 5 until 7 year. Marvolo informed him. Havernig Prigemni how nice. Hadrian comment to him. Havernig at. Gary u Setcat say s Tim Weasley Mayer. How is it? Did you meet that Weasley girl? Marvolo asked. Oh ja, hun starrier Afram a Mayer oh yes. She keeps staring at me. Hadrian shivered. Ek Natsagar hun air pronisildevadal I could say she is a stalker. Marvolo scowled. To mam radagi ek ne viljavader min til snerdami fleery folk I prefer that I didn't want what is mine to touch by other people. Hadrian giggled. Avida, elskudraden min of course, my dear lord. Hadrian and Marvolo cut their connection since the students of Durmstrang already begin to wake up one by one. It was still 6 in morning. In the Hogwart, and Hadria. N decided to read a book until the student woke up. In the morning after breakfast with the student staring at him in awe and curious finally the class begins with Hadrian going to herbology. Professor Sprout come to the class. The class begin with an explanation of Mandrake and as expected Granger speak first earned a 10-point to Gryffindor. Which is why I've given you each earmuff for auditory protection. So, could you please put them right away? Professor Sprout asked. The students put their earmuff to cover their eyes from Mandrake crying. Professor Sprout told them to sharply pull out the Mandrake make. The plant crying like a banshee make the student cringed and gasped then Professor Sprout put it in the pot and sprinkle it with soil to make it warm until with thud Neville fainted on the ground. Ma'am, I have a question. Hadrian raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Potter Black, she asked. What if we put the blanket the moment the Mandrake got pulled out from the soil? Mandrake cries because of the sudden cold. Ness outside the soil and it's like a newborn baby that comes out from the womb, is it not? Hadrian asks looking at his Mandrake then at Professor Sprout. Well, then, you can try if you want, Mr. Potter Black, Professor Sprout say with smile. Draco, a little help will you? Hadrian say summoned a blanket with wandless magic make Professor Sprout surprised. Mr. Potter Black, where's your wand? Professor Sprout asked. I'm sorry what? Hadrian asked looking at the professor. Your wand, dear cousin. Draco say in sigh, I presume that you forget to use your wand again. Hadrian blinked and looked at this wand holster in his arm hummed, I forget. He waved it. Well, I got used to it, now shall we try it? Professor Sprout. Yes, of course. Professor Sprout say after regained her composure. In County. Ing of 3 Draco pulled the Mandrake and for a few seconds of crying, Hadrian immediately warped the Mandrake with thick winter blanket make Mandrake stop crying and put it in the pot pile it with spiel then. He pulled the blanket from Mandrake who already didn't crying. Hadrian looked at Professor Sprout. It's a success, Professor. Professor Sprout looked so delighted. Yes, it is. 15 point to Slytherin to make a new change. Now everyone let's try using Mr. Potter Black move. Hadrian summoned a thick winter blanket to the student who took it. The Mandrake didn't cry hard like before only sniffling if a plan can sniff. After the class, Hadrian went to the Great Hall with other students since it was snack time. The student stares at Hadriana because the Daily Prophet makes him really but thankfully he has his friend. Hadrian braided Luna's hair and she was melting in his side. The other snake, Eagle and Badger accepted them except Lion who was still wary of them but they are still lost since the Three House supported them. Your Grace, there's a pair of Nargles coming our way. Luna say cutting into their conversation. They already got used to her call Hadrian, Your Grace or Your Highness. For other people, They give him an odd look, but for his inner circle friend they only stay quiet, listening to what Luna says, since they know her ability and promise to stay silent even when there are people who and to know about her they can wipe their memory so they cannot find her ability. They wouldn't happen to be paired of redhead nargles, would they, little moon? Hadrian Sai saw a confusion in his little sister face make him pat her head. I only listen to you, my dear little moon. Hadrian said to her, make the girl beamed at him with a smile. Looking up, Hadrian saw Ron and Ginny were walking toward their tables, but surprisingly they go to the Luna to make some of the snake raised their eyebrow. Hi, Luna, Ginny said, smiling at the girl. Hello, Ginevra. Luna blinked dazedly as usual. Call we Ginny, we're friends after all. Ginny said to her. Are we? Luna tilted her head. Well, although they live near each other and forced to play together, but Ginny bullied her because of her oddness. And they're not a friend, only an acquaintance. Of course, silly, Ginny say with her voice strained a bit. Yeah, you've been friends for years. Ron added, nodding his head. Luna only look at then. In blinking owlishly make Hadrian pursed his lip to hold his laugh. He can see in corner of his sight that Draco look away with his hand covering his mouth. So, who are your friends, Luna? Ginny asked pretending to just then see the rest of the group. Hadrian snorted under his breath, the same as Cho, who sat beside Hannah. Luna introduced her friend family as she pointed them. When she got to Hadrian she smiles. And this is Hadrian Potter Black. Ginny acted surprised. Oh, we meet again. I always wanted to meet you. She batted her eyelashes. That nice. Hadrian say, sarcasm in his voice. You're a hero. How you defeated you know who. Ginny said, still sending Hadriana a fluttering in her lashes. It's amazing for you to hunt Horcrux. I know it was you. Have you got something in your eyes? Neville blurted out, blinking when everyone looked at him. Draco and Hadrian need to bite their lip to prevent a grin and bubbling laugh come out from their chest. Even the other houses hold their laughter look away from the dramatic scene in front of them. What? Ginny asked. You keep blinking your eyes. Neville said. Draco drops his head into the table and with a shaking shoulder to prevent a laughter from coming out from his mouth. Hadriana can see some of the students wheezing in laughter make him snorted and choked with laughter. What's so funny? Ron demanded. The other student who it becomes fail when Hadrian choked of laughter make Ginny turn red by the embarrassment. And nothing. Hadrian said, try to contain his laughter. Ginny looked patchy with red in anger and embarrassment. I don't have anything on my eyes. Realizing that she loses her chance to talk with Hadrian, she sends Neville a dark look before look at Hadriana with a forced smile. Well, I would love to get to know you, Harry. Perhaps we could even be friends, Ginny said to him with a sweet smile make them cringed inwardly. My name is Hadriana Potter Black, please call me as such. Harry is not my name, Hadrian said to her in a cold voice, making her nod. Good. You better do your homework before the next class begins. Ginny turned her heel followed by Ron, Draco still wheezing to take a breath the same as other snake. That was awful, Hadrian comment. I don't get it. Neville look around. She was obviously flirting with Hadrian. Susan say to him. Neville then blinked a wide eye and realized. Oh. Then remembering Hadriana's sexuality makes him frown. Well, I pity her that you already took. I'm not interested in her. Besides, I pity the twin. Hadrian say look at Fred and George who laughing. Why? Blaise asked. Their mother tried to use the twin to bring me into their house and of course they refused. They got grounded the whole summer. Hadrian says to them, making the snake disgusted. They want to get out but they can't. It's because of the family. Susan chirped up make them nod. Hey. Hadrian. Speak of the devil. Yes, Fred, George. Hadrian said to them, grinning, how the show. Amazing. Fred begin. We never seen her so embarrassed like that. George continue, it was amazing. They say in unison. The other gives a laugh at the twin who has a grinning on his face. Draco burst into a laugh again remembering a fail flirting. Well, your sister is terrible at flirting. Draco say wipe his tear in a chuckle. Be careful of Ron and Ginny since we don't know what they're planning. The twins say in unison. Thank you. I will be careful around then, Hadrian say to them. The twin give look to Draco and back to his friend only halted when Hadrian called them. When you had enough. Black family still has a spot in our blood. Sirius, Remus, Elder Black already agreed. Hadrian said to them quietly and locked eyes with them. Stand up and leaned into the table. Didn't break contact with the twin. Freedom is not given, but you need to fight it, win it and take it. You have a chance, then take it. But, I assure you that every day, a single day of freedom, is worth more than a lifetime in chains. The twin has wide eyes by his declaration and nod to him. Thank you. We will take that offer when the time comes. Hadrian sat back in his chair. Of course. We wait for you to break the chain. The student stares at Hadrian, especially the student who near him has an odd and stunning look. They for sure saw a king in their presence, an emerald eye that glowing. All the students in the great hall didn't know about him except the inner of his friend who he called as family, and they didn't surprise but has pride in their eyes. Pride that they have a true king among them. You already plant the seed in their heart, your grace. Luna whisper. Nonsense. I just say the truth, and no one has each freedom in their life, only how they take their freedom. Fight to attain it or stay locked in chain, never feel freedom. Hadrian whisper back to her. Chapter 21. 7th Horcrux. After the encounter with Ginny, they go to the Dada class, and it was Lockhart class. Susan and Hannah were in fangirl mode, make the boys disgusted. All Snake know about the fraud in his book and the fiction story, but the way he writes it looked like he was the one who defeats the villain. This is a fraud, I tell you. Hadrian muttered. Yeah, Draco nodded. I wonder how they didn't notice their fraudness. Blaze comment make them snickered. All of them are idiots. Daphne comment rolling her eyes. Speaking of the devil, Gilderoy Lockhart comes out from the door and begins to introduce himself, boosting his fame make the Snake and Eagle disgusted. Hadrian tried hard not to burn those photographs of him. Who was his photo? Now, I thought we start today with a little quiz. Gilderoy Lockhart say to them with pile of paper in his arm. He gives he paper to them, and he sure that Draco who sit next to him glaring at the paper with Hadrian who sighs. All about him. Draco says in disgust, seeing his cousin write in their paper make him blink. You answer it. Of course not. Hadrian show his blank paper. He snorted when he answered all of the questions with, didn't know, didn't have connection with Dada, didn't care. Draco also wrote the same as him, and for 30 minutes they didn't answer anything. The more Hadrian write it, the more he feel and frustrated, and anger in his vein make the dragon inside of him want to growl in anger. Finally, after 30 minutes the paper got sent back to Lockhart. He read the paper one by one until he found Hadrian a paper who answer all of that with, didn't know, didn't care, has no connection with Dada. Mr. Potter Black, why did you answer all of the questions with didn't know, didn't care and has no connection with Dada? Lockhart asked. Look at Hadrian. Isn't it? Hadrian stood up tilting his head. I didn't know about your favorite color, your goal, and I didn't intend to learn it. We are here to learn about defense against dark art, not to learn about you, sir. Besides, I answer honestly that I didn't know anything about you, and I didn't care about Gilderoy Lockhart's personal favorite or ambition, and there is no connection indeed with Dada, sir. Gilderoy Lockhart looked like he just ate a sour lemon. He open and close his mouth like a gold face with Hadrian who has a sweet smile in his face. Look at the cage. I'm sure that you have a lesson to attend, sir. Shall we beggy end Dada lessons and stop this introduction already, because it cannot help us in battle? Hadrian asked bluntly with sweet smile in his face. The student realized that Hadrian didn't call him as professor. He called him as sir, and it make the Slytherin proud of their housemate who checkmate Gilderoy Lockhart, but this is also make them wary of him by his slyness and cunningness to twist his word. Gilderoy Lockhart cleared his throat and pulled out the fabric that covered the cage, showing a purple Cornish pixie, and the nerve he opened the cage made the pixie come out from the cage, make the student yell and scrambled around the class. Hadrian waved his hand to not let the pixie make mischief to him. He saw Neville got lifted into the ceiling, make him raised his eyebrow. Lockhart tried to stop the pixie, but his wand got taken out from his hand from the pixie, and with a crash the bone who was chained into the ceiling crashing into the ground, make Hadrian winched, and Lockhart who realized he can't do anything run away to the door, make Hadrian growled with his emerald eye glowing, locked eye with Gilderoy Lockhart who shivering get out from the door. Immobilis. Hadrian shout makes his raw magic explode into the room. All of the pixies are frozen in the air with Hadrian who his eyes glowing in emerald with a silver in it make the student frozen with the pressure in the room. Hadriana take out his wand and point at Neville who float back into the ground, then he point at the skeleton who broken. Draco sent Pixie away to their cage. Granger helped me to fix the paper and book in the floor in the air. Hadrian say coldly with suppress anger and saw some of the student got hurt make him growled. Literally growl make them flinched. Neville call the professor. McGonagall in his office. Cho call professor. Flitwick in his class and Blaise call professor. Snape in the dungeon in here. Why yes. They run to call the professor. Why yes. Hermione stuttered take out her wand. Yeah, he easily levitate. The pixie one by one to the cage, reparo. He says but it looks like a shout in silence class and the skeleton with its chain broken apart returning back to normal. Wingardium Leviosa. Where is that damn, useless teacher? Draco questioned. Run away. Hadrian say coldly. The other student was leaned away from Hadrian who was in anger with his emerald silver eye and a raw magic power that make the class heavy with his presence. It was like they are in front of the predator. What do we do? Hermione asked. The class hasn't finished yet and the teacher has already run away from their class. Hadrian drawled coldly walk toward the injured student. What happened? A voice asked through the tense class. Finally, Hadrian looked at the three professor. Gilderoy Lockhart ran away from his class, leaving an Cornish pixie alone with the student, and he ran away when the pixie took his wand. He pointed at the crashing mark in the ground. Thankfully there no student under the skeleton or not there has been more injured. Injured, Professor? Flitwick asked. Hadrian pointed at one of the students who grimaced in pain cradling her arm. A broken arm but I use Lenia, healing charm to relieve her pain from broken arm. Professor. McGonagall bring the student to the hospital wing with Hadrian who still his magic to calm down a bit but his raven hair has a tinted of crimson like fire in it. Also, it is proof that Gilderoy Lockhart is not fit to become a teacher especially when he runs away from his class. Hadrian says coldly, void of emotion, I don't care about this work or his fame because it has no use in the battle and that is the truth. Here, Draco give the quiz to the two teacher who frowned. We come to this class to study defense against dark art, not some kind of a useless lesson. And for students who don't understand how important this class is then they are foolish. Hadrian say hardly and coldly make the student flinched slightly. Hadrian narrowed his eyes to someone who was cold, so cold like a blizzard. I don't know what the headmaster was thinking to hire that person. But, I pity the 6th and 7th year who are gonna have an OWL and NEWT exam. He looked around. At the student who murmured to each other, isn't everyone agree? We demand to have a new teacher to teach Dada. One Ravenclaw student chirped up. We too. Daphne chirped up. I want to learn properly about Dada. One of the Gryffindor student chirped up. The two professor look at Hadrian in stunned. He spoke for the student who didn't dare to speak up. They can feel his magic who is pure and yet strong. Strong in par of Dumbledore for a flash. A black and crimson hair look like a fire and an emerald silver eye glowing with power but beneath that there is burning rage, anger of the teacher who abandoned their student. We're gonna do something about it. Professor. Flitwick say. Perhaps, Professor. Hadrian said to his uncle and with a glint in his eyes, you can teach us about the Dada for a bit. A basic Dada since I'm sure that Professor didn't have class in this time, isn't it not? The student look at Hadriana like he has a two-head, Professor. Flitwick agreed to let Professor Snape in the class until what to do to Dada class. Go to your seat, Professor Snape say to the student. The class was shockingly different from the potion, Professor Snape teach them a proper Dada and it make the student pay attention with Professor Snape who gives them a simple spell such as Expelliarmus, and other basic spell. The girls who was fan of the Gilderoy Lockhart got their eyes opened by Hadriana's speech and Professor Snape's strict word about Dada in true battle. They still has fans with Gilderoy Lockhart but they didn't swoon like before. After the Dada class, the student was chattering about Dada incident. The news about Gilderoy Lockhart abandoned their student already spread wild like a fire and the ability of Professor Snape teaches Dada and admits that he is an amazing duel. Well, it's no surprise Severus was a spy and warrior after all. Gilderoy Lockhart's reputation got insulted by his cowardness of run away and abandoning the student and almost hurt the student. You're scary sometimes. Daphne comment. They are walking to the next class with other snake. MN. Hadrian blink. Why? You managed to change people with a word alone and managed to humiliate the people in word alone. Blaze say to him. Hadrian hummed and looked up and didn't look to his housemate. Did you know why Gellert Grindelwald is the most feared Dark Lord in history after you know who? He didn't let the others speak or expect them to answer. It's because he is sane. Sane? Draco asked. Yes, he is sane, genius, fearless. Gellert Grindelwald managed to make the people kneel in front of him because of his speech alone. Hadrian says to them make them pale. Yes, just like what I do to them. But, the difference is I do it for good things but for Gellert Grindelwald he does it to dominate the Muggle world, make him become an ministry at Muggle world that almost becomes a president that leads the United Kingdom before he gets arrested. He didn't do a bloodshed like you know who, but he is a psychopath. Psychopath of politic, and I hate to admit that he is the best politic in the world. The other pale hearing his word. Wait, what would happen if he was selected to become a president? One of the Slytherin asked in nervous. Hadrian halted and looked back at his housemate who pale wide-eye look at him make him smile with a glint of madness in those eyes. What do you all think when he becomes a leader of the country with his ambition to dominate the world? Hadrian asked, tilting his head. They pale in realized, and yes, Hadrian can see their emotion of fear. Nervous and realization make him turn around. He made a war in Muggle world that can destroy a whole country with a single bomb. He can order an atomic bomb from America, North Korea. Muggle who sold those weapons. Atomic bomb who got banned from the world because of its destruction. A blast equivalent to the power of 15,000 tons of TNT reduced 4 square miles of the city to ruins and immediately killed 80,000 people. Hadrian say to them make them pale. And someone who didn't understand the greatness of the Muggle weapon is a fool. Without your call you can speak a spell. A bullet of a gun has already pierced your head already. Now you know why Gellert Grindelwald is the most feared Dark Lord in history. Hadrian say to them with smile. The Slytherin student who heard it can only pale by Hadrian explanation. It is clear that he has a respect to the Muggle weapon. They go to the hall to eat lunch. Luna appeared and sit beside him. Look at Hadriana. The Dingle's sprites told me you were angry, Your Highness. Luna chirped up. I'm not angry anymore, little moon. I just don't seem to be able to suffer fools for as long as I could in the past, Hadrian said. I see. I'm sure Sasha would love an appetizer. Luna say dreamily. Hadrian chuckled and patted her head. I'm sure she would, but I need to ask our king, my dear Luna. Luna blinked owlishly. Oh, are you gonna write a letter to the wolf and dog about it? Hadriana hummed. Perhaps. He looked at Susan grin. Dear Susan's sister. Susan narrowed her eyes. Wary because she knows very well of her brother all but in blood when he used that tone. What? Did you aunt have time to help me revolt against that old man? Hadrian asked. How do I know? You can send her a mail and she will read it. Susan sigh. Of course, thank you dear sister. Hadrian say and take out a paper. I'm gonna write a letter to my father about it. Draco said. Me too. Neville chirped up. Hadrian smiled at them with genuine smile. How glad of him to has a friend, and he begin to take out a paper and quill. Draco admitted that he is worried about his cousin ability that is similar to the Gellert Grindelwald. His family are followers of Dark Lord, so of course he knows about his ability. Gellert Grindelwald has an ability to change people's view of the world with only words, and he also has a seer in his blood. Hadrian now is no differences with Gellert Grindelwald. He has a silver tongue. A cunning and sly mind for politic. He has Luna who is a seer that for some reason she stuck with his cousin. Draco's world has changed the moment he met Hadrian in Diagon Alley. He can see they have their view changed toward the Muggle who they thought is useless now has a weapon that struck their fear in their core. There is no way in Wizarding world they can make those kind of weapon. He exhaled and put his head in his hand to calm his mind. Draco opened his eyes and began to write letter to his father about what happened a few hours ago. He didn't care if there are 10-page more in his letter. Hadrian write a letter to Lucius first. Uncle Lucius, I'm sure, as a member of the board governors and as a parent, you are well invested in the quality of teaching that goes on in Hogwarts. Therefore, I thought it best to write to you and let you know what a fool Dumbledore, in all his esteemed wisdom, has hired. The man, Gilderoy Lockhart. The man has no skill or knowledge to pass on. I thought you would appreciate an example of his form of education. As you can see, the man is a fool. However, Dumbledore trusts him to shape the minds of children. He trusts this buff on to help the 5th and 7th years to pass their exams. The headmaster is clearly deluded, therefore, I thought it would be best to write to you and inform you of this, as both a parent and a member of the board. As you know that our ministry system sucks, everything got corrupted. I only can trust you and your trusted people. Perhaps Remus and Sirius can become a teacher of Dada since they are the best or before they retired. I'm sure they're bored in the house. Yours, Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black, heir of the most ancient and sacred Black House, lord of the most ancient and sacred Potter family. Hadrian sent the letter to Lucius. Hopefully Lucius can get a new teacher of Dada. The next is Sirius and Madame Bones' letter. Dear beloved godfathers Sirius, Remus. Today is a disaster. Did I ever told you about my second year in detail? I already told Lucius everything that happened in the Dada class that got taught by Gilderoy Lockhart, who abandoned their student in the panic of the pixie. I in midst of my anger has changed the student thought of Gilderoy Lockhart's skill as a Dada teacher, and so I asked Professor Snape to teach us in the last minute, but the student admitted that Professor Snape is amazing at Dada, but he is a potion master. So, I hope that you too can become our teacher for Dada this year. I'm sure Lucius is happy to charge into Dumbledore about the criteria that fall down greatly. About the last Horcrux, I found it in Lockhart belonging. He wears a Slytherin locket in his neck, and I sense Voldemort's soul in there trying to poke into my mind. I will try to take it from him before he manages to open the Chamber of Secrets and let Voldemort control Sasha again like before, so please tell Lucius about this to not move to remove Lockhart until I get the locket. I also has an advanced lesson with Professor Snape because of my potion master test I gonna take December, but according to the Professor Snape wants me to join the test in February along with other Potion Street students who want to take their master licensed. I have many things to say to you too, but I'm fine here. I have my beloved sibling beside him and Uncle Sev, so do not worry. Lovingly yours, Hadrian Pup Cub. Hadrian send the letter too with Hedwig, who comes to him, make him pat her head. I'm sorry, I have the last letter I need to give after this letter. Hadrian say to her. Hedwig takes Sirius and Remus letter with puffing her chest in pride and flies away from her to make Hadriana chuckled. He then writes to the Madame Bones. Dear Aunt Amelia, Madame Bones. I know you're busy and I'm sure you know about Gilderoy Lockhart. He is the best fraud person I ever met. I'm sure that Susan will tell you about Lockhart leaving the class in the panic with a Cornish pixie in the class. I already told Lucius about this and I hope that you can work together. Lucius will tell you more about what happened in the class, but thankfully no one got hurt except one student who got a broken arm. I'm sure that you know I hunt Horcrux. Yes. I lied to the public that I killed all of the 7 souls, but in reality there is a last Horcrux that hasn't been destroyed yet, and I hope that you are not gonna see Harge into Hogwarts with or like gonna go to the war. I sense the Voldemort soul in Slytherin locket that Lockhart wears. I decided to steal it and destroy it all at once before he tried to do anything that dangerous. All of the Horcrux artifacts are in me, and when I already destroy the last Horcrux I shall return all of the 4 founder artifacts to you. Besides, I'm not alone. I want my family to free from the terror of the Dark Lord. Yours, Hadrian Lillian James Potter Black, heir of the most ancient and sacred of Black family, lord of the most ancient and sacred of Potter family. Adrian send the letter through Hedwig, who drink a bowl of water after the journey. He begin to open the letter from Lucius. Hadrian, I thank you for bringing such a shocking problem to my notice. Draco has also written to me and shared his concern, and I am appalled at the quality of staff Dumbledore has hired. As a member of the board and, more importantly, a parent, I shall do everything in my power to see to it that you do not have to put up with such a standard of teaching for long. It's shameful that Hogwarts, which was once heralded as the best school for witchcraft and wizardry, had let its standard fall so low. Hopefully, I shall have this outrageous situation dealt with and you will not have to suffer for long. However, I fear the headmaster will foil any attempt I make to rectify the situation. Therefore my action may take longer than initially expected. I am grateful for the example of teaching material that you sent. It shall go a long way in improving the quality of the lessons. Hopefully the rest of you teacher and classes are doing well, and, as always, if you ever need any help or advice, I shall always be willingly to offer it. Perhaps Sirius and Remus willingly become a Dada student when it is done. Lucius Malfoy, Lord of most ancient and sacred Malfoy family. Hadrian opened the second letter from Sirius and Remus. Dear Hadriana, I don't know what to say about Horcrux, but I leave it to you to take the Horcrux away from Lockhart before he opens the Chamber of Secret. I worried about you. It was supposedly not a child's work to do, but I have no doubt of your skill. Also I let you go to hunt the Horcrux, just make sure to come back alive. About the Dada offer, I will talk to Lucius about this. I am proud that you will take the test to become Potion Master. I'm sure that Lily would be proud of you. Pup, tell Severus the First said hi. Yours, Remus and Sirius. Hadrian chuckled and opened the third one from Madame Bones. Dear Hadrian, I heard everything about you from Susan. I know that you hunt Horcrux when you were 8 years old until now. As a parent I worried, and I didn't want to let a 12 years old child to hunt Dark Lord Horcrux, but with your stubbornness, I let you go, but make sure to come back alive. / If you need an Auror, I have Kingsley waiting for your command. About Lockhart, Susie already informed me about him. I shall look after his work, and perhaps if I can find his work as fraud, then we can capture him and the Dada seat in empty. Lord Malfoy can hire the teacher to become Dada professor. Remus and Sirius will be happy to become teachers in the school where his godson study. Yours, Aunt Amelia. Madame Bones. Hadrian smiled and put the letter away. He wanted to hurriedly bring Lockhart away from Lockhart before he opened the Chamber of Secret. He knows that Marvolo can absorb his soul back with he is already sane enough. When is the time fit for him to steal the necklace? Hadrian snapped back when his cousin clapped his hand in front of his face, make him blink confused. What's wrong? Draco asked. It's better if you do it before dinner, Your Highness. Nargles informed me that he will be asleep at that time. Luna said to him, blinking. I see. Thank you, my dear. Hadrian responded. Luna looked at him. Are you not gonna give Sasha an appetizer, Your Grace? Hadrian patted her head. I'm not that kind to let Sasha eat him, my dear. He needs to get to know the taste of his action. Luna giggled with a bell sound like, now, I know why His Majesty loves you, Your Highness. Hadrian gave a soft smile look at his sister. I didn't know what to do without him. He's my anchor in this world after I go back. And you're the one who brought His Majesty from the darkness to the light, am I wrong, Your Grace? Luna asked with giggled. Hadrian embraced her happily with fondness. Of course, he deserves second change, my dear little moon. We cannot live if one of us died, after all. He saw Professor Snape from the corner of his sight, made him kiss her head. I need to go now. Little sister, good luck and do not die, my queen. Luna said to him. Draco, do you mind to told Flint that I cannot join the Quidditch train because I have detention with Professor Snape? Hadrian asked seriously to Draco. Why, what are you planning? Draco asked in alarm. Hadrian stood up. Don't worry, I'm just gonna steal something that doesn't belong to certain people. He get out from the Great Hall to the Professor Snape with Luna, who touched Draco's arm, make him look at her the same as his friends. Do not be angry with him when he finishes doing his job. Luna says to them. He didn't want to be involved with his quest. Quest? What quest? Draco asks in alarm, then straighten wide eye, Horcrux. The others begin to straighten up their backs in a stiff look at the door. He will be fine. The spy is beside him after all. Luna firmly looks at the door. Our queen is strong, strong as Mother of Dragon. They still have a restless face looking in the Great Hall door. Meanwhile, Hadrian and Severus was discussing how to stole the locket in Professor Snape's office. Come on before the time is up, Hadrian said to his uncle. They walked to the low C-card office and opened the door using a simple spell which Severus immediately used. Stupefied, to Lockhart make him frozen, and Hadrian opened his clothes, saw the locket, make him grin to take the locket from him. Done. Hadrian says take out his wand and point it at Lockhart. Obliviate. Come on. Severus hurriedly get out from the office. He can feel Voldemort's soul try to enter his mind, but his Pendragon blood is refusing to let him enter his mind to make a dragon protecting his mind. They enter Professor Snape's office and sigh in relief. Thank Merlin. Hadrian say, clutching the locket in his hand. Are you gonna give it back to Marvolo? Severus asked. Yes. He can take out the soul and perhaps I can send the four-founder artifact to the Madam Bones. Hadrian says, look at the dark magic in the locket, it got tainted by dark magic. Quote, well, then it's better if you hurry to send the locket to the owner. Severus say. Hadrian nod back and pack the locket in his bedroom, then send it to the Marvolo. He wait for Hedwig in Astronomy Tower until he see his beloved owl perched in his arm. Durmstrang Dining Hall. If the student saw the cold and cool Marvolo gaunt open the crimson box with a silver ribbon from a beautiful snowy white owl give a choked and strangled voice from his, then they only can look away except Victor Crumb, who bravely raised his eyebrow stare at the beautiful silver and green locket with a snake in it. Thank you, my dear. Hadrian take out the letter. Dear my beloved little flower. It was an honor to earn a beautiful locket for the courting gift. I hope you are doing fine in Hogwarts and didn't get injured while attaining it. Thanks to your gift I feel my mind is whole again. Perhaps, you sent it in perfect timing when it was snack time, so the student was in dining hall along with some of the student. They saw the locket and the rumor has spread out in Durmstrang that I've been courted, my dear. I think I just made Karkaroff on the verge of heart attack. Yours, MLG. Hadrian giggled and he better to go into the Quidditch patch to tell Flint about his change of player. He saw Flint in the ground make him go to him. Flint. Hadrian call him. Oh, are you done? He asked Hadriana. Not yet, I sneaked out from Professor Snape. Hadrian grin cheekily made him raise his eyebrow. Anyway, I want to inform you that I want to change my position. I want to become a reserved chaser since I was busy with doing my preparation to do my potion master test in February. Flint hummed. Well, Malfoy can become a chaser. Hadrian bowed to him. Thank you. I better go back before Professor Snape noticed me. He go back to the Severus office and told him that he already sent the locket away to Marvolo. He then decided flow to the Black Manor to take the 3 artifact in hurry, then flow back to the Professor Snape office. Hadrian exhaled. Merlin, really? It's only a few days after the school begins and Britain will sense doomness. He put all of the artifact to the Severus table, who stare at them in blank expression while Hadrian still talking to himself or him while writing to Madam Bones. He think Severus didn't know who he talking about. T for sure Britain will goes in chaos when Hadrian revealed the 4 artifact, and he sure that he is owned the 4 artifact except he want to give Slytherin locket and Ravenclaw diadem to the Marvolo. Are you done yet? Professor Snape asks, making him blink. The dinner is arriving soon. Ah, yes, I have already sent the letter to Madam Bones. Hadrian say, good, then let's go to the Great Hall, it's almost dinner time. Professor Snape stand up, make him nod and bring the artifact with him in his pouch. Hadrian saw the student already coming into the Great Hall, make him sit next to Draco, who is in happy. You look happy. Hadrian say to him. Draco jolted, looking at him. How is it? Yeah, I already destroyed the locket with the help of Sasha, she has a basilisk venom after all. Hadrian said to him, relief. So, why do you look so happy? Oh, did you know that I became a chaser? Draco asked. Hadrian lit up. I know you can do it. Make sure to catch the golden snitch, understand? Of course. Draco nod in determined. I will not disappoint them with me changing your position. Thank Merlin, I can stay peace focused in my potion master test. Hadrian say in relief. The dinner almost finished when an foreigner grey great horned owl enter the Great Hall, make the student and teacher look up to the owl, who has its eyes golden color and a face like an eagle, it circling around. Hadrian make him stand up and take out his arm, make the owl perched in his arm. Hadrian hummed and sit back down, let the owl land on the ground. Clever owl know that there was food, so he perched in his arm. Hadrian take out a box from his small backpack, who he uses a spell to expand it to normal size. Thank you, my dear. Send regard to him, will you? Hadrian pat the owl, who flew back into the night sky. What is it? Whose owl? Draco asked. Hadrian opened the box showing a dragon silver necklace. Make him hummed and take it out to make the girls giggled with a letter in the box. Dear little flower, hope you like my present as the present you give to me this evening. MLG. Well, I don't know that he is a romantic person. Draco comment. Hadrian snorted and put the necklace back into the box. It's a payback for I who gave him the present when he was in the dining hall full of students. Hadrian can see Dumbledore who has a sour expression and Ginny who has a jealousy in her eyes make him smirk. Chapter 22. End of Gilderoy Lockhart. The winter is coming and the Yule holiday is also coming. Unfortunately, the Dada teacher still hasn't changed yet, but the class got taken over sometime with Professor Snape. Hadrian already called Dumbledore, a sign that Lucius already interfered with the problem of the Dada teacher. He was asking about him trying to boycott students, asking Professor Snape to teach them. Hadrian already can see his position was in thin ice, and he already made sure that Madame Bones is searching about Lockhart Froudness, then she can catch him. Sirius and Remus are waiting for them to finish their job. Malfoy Manor. Lucius Malfoy leaned back in his seat and pinched his nose in tired. Hadrian for sure like to add him a job, but that job is worth it. He remembers his son letter about his nephew in anger because the fool runs away from the class in the middle of the panic. Reading by the letter, Hadrian was in fury. His magic was oozing from his body, makes his norm. Al Emerald Eye turn into a burning green fire with a silver of magic. Draco also told him that Hadrian changed the people view of the world with only a word, and his son clearly told him that Hadrian W. as an exact copy of the Gellert Grindelwald, and it make a shudder in his spine, but thankfully Hadrian will not become a Dark Lord, he do it for a good way. Lucius always knew that his lord, no, Marvolo took a liking to him. They are soulmates and no one can break those chains among them. It is already scared enough to have Marvolo political ability in action, but in addition to Hadrian political ability who was at the same level as the Gellert Grindelwald, it was a terrifying sight indeed. It was mysterious to him why Hadrian seemed to admire Gellert Grindelwald's mind for the politic and changed people with his word alone. Lucius admitted that he didn't want to face off with this person, especially him who has an soldier who is in hand that is much more greater than Dumbledore. 4x. Hotter. Ian was in potion lab along with Severus. He has a bunch of books and paper floating around him. He decided to make a potion that heals any illness, even from mind or chronic illness, looking by the Die and Lord Longbottom. He wants the people who got their mind broken or who got Dementor Kiss healed, since normally they cannot be healed. Sirius' mind got healed in a long time period, but Hadrian need faster and effective. Gilderoy Lockhart also forgot about the locket with Marvolo, who already absorbed the last Horcrux, so he became a normal teacher. Hadrian also often goes to Sasha Chamber of Sec. Red into the third corridor where Fluffy is there. He also keeps in touch with Marvolo through the one-line mirror. Hadrian hopes that Madame Bones hurriedly to make Gilderoy Lockhart Froudness to be found and let Sirius Remus to work as Dada teacher, since he really pity the 6th and 7th student. Draco and Neville also wrap their inner prank to make Ron and Ginny their main target, sometimes with the help of the twin, and so Draco cannot ignore them with the twin who already gave a gift to him to make him confused but accept it since it was jewelry not food. It was confusing. Draco huff. Ed walked toward the Dada classroom with Hadrian beside him. Well, clearly someone wants to court you, dear cousin. Hadrian say in amusement. And I want to know who dared to court me. Draco says to him. Obviously it's not a female with the present who seems to know about me. Hadrian hummed. They're no problem, is it? We live in a world of mystical, mysterious and fantasy male pregnant, you know. Draco gives a horror and disgusted look. Don't give me that idea. Hadrian chuckled in amusement, and they enter the Dada classroom, saw the other 3 houses already in there. Gather around. Lockhart shouted on the stage. Can you all hear me? Pathetic. Hadrian though in disgusted. In the light of the dark event of the recent weeks, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling class to train you all up in case you ever need to defend yourself, Lockhart say to the student. Gilderoy Lockhart introduces his assistant, Professor Snape, makes Hadrian have pity on his uncle. With Count and Professor Snape use Expelliarmus to Gilderoy, make him shout through a few meters from his spot. An excellent idea to show them that, Professor Snape, Gilderoy say to save his dignity. No one can defeat Uncle Sev in a duel. Hadrian whispered to Draco. Agreed. Draco nodded. Lockhart stood up and walked to Professor Snape. If you don't mind me saying, it was pretty obvious what you were about to do. And if I had wanted to stop you, it would only have been too easy. Perhaps it would be prudent to first teach the student to block unfriendly spells, Professor. Professor Snape say. Lockhart looked at someone eating a sour lemon. An excellent suggestion, Professor Snape. He turned around. Let's have a volunteer pair. Weasley. Longbottom, how about you? Professor. Might I suggest someone from my house? Professor Snape asks in his usual drawled voice, how about Potter, Black and Weasley?